It is the beginning of Mega. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, Mega.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
All right, are we ready for this exciting day?
Yes.
Yes,
Hi,
sir.
Joe. Good morning.
We are going to nerd out over CMAs. Raise your hand if you're excited about that.
Current
All right, this
temperature.
is one of those things in real estate that you have to be really good at. Overpricing a property is the worst thing, the most dangerous thing you can do as a real estate professional. And so that should be the fear of what happens if you overprice a property. How many of you have dealt with overpriced listings before? Okay, Mary Beth has, Andrew has. So on the Mary Beth, Andrew, on the buy side or on the sell side?
Both.
Yeah, but the listing side was brutal, and I should have never given in. But it was a good friend and a coworker I'd worked with a long time ago. And at the end, she said to me, "You warned me in the beginning and told me that I would end up getting less if we started too high than where you thought it would be." And she said, "You were right." And I said, "Well, thank you for saying," because I wasn't going to say, "I told you so." But I learned my lesson. I will never let a client talk me into overpricing. I will walk away from the listing before I let that happen.
It is such a powerful lesson to learn. I want us to all say something together. You know how if they can do it, so can I. Remember us all doing that together? I want you to say this until it's burned into your brain. The higher you go, the less you'll get. I want you to say it out loud.
The higher
The
you go, the
higher
less
you
you
get,
get.
the less you'll get
Higher
every
you
The
go, the
higher
single
less
you
you
go,
time.
get.
the
Higher
lesser
you
you
go, the
get.
less you'll
The
get.
higher you go, the lesser you get.
This is tried and true. Most of the time, why is the seller wanting to list high?
You don't want to sell it.
They do want to sell it.
They
To
want to
get the most
they
amount of money
can.
they can get.
They're
Because
greedy, or their neighbors got that.
that's right.
That
Well, not only
Because
that, but
they
sometimes
think because they
they're
want to sell the home for as much as they possibly can, right?
Yep.
Have you ever had a seller come to you and say, I I just I'm not interested in getting as much as I can for this property.
No.
Now, there is another saying out there, time or money. And that if you have to circumvent the days on market and close quickly, the very best way to do that is to price it accordingly. Maybe you got a foreclosure coming, who knows what. But we have to all agree and understand that the seller's motive typically for pricing high is because they either bought high and they're trying to break even, but at the end of the day, their reasoning is because they're trying to get the most that they possibly can. And they're thinking that if they price high, they can just negotiate it down. That's their methodology. That's their thinking. Well, someone will just bring an offer and they're going to want to go lower. So let's just negotiate it down. I want to have a buffer there. But I want to explain before we even begin class today, before we even go through our review, I want in the first 3 minutes of this mega class for all those who watch the first 30 seconds to hear the danger of it up front. You see, when you price a property high, you stack that home unfairly in a group of other properties that it doesn't stack up to. When a buyer does a home search, they usually buy a home and they buy as much as they possibly can. So if they qualify 400, they're looking at 410 and everything under 410. And now they're looking at all of those properties around 410 and they're seeing everything they can buy. And if you have a property that's 390 and it's in or 385 and you've priced it $30,000, $40,000 high, it's not going to stack up to the other properties that the buyer's seeing. And the buyer's going to choose all of the other homes. That's danger one. But the real danger is that you've exposed the property to people who aren't going to buy it because they can afford something that's going to be larger square footage, more upgrades, and you've hid it from the buyer who could afford it, who may have really loved it. How is it hidden from them? Belladonna. She had an enthusiastic response, so I
You
called on
priced
her.
it too high. I mean, you put it too high, and so they weren't looking at that. And It's not for
but
what it's worth. You inflated it.
It's
But
not
no,
gonna come
but
up on the MLS search.
that's what I'm looking for.
Oh,
Why isn't it going to show up on the MLS search?
Because it's not within their
no,
criteria.
their max budget may have been 350, and that's what
Maybe they cut it off at 385 and that house disappeared. It's not even in the search. The buyers who are the buyer for that home never even saw it. And now you're stacking it in a different class of home that it's never going to stack up to. And if the seller doesn't understand that, the seller's going to have a really difficult time with the road ahead. So they have to understand if you put it in this price range, you're going to stack this home against other homes that are priced at that price point, and buyers are always going to buy the home that offers them the most at the best price. And there's a continual fresh new inventory hitting the market every single day. And so your property is going to age on market until you start reducing the price. And once you start reducing the price, it means that you've blown through the first 10 days. And the first 10 days are the most important days a listing has on market. Those first 10 days mean everything. And if you squander those 10 days by, well, let's just give it a shot and see what happens. Well, Mr. Seller, I know what's going to happen. You're hiding it from the buyers who would afford the property. And now, essentially what you've done is you've hid it from the people who would buy it, and then by the time you reduce it and do get it in front of them, it's aged on market. A very, very dangerous thing to do. Today's going to be a fun day because we're going to be digging deep in the world of CMA. We're going to be looking at what our regulatory requirements are. We're going to be looking at some rules of thumb and then some hard and fast rules about doing market analysis. And we're going to put you in groups, and we're going to be doing CMAs in groups. Raise your hand if you have access to Actress MLS, CTX. I can never remember their new name. It's gonna be Actress for me forever. Raise your hand if you
Is
raise your
it-
hand if you don't have it.
Is that
Okay.
unlock MLS?
It is Unlock MLS, yes. Okay, so I need to make sure that I put you guys in a group not that does have it, because um you someone in your group who's your group captain, when you get into your groups, who has Unlock MLS, I do, great, share your screen. And that person is going to share their screen in their group breakout session, because you're going to be doing no less than 4 CMAs today. And then you're going to bring those CMAs back to the class, and you're going to tell me what your number was. And each group captain is going to share what their number is. And while you're in breakout sessions, guess what I'm going to be doing? You want to guess?
CMA.
Yes, exactly right. And then we're going to see how close your number is to my number. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, and I'm going to show you a couple of interesting things. So let's talk about experience for a moment. How many have heard the old adage that if you've done 10,000 hours of something, you become an expert? Okay. So here is 1,000 homes sold. You zoom in, and that's what that looks like. Sold in every single neighborhood of every single city of the entire marketplace. Whether it is Taylor, Elgin, Lexington, Rockdale, Thorndale, Austin, Cedar Park, all of them. There's not a neighborhood I have not sold a home in. And I've sold every single kind of home imaginable. I'm going to take you through some of the interesting ones just as a little bit of fun. Now, how many of you have ever gotten an REO because you were able to create a relationship with an asset management company and started getting a slew of REOs? I remember when I got my first duplex, I was so excited about this duplex. Got out there, and well, this is what I found on the inside. I found the hoarder house. And of course, I got to list the hoarder house. And underneath all of this debris was a dead cat, fleas all over me. Have you ever heard of what are they called? Chiggers? I had them all up and down my legs from going inside this house. Flea bites and chiggers, and it was the most horrible experience you can imagine. So sometimes you're going to get really nice listings, and sometimes you're going to get the hoarder house. And then sometimes you're going to list properties that are so unique that there's just never going to be a comparable. So let's take a look at some of these. Here's one of the first homes that I sold in Lexington. There's a little area in Lexington, Texas, which is between Taylor and Elgin. Anybody know that area? Okay. Here's a property that those are all deeded to be 10 acres. Most of them have agricultural exemptions. But this was a very unique property because it had a stream winding through it, and it had a dock on it that was stocked with trout. It also had a covered bridge that was kind of cool, and it had two houses. This house, they built two of them, two exact houses on it. And then not only did it have two houses, but it also had a full wood shop built on the property. But what's cool about these houses is they were actually built from the trees that were on the 10 acres in the first place, because the person who bought it built this thing himself. So now I have a property that has a tank stocked with fish on 10 acres with an agricultural exemption for coastal Bermuda hay. So their property taxes are literally zero because they're getting paid for the coastal Bermuda hay. And it's got two houses on it, and both houses have dual primary bedrooms. And it has this whole workshop that's got all of these vented hoses that suck all the sawdust out. So how are you gonna do a market analysis on this one? That one might send you for a little bit of a loop. Well, how about this one? I sold this house in Granger. It's in a flood zone. So they built this home 18 feet off the ground. It's built on stilts. It flooded 4 times, but water never got in the inside. Their cars got destroyed, but that's a different story. But what made this even more complicated was this was sitting on 20 acres, and it had a grove of pecan trees that were also had an agricultural exemption on it, and they were producing. This is just right down the street from us. Just it's not that far away. And again, the house was custom built. Or how about this one? I got called out to do a BMA on an octagon. This house had 8 sides. And now I'm trying to figure out how am I going to find another octagon house in the Austin marketplace that I'm going to be able to do a market analysis on. I've also had houses that were complete teardowns, houses that were completely filled with mold. Every imaginable thing you could come across, I've seen it, I've sold it. There's not something that I haven't seen and that I haven't sold, whether it was brand new, whether it was custom built, whether it was a teardown, whether it was just raw land. I also sold a home or a tract of land that was 200 acres off the 130, and it turned out in the middle of selling it that that area of town, Dale, Texas, all of the all of the surveys were off, and the property that was on the survey was wrong. It was actually the next tract over, and this guy bought the property, and he put on all of these what are they called? These huge trees that produce palm oil. And so he had 400 palm oil trees that he had planted on his property, and he planted them all on the wrong property due to a bad survey in the city of Dell. And then we started looking into it in the city of Dale. All of their surveys are off because they put the post office in the wrong place. And their surveyor back in the 60s did everything from the post office. And so the entire city of Dale, most of the houses are sitting exactly on the property line, or their house is on the next person's lot. And now they're trying to figure that out with the city of Dale, which is why Dale hasn't gone anywhere with their building, because it's going to be like that for the next 20 years as they figure this out. I've seen it all. So today I'm going to be showing you some stuff. I'm going to be giving you some advice, and some of the advice that I'm going to be giving you, you will have not heard before. And so I want you to heed my advice, because this is stuff that you're not going to go and take a class from a CMA class and learn some of the stuff I'm going to teach you today. Because some of this is from the school of hard knocks. The rules and the rules of thumb. I can walk into a property, I can do a CMA in 5 minutes, and I can come very, very close in a 5-minute CMA. Then we're going to talk about how you subtract and add from the subject property, especially when it comes to properties that have a pool or have some type of improvement that can't be found anywhere else. So today is a very important day for real estate agents at this company who need to learn how to properly price a property, because your ability to find success hinges on you becoming a listing agent. Most real estate agents pop into this business with the idea that they can survive as a buyer agent. And they're trying to find where they're going to get their next buyer. Do you know where you get all the buyers you could ever want?
Open houses.
Open houses.
Listing agreements.
From properly advertising your listings. Your own listing is going to be a buyer magnet, especially if it's properly advertised. Wednesday's class will be a game changer for most real estate agents who have never heard me walk them through our listing presentation. The grand open house is on Wednesday this week. But today we have to properly price it. And if we price it high, it's not going to sell. Knowing that the first 10 days is the most important, an overpriced listing sits on the market, it doesn't sell, someone eventually will come in after you and take over your listing, price it correctly, and they will be the hero. I've been the hero many times where I've had a seller reach out to me. They were in the process of terminating their listing agreement with the other broker. Once that's properly been dotted, I's dotted, T's crossed, and I have the ability to sign a listing agreement with that seller, then it's a home run every time because I priced it correctly. Because I do exactly what Mary Beth says, is I'm not going to take an overpriced listing, and I'm going to stay there and argue my point, and I'm going to explain it to them, because how hard are you going to argue with a kid who wants to put their hand on a hot oven? It's going to burn you. Do not do it. We have to sometimes be very convincing and explain to the seller why they don't want to do that. And then I'm telling them, look, I want this listing. I want to be able to help you. I want you to be successful. I know that you're not going to be successful going this route. And all this is going to cause is a lot of friction in you and me if we list this property high, because it's not going to sell. The property is going to sit on market. You're going to be frustrated with me because it's not selling, and you're not going to understand why. And you may be even getting showings, getting kicked out of the house as people are coming to see the property and they keep picking another home. And then somebody else eventually takes over the listing because you get mad because I failed, because you failed to take responsibility for it being priced high, and someone else comes in, prices it correctly, and it sells, and I'm always the guy who failed, and I can't have that. I don't want you guys to fall into that either. And sometimes I go to our Realty Texas listing inventory and I'll do 4 or 5 CMAs, and I will see that you guys are priced way, way too high. Way, way too high. And there's been times you guys have come to me and I've done CMAs, and since 2023, the market has had enough turbulence that we've seen properties sell for prices that shouldn't have, and we've seen properties not sell for things that should have. And so we are seeing a correction from the 2021 high. I'm going to go and walk you guys through what happened in 2021 and why it happened, where we are now in 2025, and showing you that we're back on track as if the 2020, 2021, and partially 2022, why it's now as if that never happened before, and we've corrected and we're back on the original track that we were on before. I'm going to show you proof of that, and I need you to take that out to your sellers and show them that, because it's a very, very powerful message. We're going to do a quick review. I know a lot of you are putting your homework in our Teams chat. Thank you for doing that. I can see you're still doing your yoga. Uh, Gavin, I pinged you over the weekend because I know that you did several open houses. You've been doing your homework and you've also been doing yoga and posting that in there. So I asked if you'd share with the class your yoga experiences.
Yeah, I can do that. So I did yoga yesterday for about 30 minutes, and it was a good session. I like the stretching because I work out a lot, and it helps me relax my muscles, and so I'm not so tight. And the mindfulness was good too, just to be able to relax, focus on my breathing and stretching. And so for the open houses, I did one on Friday from 5 to 7 after Mega with Mary Beth. And nobody came, but me and Mary Beth talked the whole time, and I learned a lot of stuff from her. And I learned how she did her open houses, which was good because she puts out a bunch of signs and everything and has a bunch of material there. And she's very prepared. And then, so I did an open house yesterday, or no, on Saturday, and that one was from 11 to 1. And I had one person come in because I door knocked about 20 minutes, at least 20 minutes of the couple surrounding houses beforehand. So one of the people that I knocked on came and just looked around for a minute, but that was about it. So maybe next time I will try and door knock for more time and see if I can get more people to come in.
Nice. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you for putting in all the work. And, you know, everyone can tell that you're bringing your A game and that you are focused and that you are serious. And I've taken notice of that. So has your classmates. I've heard several people bringing praises for you of how hard you're working and the mindset that you're bringing to this. So congratulations for that. Who else would like to share some of their experiences about yoga, about doing your open houses, about memorizing your paragraphs, maybe even the goal board or some things that have impacted you in the mindset that you might have now that might be different from the mindset that you brought into Mega? Phyllis and then Andrew.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I would have to say before, I was a little hesitant or stumbled somewhat, when I was having the conversations at the door with the IBS and the rep agreement. And now it just flows because I think it's more because I'm confident and I know what I need to say, and the script might not be exact every time. But I had two showings yesterday, two different clients, and it worked out very well. Much more confident in that area.
Nice. Building that confidence brings more confidence. So that is a beautiful thing. Thank you, Phyllis, for sharing. Andrew.
Yes, over the weekend on Saturday, I took my mother to go with me to go look at some brand new homes in San Antonio. I'm doing some previewing for a buyer, and you got 2 hour drive to get there. So I had her help me memorize my 23 paragraphs, and then my mom is so funny. She goes, paragraph 4 is Lisa's. I said, yes, mom. And then she knew the contract. She kept telling me, and I'm like, wow. So I learned the contract paragraphs, and so did my mother. That was funny. I took a video when I got done previewing the new homes. I was at the Walmart parking lot. I said, I got to do it now, before I drive back. So I did the video then. And then I tried to upload it into the system, and I couldn't do that. But Katie is helping me to upload it into the Mega. So it's going to get done. You'll be able to see it. And then I did a video while I was looking at brand new homes. And then I had help add some music and some text. So it was a very productive weekend for me.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's talk about video. That was an interesting day on Friday, wasn't it? We saw a lot of videos. How has that impacted you? Did it light a fire into you and get you fired up about going and doing video? Are we going to put it into practice? CMA.
Actually, me and Alexa, because we co-hosted a open house yesterday, and she went and got a couple of the gadgets that you had recommended, and her boyfriend was there, and he recorded us doing like a tour of the open house, and it made us both really like it. And Alexa was telling me yesterday, she was like, I'm so excited to do more of these. I'm ready to do it. So it kind of motivated us, especially doing the first one together. So I think that's giving us a good push to kind of get it out. So we're going to upload it later on today. But
Nice. You know, you have to be the face of your business. We can't let someone else be the face of our business, and we can't be behind the camera. And I know a lot of us want to be behind the camera. We film these amazing walkthroughs, but the very first intro of the very first video said, listing videos are dead. You can't do the traditional listing video. You have to be in the video and you have to explain to the audience why they want to live there. What is unique about this property? What problem is it solving? Is it closer to work? Does it have, more quality of life? Are there bike trails nearby? Is it close to shopping? What problem is that property going to solve for a buyer so that you can start getting it in front of the right people and generating audiences? I love this tagline. If you've done it right, the buyer for the home that you've listed did not even know that they were looking. And I love that tagline. And I've put a lot of thought into that tagline over the years and how important that tagline really is. Because we should not be just putting it in the property in the MLS and just letting it sit there and hoping that another real estate agent is going to sell your listing for you. Most of us go and we get photos taken, put it in the MLS, and we pray that another real estate agent is going to bring a buyer and sell it for us. That shouldn't be what we're trying to accomplish, because whereas we're not there yet, we're not going to really hear this and understand it until Wednesday. At any given time in the marketplace, 30% of the buyers have hired a realtor, and 70% of the buyers are in the back of their mind ready to buy. They haven't reached out to a real estate agent yet. They start looking at realtor.com, homes.com, Zillow, and they start looking at listings. They come across your open house and they start finding their way to open houses. And over the course of that journey, whether it's going to a new home construction, whether it's finding a property that they like in an open house, then they start finding themselves in the same room as a real estate agent, and one of them is going to hire them. And it's usually the first agent that they meet that engages them in a meaningful conversation and they get converted. And so that 70% will turn into the 30% as they're in the process of their home search. But most of these buyers had the idea in their head that they're going to go and do something, either upsize, downsize, get out of an apartment, get out of a rental and buy their first home. Whatever that looks like for them, wherever they are, they've got that seed planted in their head and it's germinating, and they start the home search and they find their real estate agent along the way. That's 70% of your buyers. 70% are looking on the online sites, don't have a real estate agent yet, and they're starting to put their feelers out on a house. That's more than 2/3 of the buyers who are looking in the MLS with a real estate agent. Twice the population of the cross your fingers, put it in the MLS, and hope another agent sells it for you. Twice that population are unrepresented, sitting at home without an agent. So the question for every real estate agent since the beginning of the MLS should have always been, how can I reach that 70%? And there was a time where real estate agents did. In the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, real estate agents marketed their listings, not just in the MLS. They marketed them in other places. And they found their buyers that way. Does anybody know where they marketed those properties? 1990s and before?
Newspapers.
IB.
Exactly right. And it was expensive marketing too. I've done newspaper Sundays. You know, you go back to the Sunday paper and you'd go to the real estate section and there would be listings and people would go find the homes in the real estate section. So it was all about listing your home around the point in which you can hit the newspaper in time to get people to come to the open house. So what day that newspaper came out was important that you did your listing at the right place. And you became very good friends who with the advertising section of the newspaper. Your assistant was talking to them almost on a daily basis. So what is the equivalent of that in today's world?
Social media?
Media.
Uh-huh. And let's be frank. How many of you have ran an ad for your listing on social media? The only two people here that are selling a lot of homes. So we have to promise ourselves, I'm going to start advertising my listings in a different way. Because guess what, guys? If you do it right, you should get 2 buyers from every single one of your listings. How does that sound? How many of you, even if it's in the deepest recesses of your brain, were thinking when you got your license and you had your first couple listings, or maybe your very first listing, wow, I really wish I didn't have to spend all this money on listings. I wish I didn't have to spend all this money on photos. This is expensive. And thought the first couple times around, why do I have to take photos? I can just use my iPhone. My iPhone is good enough. In fact, if I recall correctly, there's been feature-length movies filmed on the iPhone. Why not an iPhone? How many of you have thought that? Even if you've found the light and come to Jesus since then. Okay. Well, thank you for those who were honest and raised your hand, because so far I have not found a real estate agent who didn't come from a photography background themselves, that didn't have an idea that maybe they could just take the photos with their iPhone, put in the MLS, and sell the property that way. That same agent has probably thought, I want leads. I wonder how much Zillow leads are, and called Zillow and had a conversation with them about buying leads. So let's think about that. How many agents are willing to buy Zillow leads? If you had the budget for it, how many of you would buy Zillow and Realtor.com leads? Okay. How many of you, if you had so a lot of agents think, I'm going to take photos with my iPhone to save money so I can buy Zillow leads. Does that make sense? Well, the reason why that is a failed fallacy, the reason that that's a failed practice is because the Zillow leads that you just had to pay for, you could have gotten for free had you taken really good photos, Matterport photos, video, and then also done social media marketing. Then you're going to do two things at once. One, you're going to fulfill your fiduciary duty to the seller and advertise the heck out of their home and put it in the best light, which means that the neighbors for that listing are going to be taking notice, because their home, when the neighbor's house gets listed, they're going to be cyber stalking it online. They're curious what it looks like inside. Then they're going to see all that you've done for that listing and they're going to take notice. They're going to say, wow, that was really good marketing. They had video, they had professional photos. And the difference between an iPhone photo and a professional photo is not the actual image itself, but it's the post processing of the image. The lighting is what makes the difference. So spend the money to get the right photos and the right video, and then you should get 1 listing and 2 buyers from every single one of your listings. But that takes very specific, thoughtful action. Knocking on the doors of the neighborhoods, of the neighbors the morning of the open house, and getting to know them, and inviting them to come to your open house. When we're going to talk more about that on Wednesday, we're going to talk more about that on Friday. So I want you guys to be thinking about all that you're going to do and all this effort that you're going to put into this property. But all that effort of finding the two buyers and getting the other listing and having a home run at the open house and having lots of people show up and being able to sell the property for as much as you possibly can, all of that is for naught if you get today wrong. If you get today wrong, no matter what you've done, it's not going to sell, and you're going to be sitting with a listing that you can't sell. And then it's going to hit the days on market. So we should be doing a CMA and not only paying attention to what the CMA says, but also what the average days on market is for that neighborhood. And then for those properties that have a long and high days on market, go back and look at the OLP. What is OLP in the MLS?
Our listing price
Oh,
or
nice.
original listing price.
Original listing price.
Original listing price. What was the price when you brought this home to market? That is a very important thing to look at, because if their OLP was 610 and they sold for 500 and it was on the market for 214 days, very clear what happened there. And there's an example of that I'm going to show you this afternoon as we're doing these CMAs. So I'm hoping that at break, someone is going to be brave and do their contract paragraphs live with Lisa and me. So if that sounds like it would be something interesting to you, let us know. But raise your hand if you've not yet got your points and not yet filmed your video for the 23 contract paragraphs. Please raise your hand. Keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So it looks like there's 8 of you still to go. We are on the first class after the halfway point of Mega. So this week is often the week where we see the most of our students get their points. And so we're going to be continuing to give you these opportunities in Mega. But let's go through it together. Paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. Paragraph 6, title policy and survey. Paragraph 7, property condition. Paragraph 8, brokers and sales agents. Paragraph 9, closing. Paragraph 10, possession. Paragraph 11, special provisions. Paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses. Paragraph 13, prorations. Paragraph 14, casualty loss. Andrew, I'm going to put you on mute. Paragraph 15, default. Paragraph 16, mediation. Paragraph 17, attorney's fees. Paragraph 18, escrow. Paragraph 19, representation. Paragraph 20, federal requirements. Paragraph 21, notices. Paragraph 22, agreement of parties. And paragraph 23, consult an attorney before signing. So that is what we're expecting and hoping from each of you. Paragraph, number, and then the title. Take that, film it, package it, give it to us. You'll get your points. Gavin, I saw your hand pop up.
Yeah, so on slide, your 819th slide, the mega points, there is 2 different mega point systems. The one on that slide and then the one on the mega, like when we first started, they're completely different. So I'm confused now.
Okay, I just deleted that slide and go back to the original one that you had before.
Okay,
Problem
thank
solved.
you.
Okay. I didn't realize it was wrong, so thank you for letting me know. All right, we also have the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. The Code of Ethics articles, I've asked that you all grab your entire Code of Ethics, open it and read it, starting with your preamble, duties to customers, duties to other realtors, and duties to the public, and read all 17 article and standards of practice, the SOPs, and bring to me the questions that you may have from that. We have ourselves at Realty Texas summarized each article and given it a few words because there is no actual summary from NAR. This is our own creation. But treat parties honestly and fiduciarily, Article 1. Article 2, avoid misrepresentation. Article 3, cooperate with realtors. Article 4, disclose realtor status if buying. Article 5, disclose present or future interest. Article 6, no side deals. Article 7, no undisclosed commissions. Article 8, no commingling. Article 9, agreements in writing. Article 10, no discrimination. Article 11, be knowledgeable and competent. Article 12, paint a true picture in advertising. Article 13, don't practice law. Article 14, cooperate with investigations. Article 15, gosh, don't gossip. Article 16, respect agency relationships. And Article 17, agree to arbitrate, not litigate. So this is the basis of our Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice. This will help you know what article is what. I ask and challenge each of you to get involved in your professional standards at Texas Realtors. That starts by taking your 2 8-hour classes about the Code of Ethics. That's going to force you into a track where you're going to be surrounded by other people who are studying and learning the Code of Ethics, and you'll start maybe serving on hearings. The first hearing that you'll serve on, you'll be an alternate, maybe even the first couple. And you'll just kind of watch from afar what's going on, and you'll see the parties pitching their case, and you'll see the deliberation of the panel, and the breakdown of it. And then at the end, you'll see what the panel has added as disciplinary actions or whatever the sanctions are, and it will start showing you cause and effect. More importantly, it humbles us because we realize I don't ever want to be one of these parties in a professional standards hearing defending my actions. And so it usually starts with something like, wow, I never imagined I would find myself here. And here they are. Had they taken accountability for it somewhere along the line, they probably wouldn't have found themselves there. But I need you guys to know your SOPs, standards of practice, and I need you to know your code of ethics, because that's going to help keep you out of trouble, because people get in trouble doing things they didn't know that they weren't supposed to because they didn't know the ethics, because the ethics isn't a golden rule. It's a set of practices that we all promise to obey. And if we don't know what those practices are, we certainly cannot obey them. On Wednesday and Friday, we talked about reputation management, and all of you learned your color. Did anybody take that color practice to home and have your family or kids do the color assessment? Ken and Kame. So let's start with Ken. Ken, what color is Angie?
Just exactly who I thought. She was blue.
An engineer type, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice.
Blue green was hers.
I see a lot of green in her for sure. And when she did it, did she recognize your colors?
Oh yeah, she 100% knew I was yellow all over the place. But she thought I was gonna be red too, a lot more red.
Huh. Nice. Okay. All right, so let's Juliana, Candy, and then Phyllis. Let's go in that order. Juliana, what revelations came out when you did this with family?
So I did it with my boyfriend, my mom, my brother, and his girlfriend. My boyfriend was a green, which I honestly didn't think he was gonna be a green. I thought he was gonna be a blue. But he was green. But I kind of saw the green when I saw his result. Everyone thought I was gonna be yellow, except for my mom. She was like maybe green because I explained to them what the colors meant before they took it. And my mom was yellow going into red, which I expected red from her because what you said about like the red and the greens kind of clashing sometimes. Like me and my mom are super close, but at the same time, the red was like I saw it. And then my dad was yellow all the way pretty much, and my brother was green as well.
Nice.
Mhm.
Very cool. And so has this helped your empathy with understanding why people do what they do a little bit differently?
Absolutely, it has. We all have different types of ways like we function. And that is what the colors have helped me like realize with each of our personality. And sometimes when I do clash with them, we're just very different, but we're also similar in some ways. So that's what I learned from that.
I think having awareness that people are different and why they're different makes us realize they're not just trying to irritate us, that that's who they are. And that gives us more space for letting them be who they are without them frustrating us. And I think that is a really good way for humanity to get along a little bit better, is to have a little bit more empathy and understanding for each other and how we address conflict and how we address problems and how we address the world, and how we see the world. So all of those things. So thank you for sharing. Candy.
Yeah, I found out that my husband is blue and his secondary color is green, which is mine is too, but my first color is yellow. So I really wasn't surprised because he's always been very like numbers driven. He will research like for so long before we'll buy anything. And I'll even ask him, I'm like, hey, so I was thinking I want to buy whatever. And he'll be like, okay, let me look into it. And I'm like, okay.
Uh-huh. So
Yeah.
you're going to be prone towards the impulse buys, and then he's going to be prone to overanalyzation of every single aspect of the purchase from beginning to end, which can irritate each other, unless you don't understand how we're approaching this. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, I want to buy this, so get your list together and start writing everything down until you've decided that you want to buy it too.
Right, exactly. So I've learned to be patient with him whenever it comes to buying something, and but yeah, if he wants to buy something, he'll bring me all of the information and I'm like, just get it. Like, okay, whatever.
Got it. All right. Phyllis, were you yes, you had.
Yes, I did. So my husband can't do it because he's working on the cruise ship right now. So I will make sure that he does it because I'm interested to see what he is. But my dear friend Yolanda, she did it, and she was equal parts yellow and probably green. But she's one of those party. She's the organizer, and it fit her perfectly. I mean, knowing her for 30 something years, the colors fit her perfectly. I also had my brother and my sister-in-law and my niece do it. And surprisingly, because, everything that we learned about the colors in the class, they were spot on. My brother is the very methodical, he was blue and green. And yeah, it was interesting to see that. So it's helping as you go forward, and you can kind of predict once you've had a short amount of time with these clients, even if it's on the phone, you can you kind of already have an idea of how you need to approach it. So yeah, it was interesting.
Thank you for sharing. All right. So now we can try to put more thought into this and do this with more people so that you can start recognizing these traits so that you can help yourself with your clients, because how your clients buy is very important. I know I gave you homework assignment. I saw a lot of you had done it. The Four Colors You Should Know by Stu Redman, who is a uh, 40-year veteran in the sales world, wrote a book because he started noticing how people buy and did more and more research on it until he came up with this. His colors are a little bit different than ours, but essentially they're the same thing. But it's the four colors you should know, and it's not um, it's you should know how it is and why your clients buy so that you can help them with that and be able to identify with who your customer is on the color chart and be able to help them with it. Is it an emotional purchase? Is it a analytical purchase? Is it, kind of a spiritual purchase? Or is, this going to be, you know, a I need a roof over my head and let's just get it done because it needs to get done kind of purchase. And so those 4 people, they need different things from you. Your driver, your reds, they need you to be to the point, cut out all of the middle stuff, and just help them with short sentences and get them the information they need because they just want to get this done. And taking too long and giving them too much information can be frustrating for them. But they also are the ones that we have to make sure that they understand the representation agreements and understand the agency relationships, because the Reds are going to sign it. They don't want to hear about it. And then if something they don't like something, they're going to be the first one to get mad. How come you didn't tell me that? And so we have to be aware of that as well. So you need to make sure, I need you to hear me on this one because this one's important, and point out the things that they need to see because they are going to be reading everything at the 30,000 feet view versus your blues who are going to have a magnifying glass to every comment period. So we need to have space for them. And remember, we're different on a good day versus a bad day. So remember that the cautious can be stuffy, the caring can be docile, the competitive can be aggressive, the sociable can be excitable. And so when we see the excited side of people, the blood pumping side, we need to understand what that looks like as well, not just when they are at a resting blood temperature, a blood pressure, but an elevated one as well. We also talked about the reputation management of it and getting content out there, and that if you know that people are going to Google you and they're going to be looking for information about you, a lot of us come from different professions. So if you've new to real estate and this is your first year, first 5 years, and there's a lot of content out there for your prior career, that's okay. You need to start getting content out there that shows you're a real estate agent. So start blogging and using our blogging platform a lot. I saw a lot of you putting your mission statements in your website. Thank you. That will help you. It will pay dividends. But make sure that you're doing a lot of videos as well. But if you're going to do a video and you're posting a lot of reels to Instagram and you're posting a lot of stuff to your Facebook feed, what is the side effect of putting all your content on Instagram and Facebook? Where are they not going to see that content?
YouTube.
They're not going to see that content on searches
On Google.
on Google, Yahoo, Badu, MSN, Wolfram Alpha, all the other search engines that people are using. Exactly right. So if you're going to do that content, my recommendation is that you also put it on your YouTube channel. YouTube channel is the #1. Don't put it on the 3rd and 4th best site. Put it on YouTube first. But you also don't want to just put it on YouTube and then put a link into Facebook and a link into Instagram. And so you're going to want to upload it to each one of those sites separately, and so it fits the frame properly in those sites, and it will take on a life of its own. But the reason you want it to be on YouTube is so that you can put your keywords and your description on YouTube. So when people are Googling that topic, you're likely to be found. And it will also start adding more content for you on the front page of Google. 5 things we're never going to post about. We talked about religion. We talked about money. We talked about the other guy. We talked about your income and anything you can't verify yourself. Do you remember the site that I recommended that you go and add to your favorites bar on Google to help you verify if something is true or not?
Snopes.
Snopes. That's right. If you see something before you want to share it out or click reshare, go verify it so that we're not peddling information that maybe supported a belief that we had that actually wasn't true. So we should be dealing in accurate information, not inaccurate information. And also remember that the code of ethics applies to you, not in just when you're at work wearing your real estate hat, but also when you're wearing every other hat. Remember, life is broken up into 3 pieces: 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours living, and 8 hours working. And in all three of those, you should be dreaming about real estate. You should be working your whole 8 hours. And then in your life, you should be talking about real estate to everybody you know on all three. And all of those conversations should be positive things. Wake up every morning with a grateful heart. Think about the 10 things that you can be that's positive to start your day. Make your bed, get dressed, get ready, get into our uh, morning huddle, get your level up, listen to some cool music, get some ideas about income producing tasks for that day, and start your day that way. And if you do that every day in 2025, you're going to have a very different future. You're going to have a different 2025 than a much more successful one than you would have had you not practiced those things. Okay, we are at that point of the day where we are about to go on break. I always like to do a first hour review, as you've gotten to notice, talk about successes that we've had, and do a quick review so that we can get back into the mindset of where we are with this particular module. As we're building, Mega is building on the last module and building on the last module. So Lisa Ormsby, I know you've had a very, very exciting weekend, as some of you may know. Saw a few of you there. Lisa had a big wedding in the family this weekend. Lauren got married, super, super amazing wedding. But I don't see your video on. So Lisa, are you here? Okay. Miguel, are you here?
Yes.
Can you call Lisa and let her know that when she's ready to do points, we are ready for her. All
Okay.
right. So while we're getting Lisa, we are going to hit the break early, come back from break, and maybe she will be back. It is 9:56. Let's come back at 10:06. I'm going to stick around for the first couple minutes and answer questions that you may have. Maybe some things happen over the weekend that you want to break down with me, or maybe you're good and you just want to go get some coffee. Whatever you want, I'm here.
Hey,
Hey,
Jack.
Jack.
Oh,
Hi, Sean.
hi, Jack. Quick question. So you were talking about, I guess boosting the post on Facebook, and I did it, and I really can't feel like it does anything, and I may not be doing it properly, but
Yep, I can
I
already
got,
tell you're definitely on the wrong track.
yep, 500
Boosting,
likes didn't equate to anything. So I'm just
you,
like,
you
oh
don't want
my
to boost.
goodness.
Boosting is bad. Say this out loud.
Okay.
Say, Jack, boosting is bad.
Boosting is bad. Jack,
That's
boosting
right.
is bad.
Boosting is
I
bad.
felt like it was. Thank you for
Okay,
confirming.
so let me explain to you the difference between running an ad on Facebook versus boosting an ad.
Okay.
All that boosting an ad does is make sure that more people who are already on your Facebook see it. That's all it does.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have 1,000 people on your Facebook, it's going to make sure that more of those 1,000 people will see it. Versus running an ad, you run an ad, the people who are not connected to you in any way will see that ad, and then they
Yep.
will register, and then you will get that lead and be able to contact them. So big difference between boosting and running an ad. You
So
need,
another thing that I ran into, Jack, it kept restricting me when it was dealing with, it kept picking up that I was trying to talk about, I guess, run an ad on homes, but it rejected it. I didn't know why.
yeah. So that is I would definitely recommend going to Deandra and
Okay.
scheduling a session with her, because
Okay.
there is a special category on Facebook for running real estate ads,
Okay.
because they don't want you to target the ad. If you run an ad in the newspaper, they're going to deliver to everyone's house indiscriminately. Whereas Facebook will allow you to run an ad in an area, and they have demographics, age, sex, religion, all of those, which are protected
Mhm.
classes. So the federal government got into a lawsuit with Facebook, and they sued them over steering practices.
Mhm.
Real estate agents were running ads, and they were only exposing that ads to a certain segment that fell into protected classes. And because of that, you no longer can use those typical filters that you would use in an ad for something non-real estate related. So I've always said, cast a wide net, and the wider your net is, the lower your cost per lead is going to be anyway. So when you run an ad, it should be just on a geographic area, maybe 40 miles around circumference from that listing, and click go, and that's it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Jack.
Yeah, so when Deandra started, she got the School of Hard Knocks Jack training on how to run Facebook ads, and her and I spent 6 months as she slowly learned it, and we worked together. So the reason I send you to her is because it took me 6 months to get her up to speed. There's no way I'm going to be able to do it in a break time with you. So
Absolutely.
she can, though, make sure that you have a business page, that you get into the business manager, that you learn the ads, as well as the campaigns, and help you put together a low cost ad and campaign and put together a form that's a lead generation form so that you can run an ad. Maybe you put a $300 budget to it and run it over the course of 10 days. And as people are clicking and the leads are going into your CRM, and you get a notification the moment they come in, and that's your lead. It's not a company lead, and voila, now you're doing lead generation and you're getting something from it.
That's great. One more thing, and I'm gonna let the other young lady ask the question. I was at an open house yesterday in Sun City, and I grabbed my prospects information to, like you taught us, to set her up on the custom search and everything. But her search was kind of like very detailed, and there were certain fields that I didn't see. So I also wanted to capture her from our site. There's a place where you can put in whether they're a buyer or seller and their name, phone number, and email. But I kept getting an error and it wouldn't save it. I don't know why it was doing that. So should I report that to, I guess, I don't know, Miguel or Katie, and they can get with the tech team, or Amy?
Yes. So on our Tech Tuesdays, Katie and Miguel are standing by to
Okay.
assist you.
Okay.
So, I mean, you shouldn't even bring it to Mega. You should, the moment you have a problem, take it to Katie so they can either show you we can fix it if there's something wrong, or we can show you what's going wrong with it. Yes,
Yeah.
please. Whenever you have an issue, go directly to Katie and Miguel. They're your help desk. They are the people who are the liaison between your .me and your interface. I mean, they want to help you walk you through it every
Yeah.
step.
It was a Sunday yesterday, so I didn't want to bother anyone. It was like I just wondered. Okay, thank you, Jack.
You're welcome, Sean. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hey,
Christina.
Jack.
Hi.
Hey, I just wanted to say hey and tell you I'm popping in for a little while today, see how long I can hang on. And there's another one. I know I want to do the bulletproof contracts class. So just trying
Yeah.
to let you know I'm here.
Well, that's wonderful. So you're not missing much. It's 20 degrees here, so I'm guessing it's not 20 degrees there. No. I'm
No.
guessing it's 75 degrees with a nice
Yes,
breeze.
she's so lucky.
It has been raining a lot. I will say it's been raining a lot if there's that. So,
Ah, I bet the food
but
is amazing and the views are amazing. Have you gotten some swimming in?
yeah, I did some diving. Actually, yesterday I took a underwater photography class to try to boost up some of my photos and
Oh.
learned a lot. So I'm excited to put that into practice this week when we go diving. So yeah, it's been great so far.
Oh, I'm glad you are enjoying it. I know it's cool to see your website because you've got a snorkeling website. You got all that stuff on your website, which is really cool, which I love. That is
Yeah,
so
I'm
cool.
trying to figure out how to marry those. That's going to be something I'm going to work with Miguel on because I want to use the Realty Texas website for the SEO, but I also want my personality part to be there. So I'm working on that. But I wanted to tell you also that, when I left and you told me that, Realty Texas was there to support me, I just want you to know, I mean, I've had back-to-back weekends of really great attendance at last weekend, 5 open houses, this weekend, 6 open houses. Sean, who's on here, did one yesterday, picked up what I think 2 or 3 buyers. She's super excited now about Sun City. So I've had wonderful, wonderful support while I've been gone.
I am glad. We are a family here to support you. So whatever you need,
Yeah.
we're here. We got you.
Thank you.
Hey Jack, I do have a question.
Hey, Sunshine.
So I used to work for the police station in Pflugerville, and I have a lot of contacts there. And I went by the other day to drop off some of my business cards to a lady that likes to talk to everybody.
Good.
So she's going to, of course, remind everybody of who I am and tell them what I'm doing and call me whenever she has somebody that needs something.
Uh-huh.
But I was just wondering because I know we used to get a lot of like contractors and people coming by with cookies and dropping off, discount coupons and stuff. I know that's a very fine line. So is that something that
Why is it a
I
fine line?
could offer?
Hold on.
Okay.
Explain fine line.
Um, like let's say, how um um like when you're doing a transaction, you can offer money back to the buyer. Um, like something like to that effect, like maybe, I don't know, like $500 off your purchase or something like that to that effect to first responders or something.
Yeah, so let's talk about that because if your value proposition is to give money back, then what you're telling them is that you don't have any value. So I'm going to tell you that that is a failed premise from the start. Do not create a real estate business practice based on saying, here, you can have some of my commission, because basically what you're telling them is the only value that I have is to give you money. And that's not it at all. So we got to do something else because the $500 you're going to give them back, you need to tell them I'm a certified master negotiator and I'm going to save you $10,000. I'm not going to save you 500. So
Okay.
that's where the money's going to come from is I'm going to make sure that you get a good purchase. And did you know about the good neighbor next door mortgage?
No.
Okay. That is where you can start really driving value to these guys. There is a HUD program called the Good Neighbor Next Door program where they will gift their down payment, have lower mortgages because they believe, as I do, that your first responders, your fire, police, teachers, people who are rooted into the community make good neighbors. And there is special rates for them,
Okay.
special gifting down payments for them. And if they live in the property for 3 years, it's a gift. If they sell within 3 years, then it's no longer a gift and they have to go in repayment. So it's money that the state sets aside specifically for them. And so I recommend looking into that, partnering with a lender and getting a flyer, and then telling them, did you know that you guys can buy a home and not have a down payment and get a lower rate just because you're a first responder? Have you heard about this? That's the kind of value that you want to bring to them.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know where to go with that. And you know,
I'm so glad you
living,
came to me.
yeah, I mean, I used to live in that neighborhood too, so I would go to the fire station a lot, and I did a lot with first responders. So yeah, I was just wanted to utilize that in some way.
Yeah, you can also and do a family kind of first responders day where you invite husband and wife and start getting contacts of the wife's because I spent my life growing up around police officers as my dad, grandfather, brothers, and everyone in my family's in law enforcement. And the one thing that I know to be 100% true is their wives purchase the property. Their wives go on the home search. And so you might want to try to connect with the husband, but the reality is the wife is going to be the one that starts that whole thing. And so I recommend figuring out how you can get connected with the families too, because
Like
that's going
doing
to
a day, like doing a day for first responders and
maybe even you figure out some kind of little get together because I know that my mom, for instance, because her husband and sons and fathers and brothers and uncles were all police officers, they had to be careful going to parties because you might go to a party and the next thing you know, someone is smoking something they shouldn't be, and all of a sudden now they're in a bad position and they have to leave. And so the police officers' wives will have parties and they can have a party that is fun and not have to have those same kind of worries. So you can put together something like that, like maybe a little wine tasting night or something, and bring them all together and allow them to have a wholesome night together and bond, and because they all kind of have that same thing going on, and it's very much like military family kind of thing, but in law enforcement family. So I would try to figure out how you can do an event like a wine tasting or a bunko night or something that's fun to do that they can bring the family, and it be woven into real estate as well, and all of that. But we can talk more about that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
I believe we are back. Is that correct, Mr. Andrew? 10:06. Okay, 10:09. All right, let's cue the music.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from everyone. Of course, I go directly into that. I don't know why it does that now. All right, so Miguel, were you able to get a hold of Ormsby? All right, we will take a segue the moment we see Ormsby pop in. She's got family in and best friends in from other places.
I'm
There's an Ormsby.
here. However, I can't do an update on your score. I know you guys are dying to hear it, but for some reason, my home computer is not translating from the one there at the office. And so what I have is older data.
Well, we will look forward to getting an update on the points on Wednesday. Just as a reminder from all of you, where we were coming into this week was, where is my
It would have
mega
been
points?
Thursday.
Mhm.
I'm so disappointed because I have all these, I have everything logged. I just have to put it on the right sheet. Otherwise, I have to go backwards, and that's anyway.
So in first place was Giroux, in second place was Alexa, third place was Alfonso, fourth place was Aquila, tied with Cindy Bell, and fifth place was Gavin. So that's where we left off on Friday. Wednesday, we will get an update on your points. I know there's going to be a lot of shifting around because there's been a lot of open houses and a lot of points. So thank you, Lisa. We look forward to getting an update.
I cannot wait to be back in the saddle. So tomorrow it's back to the grind.
All right, everyone. All right, let's jump into this. I kind of already flew forward and we looked at some of these crazy listings that you can get, very unique properties with improvements that are very atypical, like having two houses on the same property with a workshop, or a house that's on stilts, or an octagon house. All of some of these properties that I have listed in the past. I'm going to give you a piece of advice. And this is very freeing. This is a kind of advice that sets you free as a real estate agent. One of the things I tell my clients is, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if I can't find comps for your property, then the buyer agents have absolutely no chance at all, because I teach this. So, as an instructor, I teach other people how to do CMAs, and there are no comps. And the way that we do valuations as real estate agents is, all we do is based on the comps to determine what the most appropriate list price is and what we think the most probable sell price will be based on the comps. So we don't do valuations. We don't try to figure out, quote unquote, what is your property worth? That's not it at all. We do something different. What is the best price to list at? And if you list at that price, what do we think it's going to sell for in the open market? That's different than what happens if that's going on in the Zestimate. It's different than what's going on the assessment. It's different than all of these other quote unquote valuations that are out there, because that's not what we do. And we're going to explain even more why that's the case. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, because there's no comps and because real estate agents are based on comps, then my recommendation is that you get an appraisal. That should be the most freeing advice you've ever had. Get an appraisal, because if I can't find comps, the buyer agent, they're not going to have a chance. So they're going to find comps that are not relevant, which means it's going to most likely drastically undervalue your property in terms of what they think they should offer. And that's not going to serve you well. A appraisal is going to be somewhere between $500 and $700, and that's going to help protect your equity. And getting that appraisal means that when a buyer brings us an offer, we can slide the appraisal across the table, and that is going to have more weight than their CMA. And if I can't find comps, usually what happens is I start getting calls from the agents. Can you share with me your comps? Because I can't find any. And if I'm just sharing them my comps, then it's very much rooted in whose comps are more relevant and why. And that becomes an argument. And the agents are always going to trust their client more than the one on the other side, despite who has the most experience and despite who is quote unquote right and wrong. Because is there right and wrong in doing CMAs? No, there's not. It is all about your interpretation. Now, there are some rules that we're going to talk about, but there is more art in doing a CMA than there is science. And there's a lot of engineer blue types that don't like that, because they like, I need this to be structured and I need rules. I'm going to give you some rules, but
You go to Teams on my.
just like the rules, there is just as much art behind it, because once you figure out what your comps are, now you have to figure out a list price, and that's where the art begins. So you need to have all four colors in order to do a CMA. You need to have your green, you need to have your blue, you need to have your yellow, and you need to have your red in order to do a good CMA and to sell it to your client. And 5 different agents come up with 5 different CMAs, and 5 different list prices are going to be recommended. And so my recommendation is that you follow the rules and make sure that none of your comps should have been pushed out based on what I'm going to show you are the 5 things. There's 5 things we're going to look for to make sure that we weed out comps that should not be in our grid at all. And we're going to talk about what comps should be in our grid and what comps should not be in our grid. And I'm going to give you one example of that. If you have a single story comp, you should not have a 2-story comp in your grid. If you have a 2-story subject, you really, really should not have a single story comp in your grid. And if your subject property is a 2-story with a primary bedroom upstairs, you should not have a primary down 2-story in your grid if you can at all get around that by having another comp that's maybe even larger or smaller with the primary up. Why do you think that's such a big deal? This is where the art comes in. This is where the empathy comes from. A blue personality is going to be so much on the data that they may not be looking at how people use a home. So, do you think how people use a home might come into play on how many buyers show up at a front door based on your listing?
Indeed.
Okay. So let's talk about stories for a minute, because this is the most important one that you really need to understand. So much so that some of you already get it, the light bulb already came on, but for some of you, it's not turned on yet or it's dim. And I need this to be bright, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer bright. All right. So what does it matter if the primary is up or down? If my subject is a single story, let's say my subject is a single story, why would it be dangerous to put a 2-story in my comp grid?
Because you're not comparing apples to apples.
Exactly.
Two
But
stories don't sell as much per square foot as a 1-story.
okay, doesn't sell for as much. That's very blue of you.
What if they're like handicapped? They might not be able to access the second floor.
I see. Now we're talking about people. Let's talk about the people. What about, is it just people who are handicapped that don't want a two-story?
Now, I would
No,
think
older people.
Okay.
Also, a lot of parents like
Mhm.
to have their children upstairs and be on the main floor, especially parents with teens.
Well, you're bringing a California notion to Texas. I'm gonna talk to you about that too, Belladonna. All right.
And people that like to be upstairs for safety.
Again, California notion.
Yeah.
Did we already talk about families and splitting up the household for different divisions?
Nope, we're just gonna talk about this.
Sorry.
Texans like a single-story ranch home because they don't like stairs. Period. They don't want to do stairs. They don't want, especially if their kids' bedrooms are upstairs. If the primary bedroom is down and the kids' bedrooms are upstairs, what are the parents going to have to do when it comes to laundry with the kids?
Yell at them
Roll
to
up
Okay.
come
and
down.
down.
Hire
When you got
someone to do it.
when you got a 2-year-old, they're not going to be coming up and downstairs with their laundry. So you as a parent, you are going to be going upstairs, downstairs when you're doing laundry. If I saw this happen, 2007, 2008, people had their forever home, they foreclosed on it, and then they kept coming to me after the foreclosure crisis and saying, "You know what? My next home is going to be my forever home, and I want a single story home. I don't want to ever have a two-story again." That is that is not every person, but what we see is the single story has the biggest buyer base. When you think of a triangle. And at the base of the triangle is the entire buyer pool. And as you start cutting away the buyer pool, you start losing buyers as it goes up to the tip of the triangle. That's a very important thing to be thinking about because your entire buyer pool is okay with a single story home. That's just in Texas a thing. So you got your larger buyer pool looking for a single story. In a two-story, your larger buyer pool is looking, if they're like, okay, look, if I'm gonna buy a home, I'm okay with a two-story if the primary's down. I'd prefer a one-story, but I'm okay with a primary with a bedroom down, at least one bedroom down. And then we started saying, well, I need at least two bedrooms down because if my grandparents or my parents come and they're elderly, I don't want them to be doing the stairs. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to need a full bathroom down as well because I don't want them using my primary bathroom for 3 months when they come and visit me. So they need to have their own full bedroom down. And you start hearing the story over and over again. And people don't think about that oftentimes, but you're right. In California, because I sold there for many years and I know it. People were worried about home invasion in California. People are not worried about home invasions in Texas. Period. End of story. They're not worried about that here, but they
Less
were worried about
scary.
it in California. And they were worried about it to such a degree that they themselves, and this is touching on a very sensitive topic right now with all the California fires, but in California, everyone was putting their kids upstairs and then they were getting rope ladders that they would buy at Home Depot that would go under the window. So if the home caught on fire, they would open the window and the kids would climb out of the window because they were so concerned about home invasions that they wanted all the kids upstairs. That's not the case here. And so people come to Texas and we have this conversation about primary bedroom and a single story versus a two-story. So know that if you have a two-story property and you include a single story comp in it, you know that single story is going to sell for more. It's also more expensive. If you have a 2,000 square foot home that's a single story and a 2,000 square foot two story, it typically means you have a 1,500 square foot foundation because 1,500 square foot's down and 500 square foot's up, or vice versa, right? It's less expensive to build a two story at dollar for dollar for the same square footage as what Mary Beth said, because everything's on on level. The foundation's expensive to pour. It's going to have a much larger foundation, post tension, all of that. It's going to, the just pouring the foundation, the size of the lot needs to be bigger, all of these things. And so your single story home has a bigger buyer pool, and if you include a 2-story with a primary up and your subject property is a 2-story home with a primary up, but the only 3 homes in the neighborhood were single story that sold, it's telling you a story already. And those three that sold, look, guys, they're gonna sell for more, period. A lot more. You're gonna get the wrong answer. You're going to list really, really high. It's not gonna sell, and everyone's gonna be upset. And maybe even it came from the agent because the agent didn't have the right comps in their grid. So we're gonna talk about what you should be having as comps, which filter the data. There's a difference between filtering data and adjusting the data. Big, huge primary difference. The rules of thumb are things going to be like square footage, it's going to filter listings out, number of stories, which is going to filter listings out, city, subdivision, area, which is going to filter listings out. And then once you have a filtered grid, then you might make adjustments. And so adjustments are a huge difference than a filter because first we got to figure out what are the appropriate comps. And then we're going to look at those comps and see if they should be filtered additionally. Code of ethics. We're going to talk about what Trek says. We're going to talk about what the code of ethics says regarding our approach to a CMA, the conversations that we're having with our clients, and documentation, letters that need to be printed on the CMA itself by Trek. There's language that's required by law statutorily in Texas that has to be included on your CMA. So let's go through the regulatory stuff really quick. First, 1-3. We talked about this already in a prior mega, but realtors in attempting to secure listings shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. If you don't have the competence and your CMA is wrong and you paint a picture of the property being higher value or higher, do you think it's going to sell for a price that is drastically more than what it should have? That's deliberate. That's what the code of ethics says, because you have an obligation to know this. And if you told them a price that's not accurate, whether it was from a place of ignorance or incompetence, which, incompetence only means that you needed a mentor. That's all it means, because we all get our license and immediately become incompetent. Would you agree with that? Your license doesn't give you competence. Your license literally gives you incompetence. And now it's your job to build the competence on top of that license. So first, if you've never done a CMA on this type of property, if you're struggling with this and it's your first couple of listings, bring it to your manager, get someone who's competent and help you with this to make sure that you are getting the right answer. And if you do have a lot of competence and there's just still no comps, you may just need to recommend to the client that they get an appraisal. We have to be honest with our client regarding price. What the market will bear is what we're trying to list it for, or just under that. So if we've got clear evidence that the property is going to sell for 407, maybe we're trying to get 399 to make it just look a little bit more attractive, or maybe 405. But maybe you realize there's a lot of people at that $400,000 mark, and you want to make sure that you don't hide it from all those people who are looking up to 400. Because can they afford 407? Can they squeeze that a bit out? Yes, they can. The lenders can make that work. So maybe you don't want to, for $7,000, hide it from all of the people who are qualified up to that 400,000. So we're going to start looking at why we list a certain number versus how that number is going to look on paper versus how is that search going to be filtering out properties for the buyer and hiding it from them in the first place. When it comes to being honest with our clients as well, we also have a very important segue conversation that we've had twice already, which is we are silently complicit with our client when they come to us and say, I want to list this thing for 465. And you're looking at your comps and your comps are 399. And you're thinking, oh, I'm afraid to even tell them 399 because they want 465. And so you're going to push your comps to the side because you realize this number is going to cause conflict. And there are certain color personalities that will do almost anything to avoid conflict. Almost anything to avoid conflict. So they'll take the overpriced listing in the back of their mind. They're like, ooh, this is horrible. But, and then, well, it's a little bit high. And then they push back. If you have a red personality and a yellow and the red wants 465, the yellow has to learn the grit of defending what price is going to sell this property and why, and be able to have a conversation with them and stand your own 2 feet. That requires confidence. And if you're not confident in your CMA and you're out there, you're probably going to be silently complicit in the seller's incorrect price, list it high, and now maybe you're not going to have the same amount of energy, in money that's spent and time and effort into spending the amount of money that's going to market the property. Thinking I'm not going to spend $2,000 on a video and proper photos because I don't think it's going to sell, which means you've already started on the wrong foot. And more importantly, you have an obligation, and give me more seconds, Cindy. You have an obligation as an agent to defend that list price with your license. Because the IABS talks about what the fiduciary duties are to our clients, and that we, as a society of real estate professionals, licensed, we cannot hint that the seller would accept a price less than what you're authorized to talk about in the list price. Ever, never, ever. Now, you can disclose whether or not they're willing to offer a concession. That comes from your listing agreement. It says whether or not the seller would offer a concession, but that's nothing to do with the list price. You have to defend in every situation the list price with your license. So when a buyer agent calls you and says, hey, I'm looking at your listing at 123 Main Street. My client wants to live in there. They like that neighborhood. I'm looking at your property and can you share your comps with me? Because my client likes it and they want to see it, but we can't find comps higher than 400. And so we just need to understand maybe there's something about the property we're not aware of. How do you defend that? You have to then defend that. And you can't say, well, you know what? There's not going to be any comps because I told my client 399 and they wanted 465. So we're just seeing what will happen. That is not defending your client. That's throwing your client under the bus because you don't want to take responsibility for overpriced listings. So you're going to blame it on the client. That is a failure in representation. And in my mind, that's a failure in personal ethics. You know, we also have not just the ethics, but we have how many of you kind of talk about the ethos, logos, pathos, and you kind of lead with that creed? We have to tell the clients, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'm gonna get this call. I'm gonna get a call from buyers all the time. And look, I'm not going to be able to share comps with them. And they're going to ask me how I came to this number. What do you want me to tell them? Because there's not going to be any comps and you're kind of just leaving me in a situation of not being able to communicate with the buyer. Communication is what's going to sell this house. So again, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I think that you should get an appraisal on this property. If they're just hell-bent on it, tell them, I'm not going to be successful at listing this price. And you have to be willing to walk away. If you're not willing to walk away, you're going to buy the listing. What they mean by buy the listing is you're going to pay for photos and you're going to pay for video and you're going to pay for all of these things. It's not going to sell. And all you did was you paid to have a sign in the yard. And hopefully you got a couple leads from it. But that is the fiduciary failure because you bought that listing knowing that it was going to fail for them so that you could get buyer leads. Again, a fiduciary failure. So we're going to talk about Code of Ethics and the License Act. Cindy Bell, I saw your hand go up.
So there's a script that I use when I'm meeting people for a listing the first time. It's usually I started off like generally I say I've got 3 objectives. You know, you're going to decide to work with me. I'm going to decide if I'm going to work with you, and we're going to decide on a list price that's going to cause the house to sell. So usually I get caught up like, what do you mean you're going to decide to work with me? I'm like, well, you might ask me to do something that I can't perform on, like choose a sales price that won't cause the price to sell. You can use the language that way, but it kind of gives you an opening at the very beginning if you feel like you may not be meeting on sales on offer price or list price.
And different personality types are going to have a different dialogue at the table.
Yep.
You're going to see that your blue and red is going to have a very, very different dialogue than your green and red. And so Cindy is bringing a very blue and red conversation to a table where a lot of you are yellow and green, and you're going to be talking more about empathy and more about emotion and more about the feeling behind of it. And so I'm just going to tell you that we need to be looking at the color of the client and also be talking their language. Because if you have that dialogue with a high yellow or a highly emotional seller that is looking at everything through the green empathetic or the yellow social, that could be water and oil mix. And so we have to understand our client and ourselves. But Cindy is right in that the underlying message between all of this, outside of a script, is I have to do and follow the Realtor Creed, which is the License Act and the Code of Ethics. And I have to be honest with you about what your home is going to sell for. And I can't hint that your home is going to sell for a price that it won't. That's part of my Code of Ethics, and the License Act says that I can't mislead you. So let's look at the comps and let's look at this. I think one of the best scripts, if we're going to talk about that word, is the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And that is a really good lead in to a comp conversation. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And a lot of them, especially your reds, they're going to keep bringing the same conversation to you. Look, what if there is this one person out there that wants this house and is willing to buy it for $100,000 over list price? I want to find out if that person's there. Well, so Mr. and Mrs. Seller, in a market where you have multiple homes on the market, if your home was the only property in the neighborhood, then that very well may be. But thing is that right now in this market, you typically have one buyer to one seller. And when you list over, then that ratio even becomes fewer buyers per seller. And if that's the case, then you truly are negotiating against the buyer. And if the buyer's going to come at you and they're going to come at you with a number that's lower than what your asking price is, and concessions are going to be there if you want to make that work. The very best way to list a home is price it a little bit low and try to get in multiple offer situation, because then the buyers are negotiating against each other instead of against you. And that is a way that the red light bulb comes on and they're like, oh, I get it. I see it. The next item here on your CMA that I really need you guys to have a light bulb turn on for is this one thing. Trek Rule 535-17, broker price opinion comparative market analysis or sales price estimate. This is saying that you cannot call your valuation a valuation because it's not. You're not an appraiser. Chapter 1101 is the Real Estate License Act. Chapter 1102 is the inspectors, and 1103 is the appraisers. The appraisers have their own, they're also licensed by Trek, and they have their own license act, they have their own rules to follow, and they have their own lane to be in. We're cruising down the 1101 lane, which is the license act for real estate agents. Next to us is the 1102 lane, which is the inspectors. And the other lane further over is the appraiser lane. And if you're not a licensed appraiser, you can't be talking licensed appraiser language. So just like the licensed appraiser can't get in our lane and give people real estate advice, we can only advise under the scope of what our license allows us to advise. So Trek rules have language in all three of our license acts that says, hey guys, you're not going to be giving people advice outside your scope. And even if you are licensed under 1101, 1102, and 1103, meaning you are a licensed inspector, a licensed real estate agent, and a licensed appraiser, you're not going to commingle those licensees with the same transaction. So if you're helping a buyer with your real estate license, you can't commingle those other two licenses and give them advice because you can't commingle them in one. So Can you come to a firm and be an appraiser and appraise a property? We'll talk about that later because I don't want to go down that road because I know a lot of people are going to ask. And the answer is no. As long as the answer could be yes if the only thing you're ever going to do is appraisers. But remember, Trek says our fiduciary duty is to put the client above all else, and the client works for the firm, and the firm owes that client the same level of fiduciary duty. All of us owe them that same level of fiduciary duty. And if one of them is being an appraiser, then the appraiser's job is to work for the lender, and the lender's job is to protect the lender. You can't have dual fiduciary duties. So, because you can't have split loyalty, it means that a real estate agent who's licensed here, who also is an appraiser, is going to have split loyalty because they're going to owe their duties to the lender instead of our client, and that can't happen. So, this says that you, under no circumstances, I don't care if you are a licensed appraiser or not, as a real estate agent in the transaction, when you do your CMA, you cannot call it a valuation. Sometimes agents become an appraiser and they think, oh, I can do an appraisal and bring it out and call it an appraisal because I am an appraiser. Not if you're sitting there as a real estate agent giving them a real estate advice. You may mention that you're an appraiser, but you're doing a CMA, and stay out of that conversation because all that can do is harm you. Truck Rules 535-17, broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or sales price estimate. A real estate license holder may not perform an appraisal of or provide an opinion of value for real property unless the license holder is a licensed appraiser. However, it goes on to say, but not doing an appraisal valuation when you are doing a real estate agent. You cannot do an appraisal if you are a real estate agent. But the only person who can do an appraisal is a appraiser. If a real estate license holder provides a broker price opinion, a comparative market analysis, or estimated worth or sell price under the License Act, the license holder shall also provide the person for whom the opinion, analysis, or estimate is prepared with a written statement containing the following language. Would someone please read it?
I'll read it. This represents an estimated sale price for this property. It is not the same as the opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice.
Okay, look, guys, this has to be in 12-point font. The law says that this has to be in 12-point font on every single one of your CMAs. That is the reason why we have a CMA cover page. And that's why we have the CMA cover page as part of your packet. How many of you have added a packet that has a CMA cover page? Juru, Latanya, Mohammed, all of you. I know that there's a lot going on. We got cell phones and but this is a very important day. So I need all of you focused on this one thing today. This is bylaw that says that this language has to be on your CMA. If you go and do a CMA and you go meet with your client and then you come back and apply our packet and fill out our CMA cover page because it's required, you have not fulfilled your duties under the law. You're supposed to print out the cover page and take the cover page out to the client. And while you are doing your market analysis, show them that cover page and show them and read them this language, because you cannot mislead them, making them think that in some way you are an appraiser or that this is a valuation. It is a requirement of the law, 12-point font. Does anybody have any questions regarding this? Because there's one more section of this we're going to read, the last segment.
So just to be clear, so before you, because I've never had a listing, before when you get the listing, you cannot just take them out there and say, oh, look at this, and this is my CMA. You have to do the CMA first and bring the cover page.
Well, and you know what? This is going to be very interesting that you bring that up, Belladonna, because this CMA rule has nothing to do with listings. This is the same rule for tenants, for buyers, for landlords, and for sellers across the board. We are required to provide a CMA to everyone before we begin negotiations for them. And when you are getting a listing, you're negotiating by getting your listing agreement signed, because the very first negotiation on a listing is negotiating with the seller and getting the listing agreement signed and the number picked, the list price. That is itself a negotiation. So we have to provide them with the CMA by law, and the cover page lets them know the range that you have recommended so that there's no confusion about that. And it has this sentence on it that, again, is required by law. Also, a sales agent may prepare, sign, and present a broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth. It keeps using these words: broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth. They keep using this because those are the only words they can come up with that doesn't say value, because you're not allowed to use the word value unless you are a licensed appraiser. So again, broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sale price for the sales agent's sponsoring broker. That last paragraph, would someone read that for the class? Because this is also a very important thing that has a lot of risk for you and even more risk, literally, for me. Someone read that last paragraph.
A sales agent may prepare, sign, and present a broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sale price for the sales agent's sponsoring broker. But the sales agent must submit the broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sale price in the broker's name, and the broker is responsible for it.
This is right out of 535-17. This is right out of the TREC rules. The CMA has to be in the name of the broker. It has to be presented, and the CMA has to happen before any type of negotiations begin on that property, including getting the listing itself. I am going to share my screen here because I'm going to show you. Here we are, case text. This is the 535-17 broker price opinion, comparative market analysis of sales price. This is right out of the Title 22, which is the Texas Administrative Code. A real estate license holder may not perform an appraisal or provide an opinion of value for a real property unless the license holder is working under Chapter 1103, which is the appraiser's license. If a real estate license holder provides a broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimated worth or sales price under the Act, the license holder shall also provide the person for whom the opinion, analysis, or estimate is prepared with a written statement containing the following language. This represents an estimated sale price for the property is not the same as an opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the Uniform Standards of Appraisal Practice. C. The statement required by subsection B must be made part of any written opinion, analysis, or estimate and must be in at least 12-point font. It's literally in the law. D. A sales agent may prepare, sign, or present a broker price opinion, but it says it for the sales agent's sponsoring broker. But the sales agent must submit the broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price in the broker's name, and the broker is responsible for it. So you see that the slide that I have is literally exactly out of the law. You remember what happens if we're not in compliance with the act? We're breaking the law, and there's sanctions and penalties and all kinds of liability for someone who gets this wrong. You don't get to just go out and send someone a comp grid or go out to a seller and sit down with them and get a listing assigned that says, you know what? I'm a neighborhood specialist and I know this neighborhood better than anyone. Your home should list for 500. I think it'll sell as much as 515, and have your listing agreement there. And they sign the listing agreement and you walk out the door. You've broken the law. You have to provide them with the CMA. You have to tell them that the CMA is that, a broker price opinion or a CMA, and not call it an evaluation. You have to have the language on the CMA saying that it's not an appraisal. It has to be in 12-point font, and it has to be in the name of Realty Texas, and the broker is responsible for your CMA, which is why you have to have the CMA in your room and take the cover sheet out there with you so that you facilitate the requirements under the law and don't create liability for the firm. Why is TREC going to these links to make sure that these things are happening?
To protect this consumer.
Well, it's also to uphold our reputation as realtors.
Okay, I like both what you said, but let's drill deep. Maybe there's a very specific reason. protect the client always. That's Trek's sole purpose in being an entity in the first place. But let's dig a little bit deeper. Why does Trek want the seller to see the comps?
To ensure that we're pricing accordingly based on the data provided.
Yeah, it's the seller's decision.
To help them make an educated decision.
That's the closest thing that I've heard so far. Trek wants all the consumers to be negotiating from a place of strength. We can't start negotiating just PFA, pluck from the air. Pick a number we like and negotiate that. That's not a thing. Trek wants the consumers to be properly advised as to what the comps reflect and share that information with the consumer so the consumer has the very best chance of success. Because there's a lot of agents who are just going to go out there and they're going to be overly confident or they're going to be overly afraid. One of the two. And both of those things are equally as dangerous. Someone who goes out there that's overly confident and a fiery red agent that goes out there can sell their number, don't show the comps, don't get, and they've got a big story behind it. The client signs it having no idea what the value is. I'm also going to say that Mary Beth is not wrong. Because to protect the consumer from an unscrupulous agent who's going to go out there and purposefully list it incorrectly for their own gain. And of course, those are the people that we're trying to root out of our profession. A lot of people get their real estate license and they show up on a listing appointment and then they're standing in that property and thinking this would be a good investment property for me, or I want to buy this property for myself, and start having a conversation with the consumer at the kitchen table about them buying it. Which is why the License Act goes on further to say that if you're going to do a CMA, if you start having a conversation with them as an iBuyer at the table, and that happens a lot of agents will go out and say, look, I could list this property for you, but I could also buy it. And if you're interested in that, we can have that conversation. And they push the listing paperwork off to the side because they find out that the seller needs to sell it really quickly and say, well, we have a buy program that we can buy your home, and start negotiating a purchase between agent and client. If the agent made the appointment through the guise of a listing appointment, they still have to give a CMA, even if they don't intend to list it as the conversation is taking root. Because it says, and we're going to see it in the next couple slides, if the agent is buying it on their own account. Okay.
So you're saying, I'm sorry, Jack, you're saying that unscrupulous agents will come to the table with the seller and just basically say, well, we'll buy it, and not give them the CMA so they don't know what what the price they should sell it, or we just shouldn't be doing that at all.
I don't think that we don't do that here. We don't go on listing appointments and buy the property. We don't do that. That's not what we do. That's not allowed. The broker won't allow that. I've had conversations with them. I say that because our job is to look out for the seller's best interest and try to squeeze every drop of equity out of the property and help them prepare the property, help them with ideas of how to get the property in the best light for the consumer, and puts even our own sweat equity with helping them with staging ideas and getting them a list of people who can help prepare their home for market and get the landscaping done, help them with trash out stuff and maybe rip out the carpet and put in hardwood floor because you have someone that can do that for a really good price. You know, we're trying to help them expose the market to the very highest price possible. That's what our responsibility is. And when they call Realty Texas, that's what they expect, to have someone show up at the front door. Remember, Zillow has a license. Zillow are licensed real estate agents, and they go out there under their iBuy program all the time, and they confuse the consumer because they think that Zillow is going to somehow get it on their represent them in a fiduciary manner, and they don't. They're putting themselves first. And if you're going to pull out your checkbook and you're going to start negotiating with the seller, you can't have split loyalty, which means now you are. So if you, the law says that if you show up at the front door and you have a listing appointment and you decide through that listing that you want to buy the property, you have to prepare a CMA for them and give them that CMA and do that CMA with that seller as if you were doing it for any other seller, explaining exactly how much that home is worth, which means that you are talking them to the right price despite what you want to buy it for. Christina.
Yes, I was just thinking another reason that we do this also is to be the source of the source, to give the correct information, the most accurate information and recent information that pertains to their property, as opposed to what they're seeing on that Zestimate. Or, for example, their tax appraisals, totally different thing. They need to understand market value versus market value versus assessed value and all those things. And we need to be the source of that.
And that is a perfect prelude to my next conversation, which is literally a conversation about the appraisal versus the assessment versus the AVM versus the BPO versus the BMA versus the desk review versus the RVM versus the estimate. Literally the next conversation. So that's beautiful, Christina. Perfect segue. The first question is appraisal. Who does an appraiser? Who performs that?
Check licensed appraisers.
Okay, I like it. So a licensed appraiser. And is it a matter of opinion or a matter of fact?
Facts.
Okay. An appraisal is going to be a matter of fact because it's going to be a licensed appraisal, a different thing. Okay, what is an assessment? And who does the assessment?
Tax office.
Appraisal district, tax office. Okay, so if the appraisal district is doing the assessment, is it a matter of opinion or fact?
Opinion.
Oh, facts.
Okay, it's a fact, but it's a tax base. So an appraisal is a valuation on a home versus an assessment is a basis in which to tax. It's not a valuation. Most appraisal districts are, well, in Texas, all of them are paid in arrears. So we're talking about a completely different market segment anyway. We're talking about last year, an evaluation of last year. But more importantly than last year, it has nothing to do with what the home will sell for. It's their basis in which to tax. It's a tax base. It has nothing to do with the valuation of the home. And how we know that that's true is that there are a lot of homes that have homesteads against them and homes in the same neighborhood where there is no homestead. And what does the homestead do? It caps the market increase 10% for 1 year. And so we'll see that they're trying to pull that number down, and it's going to artificially keep those actual assessed values lower than the same neighborhood where you have rental properties and there is no cap. You will see a difference in the actual assessed value on those properties, especially if you bought a property and the same owner has lived in that property for 10 years and they have religiously gone to the appraisal district and they've had an informal meeting and sometimes took it to a hearing and kept their property as low as they possibly could, they're going to see a lower number than those people who have sold 5 times over that same 5 years and those sales price brought those values up. Because there's a disparity between those two groups, it is not a fair system. It is not a system that says, let's make sure that everyone is being fairly assessed. It's quite the opposite. So you'll have certain properties where no one has ever gone to the appraisal district and argued it down, and they have the same square footage in the same section, and they're paying a very different tax. So the assessment has nothing to do with the value of their home. It is a basis in which to tax. And there's another very important thing that we can mention about this. Has the appraisal district ever been inside?
No. So they don't know what upgrades you have within the home.
They don't know if you have carpet. They don't know if you have linoleum. They don't know if you have pergo. They don't know if you've got hand scraped hardwood floor level 6 builder grade.
And they don't know if you've converted your garage into a dwelling unit, which, you have to pull permits. But a lot of people would say that's extra square footage, but you have to have the permits to back that up.
We'll talk about that exactly thing because a converted garage, the loss of the garage equals the additional square footage exactly. And in fact, can even lower the property value. And there does need to be a permit. And the assessment, there is a square footage that shows how much square footage the garage takes up on the tax record. So we'll talk about that. But what the appraisal district knows and what they don't know, they know about converter garages usually. They also usually know about a pool. There's things that they know about, but there's things that they don't know about. And the things that they don't know about are the upgrades inside the house, the hardwood floors, to the things that you can do to a property that's not going to require a permit, that they're never going to get that information. So they've never been inside. They don't know anything about it. All they know is the last time it was sold. And do they have an accurate square footage reading on the house? 85% of the properties are wrong. 85% of the properties at the appraisal district have the wrong square footage. Why? Three big reasons. Anyone want to get venture, I guess, on a couple of them?
Human error.
They only measure the outside.
Okay.
Right. They a lot of times the builders they submit their plans and their plans is measured from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have ANSI standards which vary from that's what does that stand for? Appraiser something
No,
S.
it's the American National
It's a hard one. I thought you were talking code to me one day. You were like, it's the ANSI standard. I'm like, I don't do code. So yeah, there's that standard, which
American National Standards Institute.
yeah, uh,
We'll,
all those things.
But sometimes builders plan to do a plan, but then the plans change, and so it's altered a little bit. Like it had a extra third, what's that called, tandy of a garage, but then they enclosed it and made it a laundry room or something.
those are the three. So let's start with Mary Beth, because that one is very similar. Very, very happens a lot. The builder, you go out to the builder on site and they will sell you any lot that they have available. And then they tell you that there's different floor plans that they can put on that lot. And then within that floor plan, you can Mr. Potato Head the house. Oh, I do like the second story. And the second story option, I'd like to have the game room up or the game room plus a bedroom. Well, the game room plus a half bath, the game room plus a full bath and a bedroom, right? So all of those additions are available upstairs. And so maybe a buyer came and said, I want that. And that was submitted to the appraisal district. That buyer bailed. The next buyer came before the materials were ordered. They decided, I just want the game room up, but it was already submitted to the appraisal district and nobody told them. So the appraisal district has an extra bathroom and an extra room upstairs, and it's wrong and it was never caught. That happens so often. Um, not so much with the extra bathroom situation, but 3 or 4 or 500 square foot difference happens so often. And so and then what Cindy said is so true, is that there was a time where the appraisers would come out and measure the slab and do a length times width analysis. And that doesn't work out either. So that doesn't work at all. And then the ANSI standard, which is a standard of measurement that was designed to bring us all into a standardized measuring. Some appraisers in the past would not measure the square footage of the stair landing or of a laundry room if it wasn't properly vented or any of the closets and so forth, pantries. Those all of these things were subtracted from the square footage. Some would and some would not. Some would say, well, the laundry room I'm going to add. Some would say, I'm not going to add. So there was a disagreement between the different appraisers of how everyone was measuring. So they all had a different standard. 5 appraisers would come and measure a home, and it would range from anywhere from 5% to 10% difference between the houses. And we know that that could be $30,000, $40,000 difference in terms of value. So the ANSI standard 2 years ago said, we're going to create a standard across the country that's going to standardize it. And they took a very conservative standard. So most homes now have a standard square footage on an appraisal that's going to be lower than what it said on the tax records, and maybe even lower on the appraisal in 2025 than the appraiser that they had done in 2021. And now they're mad because the square footage is different. And I know 3 people in this group who've all 3 been sitting in my office dealing with square footage crises. And all of you know who you are because it was a big deal in a transaction. And the first thing I always said is, this is going to work out. It always works out. It seems like the end of the world now, but I promise you it'll work out. It's just going to take some negotiating. And then the next time around, you're like, okay, I get it. This happens. But how we approach it really, really matters with our clients because it always starts with an appraisal. And then you get the appraiser and you're looking at the square footage. And it always starts by this: the appraisal's wrong. Well, that could be, but chances are it's not wrong. Chances are it is the house. And then chances are it's somewhere between the incorrect original square footage plus this change in ANSI system. Those 2 things together, now you're looking at a 300, 400 square foot difference. And that's not hard to do on a 3,000 square foot home. It could be that, it comes in 2,900, but the square footage was 3,300. That's a huge difference. And we see that happening sometimes. And there are square footages out there in homes where you walk it and you can't tell the difference based on the floor plan. So my recommendation is, as an agent, when you are on your listing appointment, you ask them, do you have an appraisal from a refi or when you purchase the property, and use the square footage from the most recent appraisal, because that is going to be the most accurate thing that you're going to have, much more accurate than the square footage. I have had someone who's not in here recently and we're about to go on break, have a square footage crisis on their property. And it was the same scenario, and the seller knew. They knew that the square footage was wrong all this time. And then right before they listed the property, they went to the appraisal district and said, there's 700 extra square feet here. And they had owned the home for 18 years. What do you think the appraisal district, what options do they have at their disposal for someone who notifies them for the last 15 years the square footage on the home was 500 square foot larger, and they tell the appraisal district about this 3 months before they list and sell the home?
Rollback taxes.
We want our money.
That's right.
Rollback taxes.
It's called reassessment. They're going to reassess
Yeah.
for the last 10 years.
Oh, is it 10 years for reassess? Because rollback goes back how many years?
Or-
Rollback?
Yeah, rollback is the only
Or
rollback thing that I know
usually
is
agriculture.
for
Yeah.
agricultural rollback, but reassess can be 10 years.
Oh, okay.
Through a situation where the appraisal district believes that it was fraud, that the seller knew that the square footage was wrong all this time, and they didn't tell them, and then at the end they told them only to gain. So if the appraisal district feels that they've been cheated, they're gonna do a reassessment for 10, all the way back, as much as 10 years can go. But if it's 5 years ago they did an improvement and didn't tell anyone, and have been assessed at the wrong square footage, and the appraisal district has the ability to go back and reassess. So that is our appraisal district conversation. Remember, it is a tax base. It is not a valuation. It is a basis in which to tax. AVM, this is an automated valuation model, different from what we see as an RVM. AVM means that no fingers and no eyeballs have ever touched it. It is completely an automated number based on the law of averages. And all the law of averages with the data that we have that's in the tax records or public data, which could be wrong. So if the data was wrong to begin with, it's just going to propagate and continue pushing more bad data forward. A BPO, that is a broker price opinion. That is a little bit different than a CMA, but it could be the same. Typically, a BPO stands for broker price opinion. We do a lot of those for banks, but a broker price opinion and a CMA can be the exact same thing. So we're going to call it the same thing for now. And it's done by a licensed salesperson or a broker. Different from a BMA. A BMA is also a broker price opinion, but it's called a broker market analysis, and it's done for a very specific entity, usually some type of relocation services. If you are working with an employer who offers benefits to their employees and they offer relocation benefits, they're going to reach out to an agent. multiple agents do a BMA, submit it back to the third party, and that third party is going to review them. The consumer, the seller, has the option to pick one of the three, and they pick one of them, and that's their agent. All three of them had to do a BMA, and that BMA could have taken them hours and hours to do. I'm going to share with you a BMA what a BMA actually looks like so that you can see it. This is a standardized BMA. And you will see that it looks a little bit like an appraisal. So all three of them had to fill this out from beginning to end. You've got the subject property, you got a comp grid, and the real estate agent is the one that has to fill out all of this information. And this is the BMA that I did on the Octagon house because they asked me to do a BMA and tell you this was not an easy one to do. And guess what? In my grid, there were no Octagon grid houses because there wasn't any. They want 3 actives, they want 3 cells, and they want all the information about the market, about so this could take you 4, 5 hours, 6 hours plus a site visit to the property to complete. So a BMA might be more accurate than a CMA because of the way that they force the agents to go out and look at the property before. Typically, a CMA is 1 step. When we get back from break, we're going to talk about the 2-step versus the 1-step market analysis, because the 2-step is I'm going to go to the property, I'm going to walk it, go back to my office, do my CMA, come back and meet with them. Most of the time it's 1-step, meaning you got a phone call, you did a CMA, and you brought your CMA to the property having never been inside. A BMA, you got to go to the property and see it first, then go back and do the analysis, and it takes hours to do, and they have a lot of questions. And so I think that the field study portion of a BMA means that it's probably going to be a little bit more accurate. It's 11:08. We're going to come back. We're going to dive into the rest of this before we jump into our first CMA. So let's come back at 11:18. And I know lots of you have lots of questions. So let's keep the questions going. Hands raised if you have them. If I don't have any questions, then I'm going to run off to break. But if you have questions, ask them now.
I have one question, Jack. I just talked to, well, I talked to Ginger on break, and she mentioned that she didn't know anything about the next door program, but she did say that TSAHC has a down payment assistance. I think it's for heroes.
Texas
Is that
has
the is that the same thing that you were
no.
talking about?
Mm-mm.
No, it's not the same thing.
No. The TSAC is a Texas program, whereas the Heroes program is a national HUD program. And so the TSAC program is a great program, but the Heroes program is a HUD program. And in
The HUD
fact,
program.
I'm going to give you this. I'm going to put it into the chat so that she can actually read it. So there you go.
Okay.
There's the HUD program for
Thank
the
you so
next
much.
door mortgages.
Okay.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. So the reason that we're talking about the different valuation models and breaking them down so much is what Christina said. You are going to find yourself defending your CMA from these throughout your career. You're going to show up at a property and you're going to have a client holding a flyer from a property 3 streets over that had the same elevation. The home looked the same from the street, but it was 500 square foot bigger, and confused why your numbers don't match theirs. They're going to have Zillow printed out, and they're going to have circled Zillow's estimate and it not be anywhere even in the same stratosphere as your price. You could have a AVM that was emailed to them by their lender, and have a number that's completely inaccurate as all get out. And so you're going to find yourself having to defend your CMA from these different things. And the big one is, but the appraisal district. The appraisal district knows what my home's worth is. And why that's not the case here. A lot of our clients, a lot of our buyers came here from other states that were not that were disclosure states, mandatory sales price disclosure states. Texas is a non-disclosure state. I want to have a quick conversation regarding what the difference between a disclosure state and a non-disclosure state really means, because agents get this wrong all the time. Now they start providing advice that's really inaccurate and putting themselves in jeopardy. A non-disclosure state does not mean that you can't disclose the sales price to the state. And I hear so many people saying a non-disclosure state means it's illegal to disclose the price. Is that the case?
It has to be in conjunction with a discussion around a CMA or pricing a home for market. No?
Nope, it's not illegal to disclose it.
No, I didn't say it was legal. I said it's okay though to discuss it in conjunction with.
No.
Or no?
I'm talking about the disclosing of the sales price to the appraisal district. Okay, so a lot of agents believe that it's illegal to disclose the sales price to the appraisal district, and they use those words, and that's not the case. It's the exact opposite. It's that you just can't be required to be forced to disclose it. So it's not mandatory. That's why they call it a mandatory sales price disclosure. The state doesn't have the authority to require that you disclose the sales price. Now, how many of you have ever been to the appraisal district and had an informal or an actual formal hearing with the tax office? Okay, most of us have had that. Now, if the home sold recently, they're going to tell you, show us your sales price. And then the person says no. Then they say, well, then we're not going to negotiate. And then you say, you have to negotiate. And they say, no, we don't. We can choose not to do anything. In fact, we can send you to a hearing, and very well, we could actually increase your taxes and make them go up. Do you want that? So that's why I don't recommend. First of all, real estate agents are not allowed to go to the appraisal district and help them fight their property taxes down. That you don't have that right as a real estate agent. We are not appraisers, and they are. They are a mass fee appraiser. There's different types of appraisal licenses. They have a mass appraisal license instead of an individual fee service appraisal. So it's a different type of appraiser, but all day long they are licensed appraisers. And because they're licensed appraisers, we're walking in there with our real estate license, arguing with someone who isn't a licensed appraiser, telling them why they're wrong. And so we are in the wrong lane doing the wrong thing and putting our license in jeopardy. And usually, if it turns into a hearing and you testify, now it's a matter of public record. So you're publicly putting your license in jeopardy. And if you walk in there with MLS data, the MLS terms and conditions says that you can use the MLS data for one purpose, and that is to help buyers and sellers, landlords and tenants. That is all. So you are now in violation of the terms and conditions of your MLS, which means they can kick you out of the club. But more importantly, if you walk in there to the appraisal district with comps, before they will even talk to you about what paper you have in your hand, they will scan it in. And on the bottom of each one of those pieces of paper has your phone number and the firm's name on it and the sales price of all of those homeowners that you just gave their sales price to the appraisal district and threw all of them under the bus for your client. So when one of those people feel harmed and they do a FOIA Act, Freedom of Information Act from the government, and get that document appears with this agent's name and phone number on it, that homeowner who feels harmed can sue that brokerage and that agent for disclosing their sales price to the appraisal district and likely have liability in doing so. So we're going to stay out of that conversation. But remember, when it comes to the appraisal district and it comes to being a disclosure state, the reason the assessment is also often wrong is because they don't have all of our MLS holds. California and other states who are disclosure states, you print out your tax records and that number is going to be very, very accurate. The real estate agents is going to fine tune it. It's going to be, within 3 to 5% accurate. So then they're just going to fine tune it and make it, as close to accurate as possible. But we could be 15% off. I mean, the assessment is not evaluation. It's a basis in which to tax here. They've never been inside the home. They don't have appraisals from the buyers and sellers. They don't have what the sold prices are. There's a lot of gaps in their data. So again, we're going to be defending our CMA against an appraisal that comes out. Maybe the buyer did an appraisal last year. Let's say your seller did an appraisal last year. Why would they have done an appraisal last year? What is the number one reason they would have done that? You're meeting with the seller. The seller is sitting there and says, "Oh, I had an appraisal done last year." Why?
Refinance.
Is a refinance appraisal the same as a resale appraisal? Capital N, capital No, with about 65 exclamation points after it. No, it is not. It's not done for the same reason. It's not done for the same purpose. And they are much more generous on a refi appraisal because their lender that they're doing their refi for has a different set of criteria that they're looking for a refi versus a resale. And so it's a completely different kind of appraisal. And so we shouldn't, they might pull that out and say, well, I had a refi last year and it showed $700,000. Okay, well, that is a very different purpose, and talk about that as well. So appraisal, you're going to be defending your CMA against those. You're going to be defending your CMA against the appraisal district assessment. And you need to have your talking points. If you show up to a listing presentation with your CMA and you don't have the talking points of why the tax records that they have printed out next to them and a big number circled, why your number doesn't match theirs, they're not going to believe you. They're not going to believe an agent who's been in the market for 3 years as a licensed real estate agent who's closed 10 homes, and you've got the appraisal district who is assessing 45,000 homes, and that's their whole sole job. They're going to think that they're right and you're wrong. You have to explain with the good talking points of why it's wrong. Who here has a better feeling for that? Because I know all of you are busy doing stuff because I can see the reflection of your glasses. So I'm telling you, you're going to come to a point when you're going to need to do an appraisal. I mean, you're going to need to do a CMA and you're going to come in here with your hair on fire. Oh my God, what do I do? This is the time to double down and pay attention to this class. If I could push a button to turn off your phones and your computers other than this screen, I would do it, but I don't have the power. All right, assessment, AVM, automated valuation model. How many of you have a home and have a mortgage, and every couple months you get an email from your loan servicer telling you what the value of your property is if it were to be sold in the market today? If they used Legacy Mutual, Michelle Iconen's firm, they're going to receive them. If they use any one of our preferred lenders, they have a regular service that sends out in perpetuity every couple years, every year, if not more, the valuation of the home, and they're continually getting that. And they're using that as a hook to try to pull them back in, and retarget that to see if there's any interest in selling. But again, we can find ourselves defending ourselves against that number as well. BPO, BMA. Now we're talking about desk review. Anyone? Desk review is something that I did often from about 98 to about 2007 or 8. What was a desk review? They still have them today. A desk review is when the real estate agent would go to the lender and ask, "Can you do a desk review?" because the lenders would have a appraisal desk where they would look at what data that they have, and without doing an appraisal or seeing the property, they would come up with a number. That is what we call an AVM today. They've replaced their AVMs with a desk review. But you can call your lender and say, hey, I'm going to be listing this property and I'm having a problem finding comps. Can you send me a desk review? And the lenders are all usually very happy to help you with that. And then tell them, and by the way, can you do some loan scenarios and put them on the back of my flyer while you're doing it at the same time? And then put that flyer in the flyer box. You can't do loan scenarios unless you have some very specific verbiage, which could get you in trouble in the first place. But it's great to have loan scenarios. A lender can. So you can take the loan scenarios from your lender and put it on the back of your flyer, and it'd be a very good thing. Lots of value there. So just make sure that if they're talking about buy down points, that you have a conversation with your seller about that, because they very well may be coming after the seller for those buy down points. Want to make sure that you don't paint a picture that the seller's offering those buy down points. But because we've had a situation where a seller was mad because buy down points were offered on the back of the flyer, and that's not something they were offering, and it made it look like the seller was offering it, and the buyer said that it was a DTPA claim, deceptive trade. And so make sure that the seller is currently not offering these, but if the buyer were to pay for a buy down point, this is what that might look like. So be careful with stuff like that, because we've seen the repercussions of, I didn't mean for this to happen, but it did. All right, desk review. So again, that's just your lender throwing you some comps based on what is probably their AVM in the background, but giving you a valuation. And then RVM. We're going to talk about this one. You'll notice my screen has these in blue text. This is a special thing. RVM versus AVM. Can anyone help me with explaining the difference between an AVM and an RVM?
An RVM
is
is a realtor valuation model versus AVM is not.
Exactly right. So where do we find the realtor evaluation model?
RPR.
Page 2 of RPR. Exactly right. So what is the beauty of RPR's RVM versus an AVM?
If the MLSs, which the MLSs should be participating, you're going to get actual MLS data.
So as Cindy said, if the property has ever been listed in the MLS and sold before, it's going to use that sold data as part of its extrapolation point. That's a huge piece of information. So if the automated valuation model is just looking at solds for the comps in the last 6 months, then it's only going back 6 months. It's trying to figure out what the history is in the last 6 months and trying to do law of averages. But the RPR system goes back as far as the house was built and looks to see all the different times the home has been sold before, and then looks at the list price and sold price at the time that it was marketed, so that as it's doing its extrapolation, it can start looking over time to see, did it sell always an average 3% over market value? There must be something in this home. It must have upgrades or something, or a larger lot or something it doesn't know about. So it takes that into consideration. And the more times it's been sold in the past, the more confident it is. And it has a 5-star confidence model. So if it's been marked sold before, it's going to use probably a 5-star confidence model, because not only does it know that it sold 2 years ago and what it sold for, but it also has all that information that the MLS had as data. That was more information. There's over 400 fields that we have in the MLS on a sold property versus about 75 fields that are in the tax records. So there's a lot more data in the MLS that it's using to take into that consideration. So RVM is a realtor valuation model built on top of RPR. It's all of the MLS data plus the tax records data, whereas an AVM is only tax record data and not MLS data. Now, that tax record data could include a sold price, but it's not going to have all of the library of information that came from the MLS. So your RVM is going to be very accurate, much more, well, it's going to be much more accurate than a AVM for sure. And that's done by our RPR, automated valuation model. It's still a historically sold, so it's fact because of what has been sold, but the actual RVM itself is an opinion, just like anything else is. But we are dealing with fact data because all of the data that it came from was fact data, which is property tax data and MLS data. Now the Zestimate. We leave the best for last, right? Where do we find this estimate?
Zillow.
Zillow.
Okay, so Zillow. Does anybody believe that in Texas the Zestimate is accurate?
No, it's not.
Okay, why not? Is it
Well,
accurate in California?
there's a thing that I found a long time ago that most people, I share this with sellers. It says Google Zillow accuracy, and it's in the Zillow site that it's not accurate. Texas is like a 2 out of a 5 star for accuracy. But you have to go, and it's actually at the Google site. And I share that with my clients. I'm like, this is a 2 out of 5. Like we're gonna agree with that it could be wrong.
Mm-hmm. So the
I would say
CEO.
there's 2 points.
Go ahead.
Well, there's 2 points. Obviously, we're non-disclosure, so that information is not always public. But also because of the way our taxes work, and that's something we always have to explain to folks from, say, California or other places, that our tax base value, our tax rate varies even neighborhood to neighborhood. So when Zillow is lumping in zip codes and whatnot for their estimates, the taxes make a huge difference in everything as well. So I think that's another big variable that they don't take into account, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm. So you can Zillow this on AI, or you can Google this on AI. You can look all over the place, but you will see. I'm looking to see. I'm going to put this out here. The CEO of Zillow says, "We are an entertainment company. We are not a real estate company, and our estimate is for entertainment purposes only. It is not a valuation. It is pure entertainment. Zillow makes its money based on putting bait on a hook and getting a link bait for buyers to show up on their site and sell that client's information to real estate agents who can then represent and help that client buy and sell their homes. And so they make their money on selling leads to real estate agents. Over the years, I've had properties marked sold on Zillow that came back live active over and over again because they have an agreement with their shareholders, the shareholder agreement that says that they have to have a certain amount of active listings on their site at all times. And if they get under that threshold, they will go back and start marking properties that were sold back active, and you'll start getting calls on those listings again out of the blue. So Zestimate is Zillow is not a real estate company. They're an entertainment company. They make money selling leads to real estate agents. They don't care about the quality of their data. They care about the entertainment value of their data, and that is going to drive people to their site and eventually get them to a real estate agent who can use their expertise to be able to represent that buyer and seller. And in the videos that I've sent you, the CEO has admitted that this estimate's not intended to be accurate. It's intended for entertainment purposes. And if you want a real clear idea of what your home is worth, you should have a real estate agent or a appraiser come and give you a professional opinion of the property and go inside of it. Because just like the appraisal district, Zillow's never been inside the house either. And so you're going to see a lot of your sellers coming from other states like California, where they have a 1.5% accuracy rate, meaning that they're close to somewhere between 1.5 and 3%. But Zillow in Texas is about 7.5%. Whereas, you're dealing with, upwards between 5 and 10% differential between what the property actual is worth. And, you look at a $500,000 property, that's $50,000. A $50,000 differential in price is a significant amount of money. So being $50,000 overpriced is very dangerous. And the thing is that most of the time, This estimate is high, not low, most of the time. Okay, so it is important for us to go through this. I know we spent a lot of time on this one, but I know, because it happens to me, that I go out with my CMA and I'm defending it against the assessment about from a prior refi appraisal, from Zillow's Zestimate, Homes.com now, their estimate, their AVM, and an email that they got from their lender, and all of them are different. Every single one of them are different. So I bring all of this out there with me. I take to my listing appointment, I bring this estimate with me. I don't try to hide it. I bring it with me and I explain why it's wrong. And I cover that before they even bring it to me. I've already discussed it. So they have it in a folder sitting next to them, ready to, say, aha, look, behold, this estimate, and you're wrong. I've already null and void it because I explain this estimate and I bring their tax records for the last 5 years, and I show them their assessment and how it's changed, and I bring all of that stuff with me so that I can have myself prepared. I also do something else because today's world, it's a lot easier to crank out your laptop or your iPad and get on the internet really quickly and do a CMA. 5 years ago, it was a little bit more difficult to do that because Wi-Fi wasn't available everywhere. But more importantly, we didn't have 5G. And so, the cellular services were slower and connecting was slower, and it was just the slow thing. What happens if a seller says, but wait a minute, that property, I'm looking at your comps here. I was really expecting to see 123 Main Street on your comp grid, and it's not here. And that property sold for $50,000 more. And you'll get challenged like that a lot. And in that moment between them asking that question and you grabbing your laptop and plugging it in and getting it turned on and connected to the network and then search for it and find it in the MLS, they've gotten up, went into the kitchen, got themselves something to drink, came back, and that whole time they're thinking, this real estate agent is an idiot. How do I know more than them? So I bring with me everything that's sold in the neighborhood for the last year. And I don't leave it with them. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Massell, you don't get to keep this. This is for me. And they don't even know that I have it. And I have it sorted by address. And so when they talk to me about 123 Main Street, I go to my printed out document and say, okay, let me see. Got it. 123 Main Street. That property was 3,100 square foot. Your property is 2,400 square foot. And they're like, what? Yeah, the whole property was 600 square foot bigger. The reason that it's not on my comp grid is because it's not a comp for you. And usually they're just dumbfounded. And now they're just kind of staring like, okay, well, now I don't know. You've just wiped my understanding of the entire world. What do I do? Now they're confused and they're just staring at you like, okay, so what does that mean? It means that your property's not worth $700,000, is what it means. But we got to be friendly with them and say, look, I know when you're driving the neighborhood and you drive by a property, it can be very deceiving from the outside. It can be smaller or bigger than what it looks like from the outside. And so the reality is that each property, we have to look and determine bedrooms, baths, square footage, location, improvements, all of that. And so the properties that I have in my comp grid, and then I go back and I show them at the bottom of my comp grid the criteria that I used to pull up that comp grid. It's very important. I always like scripts. We're going to start with scripts, but the types of valuations, again, appraisal, CMA graph, RPR, assessment, and Zestimate. Keep this one dog-eared because this will help you when you're preparing for your next listing presentation to make sure that you bring all of this with you to defend against it, because it's one of these is going to pop up. And make sure that you have all of these printed out and you take it out there with you as part of your presentation. Now we have three different types. We got three different statuses of properties. We have our active properties, our pending properties, and our sold properties. I put a word to each of these groups so that the client immediately can understand what they're dealing with. Because these are active, pending, and sold are not comps, are they? So what would you call active?
The competition in
sure.
the market.
That's exactly right. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the active or the competition. That paints a picture that they immediately understand what that means. The light bulb goes off and they're like, oh, I'm competing against these properties. Yes, you are. So if they're listed at 200 and you list at 250 and they have larger square footage and more upgrades, that's probably not going to work out well for us because we're not competing. So we have to understand that that's competition. So if actives are competition, what would the pending be?
What's
Trending.
Currently trending. That's very important. And I like to call it currently trending because the market can be trending up and it can be trending down. If the pendings, and do we know the sold price of the pendings? No. But what can we do, Mary Beth? You were on mute, but then you unmuted and then you muted back. Okay.
Call the agent and see if they'll tell you what it's going to close for or what it's under contract for.
All day long. Pick up the phone, call the pending, say, hey, I've got a property that's coming on market. It looks like you're probably going to be my best comp. And I'm just curious if you're going to make it to the closing table before we do. Would you mind sharing with me when you're going to close on that property? Awesome. Were you in multiple offers by chance? Okay. And would you provide me the professional courtesy of sharing with me what you're going to close at? That way I can really make sure that I'm listing properly. Oh yeah, no problem. And most of the time they'll tell you. And it's very, very helpful. I always use the words professional courtesy. It's not a secret. They can share that with you. It's going to be in the MLS. It's up to each person to determine what they're going to do here, but it's very helpful in us getting the right answer. Because if they were listed for 265 and they're under contract for 230, do you think I want to know that? Yes, I do, because it's going to really help me get this right, because I'm going to find myself in a impending appraisal crisis. Not to say that, we're going to make all of our decisions on what's going on with the pendings, but we've got really good information with our solds, and the actives we know that have not yet been successful. And if they're more than 30 days old, they've already failed on market. So the pending is telling us who has been successful right now and how did they get under contract and were there multiple offers and what they were able to go under contract for. All of these things are very, very helpful. Helpful
Yeah,
in two separate
if their
topics.
notes say multiple offers, that's real important because it's likely to be trending up instead of trending down. So that will help you.
Well, and even more important than that, there is a very good likelihood that there's displaced buyers still looking. Which means that no, we don't want to wait. We don't want to wait for another 3 properties to list. The time to list is now because what these people are in a multiple offer situation and there are buyers that didn't get their offer accepted. And that's important information because if this is my best comp, we have buyers looking for this property. And that's a very powerful thing to know. And by the way, would you share with me the agents that had those multiple offers? Because I'd like to let them know that I'm coming on market. You're sitting with the seller and you're having a conversation with your seller about this. Here's 4 pieces of competition we have on the market. These 3 of them are pending. I contacted the agents, and here's the story I was told. Now the seller's like, "Wow, this person is doing something a little bit different," because they're not going to hear that from another agent who is also interviewing. They're not going to take the time to do that. So it's a very powerful relationship builder, but it also shows the level that you will go to help them with the information you need to sell their home. It's a different class of agent. So we're dealing with a whole different type of conversation, and the trust that you'll be building with them, now they're going to start trusting you more as you move forward in this because they realize that you have done your homework, you've dotted your i's and you've crossed your t's, and you've been doing reconnaissance and you've been doing research. Especially when I tell them I made an appointment and I looked at all your competition and the active properties, and I personally was inside of them. And I contacted the listing agent for each one that was pending, and I had a conversation, and I know what they're going to be closing at, and I know when they're going to hit the closing table. And here are the sold, and this is where we're going to be deriving value. Christina.
Also, the follow-up question is, what can you share with me the concessions? Because I know when I'm looking at comps, sold prices are not everything. Go down there and look at what the compensation, I mean, what the concession was, and sometimes it's $15,000, $20,000. Well, that makes a big difference in your price as well. And those sellers also need to understand what's typically being given right now.
Yeah, I have a whole conversation regarding concessions because that conversation now has to be drastically expanded. Why do we now have to expand the concession conversation more so than we've ever had to do it before?
For buyers to buy down the rate.
Not the
Well,
rate.
because it could include compensation for
That's
the
right.
buyer's agent.
Commissions.
Oh,
Because
yes.
now we have commissions being disguised as a seller credit. And so if that's the case, then we need to determine not what those concessions commissions, because if those concessions are commissions, we're not going to look at it the same way as if the concession was buyer closing costs. And so exactly right, Christina. So now we're going to dig deep and we're going to even ask a couple more questions on that exact same topic. And we'll talk about that very shortly. Good job. I love it. And our sold are our comparables. These are the properties that are the comps and sold in the last 180 days or less, same number of stories. And we're going to go through the breakdown of what this is. But when I pull my comps, the first thing I do is I select all the active contingent, all the pending, all the way down, and I go back further. Now, a good comp is 6 months or less, and in a market that's changing a lot, it could be as few as 90 days. When we saw what was changing in between 2020, 2021, and 2022, if you went back 180 days, you were absolutely guaranteed to get the wrong answer. So you had to go back 30 days, 60 days, and you had to look at what was going on right this moment. And the pending comps are even more valuable than the sold comps in terms of how we were going to price the property. I'm going to show you an example of a property that was that was priced $100,000 over because they went back too far, and what happened with that property. But in any case, let's talk about what a filter does. What does a filter do to data?
Eliminates.
It eliminates. That's right. It's a hatchet. It cuts it off. Cuts it off before, cuts it off after. So it's missing. So before I want to filter my data down to too small of a record set, you don't know what you don't know. I don't know what's there. I like to be very generous with my data set to begin with. And then I'm going to start feathering it. I'm going to start pulling it in. But I want to start with a larger data set because I want to see. Because the very first thing I want to see is, do I have enough comps? Are there enough comps here for me to generate a pretty good idea of what's going on? And if I just grab 90 days with the same number of stories and I have 2 comps, the very first thing I'm going to start doing is pulling it back again to see where I started from and what has been going on in the market. So I like to start with anywhere between 180 to 250 days. Now, I'm not going to be using comps that far back unless there are no comps. If I get 3 comps, now I'm going to be looking at these comps, putting a lot more weight on these and trying to figure out how am I going to adjust for this over time. But again, I'm going to start with more data. Now, these are the 5 things. I'm going to answer this. I want to look at, I'm going to get a CMA and I'm going to have my recommended range, my CMA trend. I'm going to show you what that means, but I'm going to actually create a graph. I'm going to bring out the RVM to my seller's property, and I'm going to bring out the assessment the assessment, the Zestimate, the RPR value, my CMA, and my trend. And I'm going to look for a number for each one of these. This is one that you want to dog ear because when you're going out with your client and you're going to do a CMA, you should bring out these 5 numbers. It's going to definitely help you. Doing a CMA, which we're going to do now together, is part storytelling, part engineer, and part artistic. It's going to be where art and engineering come together to tell a story. So if you're you got to figure out which one the seller needs you to spend the most time on. For some of them, the yellows, they're going to need the storytelling. They want to understand the why. They need to hear it. The engineers, they want to focus on the data. They need to see it. The blues, they also are going to want to see, they're going to want to hear stories of, look, this seller was on the market for 645 days because they originally listed it. And they're going to need to hear the story and walk them through it because they need to see it. So your personality type of your client is important. Not that we're going to hide anything from them and only tell them one side of the story. It's we're going to tell them the whole story, but we're going to have to go slower in some of it based on what they're going to find valuable. And you'll quickly learn the types because the engineers will already have things written down and questions and lists, and you can really get a feeling for who they are. We're going to have what's called a multidisciplinary approach. We're going to be going at the approach in multiple ways. We're going to start from the time they purchase the property, and we're going to do a grid view, which means we're going to pull a graph from the year they bought the home till the year they're selling the home. And you're going to see how that property has changed value over time. The very interesting thing is this is a graph of the comps. So when you do the graph, you'll do the graph for that neighborhood, that number of stories, that square foot range, and for a number of years that go back, only to include the sold properties over that range. So the question is for the year that they bought the home, how close was that average price per that average price in relation to their actual purchase price? And it should be really close. If not, you've done it wrong, or there was upgrades at the time that they had that wasn't theirs. But then you can see, all right, so it was 4% difference, which is a lot because usually it's about 1.5 to 3% difference if you've done the CMA right. So then you can see how the property has changed in value over time and where it is today, and you circle that number, and then you do a CMA, and the CMA graph shows you how you got here, up and down. What happened in 2020 and then 2021 and then 2023 and then 2024 and now back into 2025. It's going to tell the story of the entire time they've owned the property and how it's skyrocketed. And what's cool at the bottom is it's going to print for every year what the average price was for that year. Very, very powerful. I'm going to walk you through how creating that graph. It takes seconds. You think, oh my gosh, that sounds complicated. That sounds like it's going to take me 45 minutes. You can have it done in less than 1 minute. I'm going to show you how you can do it very quickly. And using the exact same criteria that you used for your comps, the exact same criteria. Okay, so again, science, engineering, art, storytelling, a multidisciplinary approach in pulling our comps. We're going to start with a property in Terra Vista. This property is going to get a CMA that we're going to build together. It's actually, we're going to be doing it on 4215 Bentwood Court. I picked that property specifically because you will find that it will have sold 4 or 5 times in the past MLS. So when we do our trend report, we're going to see how many times that property has closed on one of those trend points. And you can see how it's changed. It's going to really help your client build trust in your CMA. Because if you're only showing them what the value is today and the comps that we have today, if you can show them how your CMA trends backwards and how it's hit every single time the property is closed before, your CMA starts becoming bulletproof. And that's what we're looking for. So we're going to go on a break. We're going to come back and I'm going to put you in groups and I'm going to ask you guys to spend 5 minutes in your groups to look up this property at 4215 Bentwood Circle in Round Rock. And I want you to answer the 7 questions. What subdivision? How many stories, which we now call levels, the square footage, the year built, how many garage spaces, the beds and baths. So we're going to answer those questions. And then once we have those questions answered, then we're going to put you back in the groups and you're going to do a CMA and you're going to try to figure out what you think the value is. You're going to come back and then we're going to do the CMA together and we're going to see which group got the closest price to my price. And the person who does is going to get gift cards. 11:58. Let's come back at 12:08. Mr. Andrew, what time are we back? 12:08 now? Okay. Elmer, I will see you back.
So wait. We're
Hey,
ready.
Jack, what time is our meeting with the weather? Is it going to be only on Zoom or will it also be in the office tomorrow?
Here where we need you. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Our business meeting tomorrow is always on Zoom. You can come to the office if you'd like. There's an expectation to have 2 inches of snow. So it will be on Zoom, but they're always on Zoom. But people come in, but I'm always on the Zoom side to make sure that the people who are online have a decent experience. Okay. Are you ready to have some fun? When you get into your groups, and by the way, I've already kind of given away some of the goods here, but I want you to do a CMA on this particular property, which is the Bentwood property. I didn't mean to share all of this very confidential and secret pieces of information that everyone's trying to wait, no, put it back. I'm not going to do it. So first find this property and then do a CMA on this property and give us what your recommended list price is and your recommended range. So the range that you're going to put on your CMA and then the recommended list price. That is what I'm asking for. Somebody in your group is going to have to open up Actress and share the screen and you guys do it together. There's a lot of learning that comes from that. So if you're not the most experienced person, maybe you should not be the person driving. But if you are the person driving, I want you to explain every step of the way so that we can be talking to the least common denominator. The person who knows the least about this is the one that we're going to build the competency so then we have a new baseline of competency in our mega class for CMAs. We're going to do it together, but in this, I want them to have done it multiple times so they can see how you went about it, then see how I went about it, because we all learn from each other. We have a reoccurring CMA class. I recommend agents always come to that. It's once a month, but if you've not done one before, please don't be the driver for this. Breakout rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to have only 4 groups here. So you're going to be managing a larger group than you typically have in the past because a lot of people have their cameras off. Andrew, I want you in a room with Phil. I want Debbie in a room with Christina. That's good. And I want Phyllis in a different room. Group 3. That's good. Phyllis move to 3. All right. I am comfortable with that. Cindy, I'm putting you in 2. And we've got a good set of competency in each group. All right. I will see you guys back. I'm giving you 10 full minutes. And now you're going to come back in 10 minutes. You're going to say, I need more time. I gave Mega 14 8 minutes. So you get 2 more minutes than Mega 14. Okay. We needed more time. It wasn't enough. Ah, I know. I know. Especially our blues. Our blues are like, this is impossible. Who are my blues again? Those people are raising their hand have lost their minds just now. You can't possibly come up with a number that quickly. Okay, group 1. We're going to start with you. But before you give me your answer, I just want to know who the group captain is for one?
Who was in group one, Jack? I can't remember the number.
Christina, Debbie, Gavin, Lewis, Sunshine.
Not me.
Christina was our captain.
Good. Okay, Christina. In group two, Felix, Christopher, Cindy, Alexa. Who's a captain in group two?
Me.
Yeah, we had Candy driving.
Okay. In group three, Alfonso, that was your group. Who was the captain?
I was the captain there. Sure.
Okay. And group four, Kamei, Juliana, Ken. Who's a group captain out of four?
I guess it'll be me, Jack. I got voted on the chat.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. All right. Now, Christine, Candy, Alfonso, Andrew. Did you come up with a range?
Yes.
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 Okay. So all four groups have a range. Andrew, you didn't say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. I didn't know if you guys got that far. So I just want to make sure in those 10 minutes we have a range. Good. All right, so then we can proceed. We're going to start with Christine first in group one. What was your range?
Our range was 355 to
go ahead. 355.
355 to 370. And I preface this as we haven't seen this property. We haven't put our feet in this property. It's solely based on stats and market data.
Oh yeah, 100%. But did we go and look at the subject property in the MLS and look at all 5 of them first?
No, we haven't. Yes.
We are going to make that assumption that they've done nothing to it. Good. Okay, good. And what number did you pick?
Sales price?
Uh-huh.
359.
Okay, group 2, Candy. What was your price range? What range did you pick?
Well, we just got the CMA done, and we didn't get to talk about the actual numbers range, but I'm gonna
360 to 396.
Why do I feel like I'm on The Price is Right? Number 3, Alfonso, what was your range?
Our range was 350,000 to 360,000, and we settled for 359.
Okay. And Andrew.
Our price range was 364 to 386. We settled on 364.
Okay. And Candy, did you guys come up with the actual list price?
I'm gonna let Mary Beth.
We did not, but we'll go with the average of 375.
Did anybody find the Liar Pants on Fire listing that was in there?
3-car garage?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, not that one. All right, I'll show you.
Fire listing?
No. Not found it yet. All right. So
6 green side.
I am going to first select single story, make sure that we're looking at that range. I'm going to be a little bit more generous. I'm going to start with 1,500 square foot to 1,950. What was our actual square footage?
1772, I believe.
1773.
Mm-hmm. So somewhere between 1,500 and 1,900, possibly even just a little bit more on both sides would be acceptable here. But I'm starting with here. I want to see everything. I'm going to go back. I'm going to start with 200 days. And what's our subdivision?
Terra Vista.
Remember, I'm going to not make the assumption that an agent didn't put a space between Terra and Vista when they were filling out the subdivision like so many of them do. So I'm going to use wildcards. And when I use wildcards, I always find more comps than other people because of the wildcards. And if you just type in Terra Vista, if they put section 2 or section 3, it's also going to cause you a little bit of grief. So I'm going to put star, meaning anything before Terra. I'm going to put a star between Terra and Vista, so if there's a space there, and I'm going to put a star at the end, so if they put something else after there, so that now Terra Vista is going to show up anywhere in that subdivision. Now, is this subdivision, does it span multiple cities?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Round Rock and Georgetown.
And so what
And
city
school
should we?
districts.
Round Rock.
Okay, so we're gonna limit this to Round Rock. Okay, so now we start with 19 listings. We're just gonna start with this. I always like to add one more thing. Does our subject property have a pool?
No.
It does not. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get rid of that because I don't want these, what we call outliers, to be impacting me in any way. So I'm going to start with 9. But before I go and check out these 9, I'm going to go and I'm going to type in the address of the actual property because I want to see 4215. I don't know why I'm Bentwood.
At the top.
Yeah. I want to go take a look at the 4 times, all the times this property has been listed. So we can see that it was listed in 06, 07, 08, 14, and then 16. So we see it was sold for 198, 195, 191, 219, and then 255. So we see quite a history. This first one was withdrawn. When was it withdrawn? I'm guessing in 2005 it was withdrawn on market. So again, we're going to come back up here. We're going to see this history. This history, I'm going to look at the most recent one, and I'm going to take a look at the photos because I want to see what I'm looking at here. Now, like most of the time, you may or may not be doing a 1-step or a 2-step, meaning that you could be showing up at the door with your comps and seeing it for the first time and bring your comps with you. Agents have the option to do a 2-step or a 1-step. Because of the agent's underlying negotiation and competitive nature of each other, if this particular seller is doing a multiple, if they're interviewing multiple people, you want to know when the other person's coming because I like to see the inside before I do my CMA, but sometimes that's just not possible. And if you go out to the property and then walk it, and they're going to expect you after being inside their home to give you comps and know what the property, what it should be listed for. But if you go there and see it and say, okay, thanks for letting me see it. Now I'm going to go back to my office and I'm going to do my valuation or I'm going to pull my comps for you. What is going to happen is the other person who is seeing the property is probably the other agent is going to say, you know, while that agent is trying to figure this out, uh, while they're at the office trying to figure out what, you know, your property should be listed for, I'm a neighborhood expert. I already know. And they're going to send doubt to you because you couldn't walk in that property and know it. So we want to be neighborhood experts. We want to know it. We want to see it. We should have driven by this property already before we pulled our comps. We should have walked through all of the active properties before we saw the comps. And then we pull the comps and we look at all of the photos we can get our hands on so that we can kind of have an idea of what we're dealing with. So let's go through the comps. Let's go through the photos here. So we've got a Texas stone outside. Curb appeal doesn't look bad. You got gymnasium type flooring. Fireplace. Original color cabinetry, which isn't the most popular cabinetry. It matches the floor. You also have the original tile and the grout's dirty because you can, the grout tile grout is supposed to be lighter than the tile. When you see a grout color where the grout is darker than the tile, you know that the builder didn't do that. That's just dirty and it needs to be cleaned because it shouldn't be that color. So it kind of gets this dichotomy going on here. Could you do something to this house pretty miraculously? Could you paint the cabinets and replace some of the flooring and really turn this place around? You could. Are you going to get a lot of value from the property? Possibly. It depends on the market, what's going on. But you got an overmount sink instead of an undermount sink. You've got low grade countertops. You have builder grade tile that's got dirty grout. A color of cabinets that's not in demand at the moment, and a flooring that's also not exactly in demand, but that floor could be refinished. That floor could be sanded down and stained a different color. And this is aftermarket. Shutters are nice. Carpet looks to be in good condition. It's a standard builder grade, same tile in here. Bathroom is what it is, kind of thing. And then we got to really now look to see, do they have a covered patio or not, and which ways the home is facing. And in this case, do they have a covered patio?
It's a pergola, so semi-covered.
No, they don't have a covered patio. And so this wouldn't be considered a covered patio because, like you said, it's a pergola. This isn't a covered patio with a fan and going to keep you dry and all of that. So is this an improvement? Yes. Did they extend the patio and have a nice large patio that goes to the entire length of the home? Yes, they did. So it's a wood deck that they put back there. It needs to be painted, but this isn't going to necessarily save you from the sun. As you can see, the afternoon sun is already beating down into the property. Okay, so now we've got some fun stuff going on in the garage, but there you go. So then now we kind of have a little idea of what's going on with the house, don't we? That was a very informative couple seconds that we spent. So now let's go back to the comps and pull them again. Single story. I'm gonna go to 1500 to 1900. I'm gonna do this thing again here. I'm gonna go back 180 days. I'm gonna nix the pools. And I'm going to add Round Rock. I don't want to grab Georgetown listings. And I'm going to limit to Terra Vista again, and I should have 8. Okay, so here are 8 listings. I'm going to take a look at these really quick. The first thing that you're going to notice is the unit numbers. What does the unit number signify?
Condos.
Condo.
Yes. And if you know Terra Vista, you know that in the heart of
Condos.
Terra Vista, you have lock and leaves, right? So those lock and leaves that you have, you don't want those in your comp grid because that has nothing to do with the product that you're selling. That's a different type of product. Would you agree?
Yes, correct. It's a garden home.
So we are going to say single family home, and we're going to say fee simple, which is going to get rid of those theoretically. But do we still have one? We do. They have, this is the liar, liar, pants on fire one I'm talking about. This is a condo property, and they have listed this as a non-garden home, non-condo. So they have this marked as fee simple. As you can see, fee simple, single family home, which this is not. So this should not be under this property type. Any event, I'm going to ignore this property because we know that these garden homes have things that none of the other homes have, like tons of upgrades, naughty alder cabinetry. They were built out to the nth degree, and they also have these really cute fireplaces in the backyard, built-ins all over the place. So it's a different level of product, a different kind of product, different year built. And these really cool backyards they built into every single one of these properties. So this isn't like product. I'm not going to take this into consideration. I would very much like for this to go away, but it's stuck in my comp grid. So the only way I can make this go away right now is by getting rid of active. And I would only do that because I don't want it to show up and there's no other active that's going to affect. But you can select the ones that you want, and then you can click the refine button to get rid of it. But I'm not going to do that because when I do that, it gets rid of my criteria here. And I like the transparency of bringing this out. My clients can see the criteria, so I can walk them through the criteria of how I listed the property. Okay. So is there anything here that you see? Are these the comps that you pulled? There may be some comps here that are older than yours, but the oldest comp I have is from October, and we are in January. So is that too old?
Nope.
No, no, because it's October 22nd. So we're in January 20th. So it's exactly 90 days ago. So all of these are relevant comps. Now we saw a 425 sell for 408. We saw a 384 sell for 396. We saw a 399 sell for 390, a 425 close for 401, a 367 close for 365, and we have this 425 property that is hanging out there. And what are we looking at in terms of days on market? October was 34 days. We got into November, we're looking at 1 or 2 weeks, and then in December, a week. So we're seeing a market that is days on market are declining. And what would you call the absorption rate? There is no active competition, and you're closing 1 or 2 properties a month. So the expectation would be that this property is going to close, if listed properly, in the first 14 days. That would be the expectation. That would be what I would be telling them. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, in this market currently, you don't have any competition, and that's very good for you. And that usually means that you can actually sell for a little bit more without competition, assuming that we don't put all this work in to try to hit the market, and not 3 other properties list the same day as us, because that will happen. Candy.
I was noticing that one of them is 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and then another one is a 3-car garage.
Mm-hmm. We're going to take a look at all of that, but before we do that, we're going to look. Do we have a lot of comps?
Yes.
We do not have a lot of comps.
Well, no,
We do
not
not.
really.
We do not have a lot of comps at all. I would like to see 9, 7, 8, something like that. I'd love to see 3 active and maybe 4 or 5 really good, solid sold ones. But before I do anything, I'm gonna click this, and I want to see where these are on the map. So I'm gonna click the map, and I know the subdivision pretty well. Bent tree is right here. So this is where your bent tree is. So that your subject, this is not your subject. This is a comp on the same street, but your subject was over here. What type of lots do we call these?
Internal.
Interior. Yes. Interior lots. And then what kind of lots do we call these?
Golf course.
Okay. Golf course, greenbelt, golf course, some of them, but yes, exactly right. So that means that most of these are going to have backyards that are inferior or superior to the subject.
Looks superior.
Agreed.
Well,
Agreed. When we look on this, this is on a golf course, this is on a golf course, this is interior, this one's also on a golf course, and this one is also on a golf course. We're going to look at the backyards of each one of the comps, but I like to see in a subdivision as big as this, these are getting pretty far away. We're down here by AW Grimes, whereas over here we got 35, and you got Westinghouse Road up here. So you got University to the south, Westinghouse to the north, to the west, 35 into the east, AW Grimes. And so this is the Round Rock section of Terra Vista. Above Westinghouse Road right here is going to be the Terra Vista that's in Georgetown. So although all of these are a comp, the ones that we're going to find as the most relevant comp is probably going to be this one, and this one, looking at the map, because although these are closer, they also have a golf course view, and that's a problem. We can also filter out views, by the way. And in a situation where you have a neighborhood that has different kind of products and different types of properties, it abuts up against, whether it's greenbelt or some of the retention ponds, or the fountains, or the actual golf course, we have to be very careful. And you have the difference between a golf course, a green, and a green belt. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you say you're on a golf course and it's on a fairway, okay, cool. You should disclose what fairway it is or what hole it's next to. But if it's over and it's just a greenbelt part of the park, that might not be part of the golf course. It might just be a greenbelt that's part of the community. So we have to be careful and not misrepresent what is behind it. Not everybody wants to be on the fairway because they're usually dealing with what? Wrought iron fences and less privacy. But some people really like it. Depends on the homeowner and how much privacy they like and how much of a golfer they are.
And broken windows.
And broken windows and people watching and people walking right up to their gate in their backyard and on all of that. And then having less, having a architectural committee that's going to be more scrutinous about what you can and can't do about your backyard. Okay, so let's go back. So we're going to look at all of these comps. Here's the comp that is most relevant, very similar outside. The other one had a faux painted garage doors, but very much close to the same kind of look and feel on the outside. And same fireplace in the mirror image location. This one has the same color cabinets. Flooring in this house has been ripped out and completely redone.
More of an open concept floor plan.
Mm-hmm. But that may or may not equate to value. So the open floor plan isn't going to equate to more value, but this is. Because what do we have here?
Covered back patio.
A covered back patio. And that's a big deal. You've got a true covered back patio that is in line with the roof. So it's pretty much impossible for a homeowner to do this after the fact. They can do a lean-to, but the modifying the roof line to put in a covered back patio is pretty much cost prohibitive. It would make absolutely no sense to do it. You're not going to get the dollar for dollar out of it. So the time to do a covered patio is when the home is built. In Texas, having a property that doesn't have a covered patio is a really big problem, especially if it's going to be facing the afternoon sun. It's going to get beat down, and also your backyard is pretty much unusable. So that's why they had to improve it by putting the pergola back there, but it's not going to be of the same value. All right. So this one, do we look at this property as inferior or superior or similar?
I would say superior. It's
Okay.
got a little bit more updates. It's got the back covered patio.
Yeah, superior.
And it was, I don't recall when the other one was built. This one looks like it's 2004.
2 years newer. 2
Okay.
years newer.
So here we have a property that was listed at 375. It closed in October, so that was a couple of months ago. So we're going to have to figure out what was the price differential over 3 months. But what did this close for?
360.
365.
365. So the most important thing though is to look at the price per square foot. What did the price per square foot close at?
227.70.
Okay. So we know that 227 is a price that's going to be superior to ours. If we multiply our list property, our subject property by 227 in the square foot, what do you get? We're going to take a look at that in a moment. All right. So we've looked at the first one, and the first one we agree is similar but superior. Similar in floor plan, but it has upgrades like the flooring and the countertops and the built-in covered patio in the back that ours doesn't have. And that back patio really is probably a $30,000 addition. Andrew.
I was going to say that we're in a cul-de-sac lot as well, so that needs to be considered. And also we have larger square footage.
Mm-hmm. We're going to take that in consideration, 100%. And the more price per square foot, the lower, the larger the property, the less the price per square foot. So that means now within reason. So we're going to look and see what the differential is and how much less, because if it's 50 less, we're not going to look at any difference. But look, we're going to keep going. So what was the square footage, by the way, of our subject property?
1773. 73.
Okay, 1773. And this property was how much? 1603. So 170 square foot is a lot. And that was the difference. And so you take 170 square foot and you multiply it by 120, and what do you get?
I'm sorry,
have
what
that.
was your question again, Jack?
120 times 170 square foot is how much? And the answer is just over $20,000.
1,400.
So you're dealing about 20K difference in the square footage, but then the other one has $30,000 back covered patio at cost. What would that equate for at resale? Maybe half, I would say, maybe even less than half. And so now we're looking at the flooring. So I still think that because this is also an interior lot and because of the look and feel and the age built, that this one is probably going to be your closest comp. Because when you look at these other photos, is there anything that's going to even become similar with these other ones? So this one has an upgrade that the other one didn't. What is this upgrade that's off the cuff, immediately noticeable?
Covered front porch.
Third car garage.
The third car
I see.
garage. So the third car garage is the big deal that is immediately noticeable. Now we have hand scraped, glue down floor in the front room, the exact same tile, but you can tell that they put in this hardwood floor, but they left the kitchen tiles a little bit darker. Still dirty grout. They have a naughty otter, a little less than naughty otter color cabinets, and that's just a what do we call that? Birch, not maple. The other one, not naughty otter, but a much more favorable cabinet color for today's buyer, darker. We got 4 different kind of flooring in the house though, because you can see the primary bedroom has the gymnasium style. Then we got the tile here, and then we have the hardwood floor that's here. So you can see that these 2 floors are different types of floor, which is kind of weird having 3 different types of floors all in the same room.
But
We're
it's
gonna
also on the golf course.
Do it yourselfers, yep. Moving on, continue on. Now this one has a covered patio that's raised. But what type of fencing do you see?
Wrought iron.
What does that immediately tell you?
Private
Golf course community,
Golf course.
golf course lot.
Exactly right. You're going to be a screaming golf course, and here you are. This is the view that they're going to have, which means they don't have a 2-story house imposing on them, staring into their backyard. They've got a little bit more privacy. But again, so a golf course lot is certainly going to be more expensive from the builder. The builder's going to put a premium on that lot, much more than an interior lot. Okay. But it's interesting on whether or not you're actually going to squeeze the money out of that lot at time of sale. All right, so this one was listed at 425. It is what square footage?
1860.
1860.
Okay, so it is pretty close, less than 100 square foot difference. And what did it sell for?
401.
401. All right. So here you have a golf course lot, which is hard to put a price to, but you also have a covered patio. Everything else is pretty similar except for that third car garage. So we have a third car garage, which arguably is 7,500 bucks. We've got a covered patio that's arguably somewhere between 7,500 and 10,000 maybe. And you've got 100 square foot more footage. So do we think that our property should be more or less than 400 looking at this particular property?
Less.
So we know that we need to stay out of the 400s, don't we?
Yeah, this is
Based-
this is superior.
Yep. So based on what we've seen, 400 is not where we need to be. So we know that
Hey,
off the cuff.
Jack,
Yep.
when it comes to placing a value on that golf course lot, there's one thing that Sun City really taught me, is you can find a dollar amount that correlates. And it's not what the builder puts it on. You can go to the tax value and look and see what the tax man is saying that the land value is. And while it might not be exact, it's an indicator. So like this one, the Cinderbrook had I think it was 100,000 land value, whereas the Bentwood had 92,000.
Yeah. So, an appraiser has a completely different answer to that. So,
Okay.
an appraiser is going to say you do a CMA with 3 properties off the golf course and 3 with the golf course, and look at the differential median price between the 2, and that's your answer. Same thing with a pool. They'll say find 3 properties in the neighborhood that have a pool, and then 3 properties that don't, and do the CMA against you got a subject property that's 2 stories, that's 4,500 square feet. You're gonna find 3 that don't have a pool that's that same square footage that it does, and you're gonna do a whole bunch of mini CMAs, and you're gonna start seeing the differentials in the CMAs. That is how an appraiser will teach a real estate agent to actual get the difference. So we would have to find 3 properties that are interior lots and do that CMA and find the average price per square foot for the 3, and then 3 that are on the golf course and find the average price per square foot, and then that differential is what people are willing to pay for in a golf course.
But if you're just trying to get in my mind, I'm just trying to get sort of a proof that yes, that golf course lot has a
Yeah,
dollar amount value more, but
Value, yeah.
We're gonna do the 2 CMAs here together, and we're gonna find out what the on golf course and off golf course value is, because it's more than $6,000. Yep, in this particular case. So I like the indicator. We can print out the tax records, or we can circle it and say, you know, here is your value of the land, but we have a problem because we have interior lots, we have corner lots, and we have cul-de-sac lots, and then we have greenbelt lots. And so then when we're looking at the value of the land differential, it becomes more complicated than just that, because we also have golf courses that are on fairway and off fairway. So then it becomes very difficult. But you're right. That is an indicator. But what we really want to do is a CMA with and without a golf course view and look at it that way. Let's look at the third one, which is the hidden view. This one sold for under 400,000. So we saw it was listed at 399. It closed in it went under contract in 11 days, closed in 19. And guess what? It closed for 390. So listed for 399, closed for 390. The square footage is 1936. So is it bigger or smaller?
Bigger.
Mm-hmm. So we've got more square footage. What do we also see here?
Bigger front yard.
The way the garage is set it on the house.
Yep. We call that the left swing.
Loading.
So the left swing garage. Now, those windows, are those bedrooms in the front?
No, that's the garage.
Mhm.
No.
That's the garage. So those are the windows into the garage. And sometimes on certain properties in Terra Vista, there's lots of windows into the garage, and sometimes I can mess up your photos, but they've got blinds in here, so that's good. All right, so they're showing us the overall view, which I like. You're seeing this one. Does it have a covered patio?
No.
Nope, it
Open.
doesn't.
Open
Interesting.
patio.
It also
But what
has
do-
the wrought
And
iron fence.
fence too.
Yep. So what kind of fencing? Wrought iron. So boom, immediately it's screaming at us that there's going to be a view here. So same 2-car garage, a hand scraped hardwood floor. You can see the variations in it. So looks like they ripped out all of the flooring and replaced it with the living areas of that. The kitchen still has the matching tile around the fireplace in the kitchen. Now, are these cabinet colors in demand or out of demand?
Let's say out of demand. I mean, I would think whites, grays, lighter colors are more in demand than these.
Very much in demand.
Yeah, but they're definitely a lot better than the subject property.
That's right.
Correct.
1,000,000%. So if someone were to walk this home, they're not going to have an objection to these cabinets. Someone's not going to look at these cabinets and say, nope, we got to rip these out. We have to paint them. Maple and those light maple colors are completely out.
Yeah,
They're
they're
completely out of demand, which means that they're a problem. You're bringing to the listing a problem because a buyer's going to have an objection. So my question here is a buyer going to have an objection with these cabinets? And they're not. They're not going to say these need to be ripped out. So I would say that they are in demand. Now, yes, there's a lot of people that like light colors right now. We're seeing a lot of pastel cabinets, white cabinets, gray, light gray, dark gray, since the last 5 or 6 years. But this
Is
this is acceptable.
Yes,
We have the
and
same exact countertops, and we also have an overmount sink here. So we're dealing with the same kind of cabinets, I mean, the same type of countertops as the subject property. So I would be looking at this, and of course, we've got a much superior flooring here than the other one, because the other one is a standard builder tile. This is
level 2, level 3.
or just a different style that color stayed in trend. There's still a 12 by 12 block, but they put in some pendant lighting and it's neutral colors and all of that with upgrading floorings. And so we have a superior cabinet and we have a superior flooring equals a superior finishes. So we have superior finishes in this home, which means it's going to appeal to a larger audience.
It
More
looks
buyers are going to
really
walk in.
clean too.
Very,
What's
very
that?
modern, sleek, and looks like it had fresh paint done on the walls.
It looks really clean.
Mm-hmm. So that's what you're looking for. Now, I can look at this property and my guys can come in and do that in a weekend. Rip out the flooring, put in a new flooring, paint the entire house, and have it looking like that and staged in less than a weekend. How much is it going to cost? Flooring, probably 20 grand or less, dollar per square foot to rip it out, and about a $2 done to install. And then probably they're going to have to deal with the we don't want quarter round on the baseboard, so they're going to rip the baseboard and slip the wood underneath it. But tile was there already, so that's good. In any event, we can do this. Now we know what a property would close for if it had upgraded finishes. So this is really helping us right now because they've replaced all of the fixtures and they've replaced the flooring. So we would be thinking in our mind, all right, we're going to paint the cabinets white or gray and rip out the floors and replace the floors, and we could rival this property because this property is sitting with no covered patio also. However, we have to take in the X factor, which is this property is sitting on a golf course.
Right.
We don't have that. So we have to figure out if we're going to recommend that the seller make these upgrades, we need to make sure that they're going to get a dollar for dollar out of the upgrades if we're going to even make that recommendation. And does the seller even have the cash to do it? And is it going to make a difference? Obviously, it would in the days on market. I'm going to tell you this, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts. And so you can argue with me on your inside voice, not your outside voice. Offering a buyer a credit to change out the flooring or paint is not the same as actually doing it. Buyers can't see it, they can't imagine it, and they're going to want a bigger credit than that because of the hassle of actually doing it. A lot of people think, well, they would rather a credit because then they can pick their own colors. Wrong. People buy a home based on emotional attachment, not what they could possibly do with it with the cash that they're going to put in their pocket, which they probably will never use for that repair anyway. So just know that that's a thing. All right. So looking at this, obviously, again, we have to stay out of the 400s, but what did this sell for?
390.
390. It's larger on a golf course and has more upgrades, and it closed in November 18th. So what does this now tell you? Is not only is the 400s out, but what else is out?
390.
390.
Yeah.
390s
Declining.
Mm-hmm. So we've got two methodologies going now. We can improve the condition of the property or we can reduce the price in order to sell it, but we're getting a good idea of what we're up against. Now, the reality though is that there are no comparables. If that property was listed along ours, it would sell quicker and faster, and that would be in multiple offers and ours would not be. But it's not, it closed. Having no competition helps, but we can't bank on that being the fact by the time we hit the market, because you can hit the market and three other properties also hit the market at the same time and then be priced differently than yours. It can mess up your first 10 days by a huge margin. So you should expect that when you go on market, one other property is going to go on market too. And so you still need to price it correctly. We can't say, well, we can price it for $30,000 higher because we're the only one on the market. Then someone else comes on market and you're sticking out like a thumb and you've blown through your first 10 days. Let's look at the last two. Immediately, you look at this and you think comp?
No,
Right.
or like a cottage style home.
So this is a completely different grade of home, a completely different style of home, stucco, the whole bit. And this particular listing agent has not done themselves or anybody else any favors. Why?
Only one picture.
That's right. And there was probably more than one photo at the time this property was. was, and they deleted the photos, you could do a better data against this listing and you could file a complaint against this agent because that's not being cooperative. Do not delete your photos in the MLS. The photos are owned by the MLS. The moment you put the photo in the MLS owns it, and so does the broker, and you should not be deleting these photos.
But why do agents do that, Jack? I mean, I've seen that a lot
They
where
do it because they think that it's going to be unfairly assessed by the appraisal district, and the appraisal district is going to look inside the photos and give them an unfair advantage. And they don't want anyone to steal their photos when it comes time to list that property again. So those are the two reasons, and neither one of those reasons rise to the level of destroying the comp that was in the neighborhood that we all needed.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What about if you delete the amenities photos because those don't necessarily have tied to that?
I don't think the amenity photos have any value, especially as compared to the comp, because everyone has access to see what the amenities were, but nobody has access to see what the property was.
Right.
So delete those all you want. Yeah.
And for some agents, you'll get the request from the seller to remove the photos. In that case, what would you suggest the agent do?
I would request that the seller contact the MLS, as the MLS owns those photos, and let them have a conversation directly with the MLS and stay out of it. And tell them, I don't have the authority to delete those photos in the MLS. I'm under contract with them. As a seller, you are free to contact the Austin Board of Realtors and ask for their MLS department, and you can have a conversation with them because they own the photos. And that's exactly what I'll have them do. Exactly right. All right. Does this scream comp? I say so. Okay. Now, this is the perfect example of where the inside absolutely does not match the outside at all, because they did porcelain tile everywhere, which is a very unusual look for Central Texas homes. This is a very unusual style. That's also a very
I don't like it at all.
A lot of dissonance, yeah.
Me either. Somebody did that in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
So looks like a Miami style.
It is a Miami style, yes.
That's putting more upgrades in a home that the neighborhood cannot sustain. So you won't be able to find comparable comps based on these upgrades.
And these upgrades are not any more expensive than this is less expensive than the hand wood scraped flooring. Now, did they take a couple of walls to do an open floor plan? This Highland home was like this when they built it. So this is all builder grade. They did it from the builder because I'm familiar with Highland when they did this. But this is a home that is going to be difficult to resell because you're looking for a specific buyer that's looking for the specific taste, because it is very highly tailored. So we would not be able to use this as a comp, not in a million years, because the buyer pool that was limited that bought this home is completely outside of the buyer pool that we would typically be looking for.
But
So
also, Jack, you had there were virtually staged pictures on there, and it was not marked. So,
Yeah, I
So-
saw that one.
the virtually staged photos, there's a lot changing with that right now. The staging software, the reason that we needed to have it say virtually staged was because some of the staging software, regardless if we asked them to do it or not, would change the dimension of the room to fit the furniture it wanted in there, so that it would misrepresent the room. Using the types of staging software that we have today, the boards and everyone is saying, whether it's virtually staged or actually staged, we don't need that label on it if the room has not been misrepresented, like if the wall hasn't been moved 2 feet back or something like that. So we have MLS rules that are changing on that topic right now. We have some of these comps are good comps, but we have some of them that are not good comps. In each case, the very first property that sold was our best comp, that 365, that 367. However, that property had a couple things that ours didn't, namely the covered patio. And so, and 100 square foot. I would be putting a lot of emphasis on this particular property. I would look at this property and I would adjust the square footage. And I would be looking heavily at this price per square foot of 227 and the square footage of the property, and then add the 7,500 for the back patio. So let's do that math and see what we get. So we're going to take 227 a square foot and we're going to multiply that by 1773. And we're going to get 402, 471. Now, do we think that that's going to fly? No. So it's very likely that we get an appraisal that comes in to 385, 395. It's likely, but the reality is this home is probably going to sell for, I came up with 368 to 375. My recommendation was listing this property because there's no other comps. I would be looking at 369. That is where I would list this property. We had a 359, a 375, a 359, and a 364. I think where we are with this price, I really think that this property would sell at any of those numbers. I don't think any of you were really outside of the ballpark. I do like to take my price and divide it by the square footage to see what I have. And so we're going to take 1773 and divide it by our list price. $369,000 divided by 1773, and we're at 208. And I like to bring my 208 out there. I know it's lunchtime. And I come up and down here and I look and I see 227, 215, 201, 213, and 223. I'm looking at this and I think to myself, 208 is reasonable all day long. 205 to 208 is a reasonable square footage to sell this property. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, but especially when the higher ones were a 4-bedroom. And so that definitely that 208 works.
Yeah, you're falling within the median threshold based on what we're seeing there. Which 223 would be or 227 would be the highest.
So then I take this and I'm going to do a quick CMA. I'm going to bring this quick CMA up and I'm going to look at my 3 pieces of information that really tells a story for me, which is the min. Because I'm going to tell my seller, you're somewhere between the min and the average. You're not somewhere between the average and the high. And so your min is 201, your average is 216. And so 208 is exactly in the middle of between the min and the average. That tells me a story again. I'm exactly where I want to be. And so I would find great success at 369 at $2, at $208 a square foot. All right, it's 109. We're going to come back at 209. And when we come back, we're going to do another one of these. I'm going to put you right back in your groups again, and you're going to do a CMA on a 2-story, a little bit larger one. I'll see you when you get back from lunch.
Jack, I just want to say that was great. I've never really had a CMA go that in depth and detail the way you did, but that was awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Would you happen to have another subject property that I could work on my own? Like after class, like
I always recommend going to our Realty Texas listings and do CMAs on some of the ones in Star Ranch and just start doing, I would do a CMA on Star Ranch. You'll see a lot of active inventory. Also, you can do some in Sun City and do the CMA. And if you're going to do an open house on one, do a CMA, go to the listing agent, have a conversation with them about it if you're struggling with why they priced it there. That's some of the best experience you can get.
okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
In all fairness, I started out at 367 and $11. Only went down because I figured I didn't look at the competition and I thought, oh, well, the market's a little tough, so let's price it to sell. So that's where the 359 came from. But we were very close otherwise.
Yeah, 100%. Well, you were 355 to 370. So, I mean, your 370 was exactly where I was.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then Christina, back to your
Yes.
thing. You're talking about the asterisks.
Yes.
Jack did it as well. So that's the normal thing. Most people don't know to do that.
Well, I would have taken it one step further had we had the time, but we ran out of time. Is beyond that, then I take the subdivision, I go into the map, I draw my map and I take the subdivision out because sometimes they misspell it. There's all kinds of things. And so I didn't know about having more than one set of asterisks. I just have always done the main asterisks, but I usually do a map search as well. And then I usually catch everything.
Yeah, I didn't know that too. I didn't know you could break up that one word into two. That was pretty good information.
Yeah, it's helpful. Yay. See you guys in a bit.
I thought you were frozen for a minute, Sunshine. But that was you just being focused.
She can't hear. I was singing to her earlier and she wouldn't look up, but Ken heard me singing.
Okay. Don't you need a jacket on, girl?
No, it's warm in my house.
Oh, okay. I thought you were at the office. So I was like, man, it's probably cold there.
No. I was gonna tell you the other day, whenever you were saying it was really hot in the office, it's normally cold because the only reason it was warm was because there were so many bodies there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not usually like that.
Yeah, typically when I go in there, I sweat.
Don't wear a sweater.
Well, it was a light sweater. So, all right, I won't wear a sweater next time.
Yeah. And it's cold in here. I have my heater on in my office. So
It's strange. I guess there's different pockets of hot and cold in the building, I'm assuming.
there is.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a variation up there. And I never not had a jacket up there, even in the dead of summer.
All right.
Yeah, especially
Good to know
when
that I'm not going crazy.
when I go up there and I'm just sitting, like working, doing, Zoom calls and whatnot, I'm just sitting. That's when I get cold.
So what is the temperature there now? Outside.
Let me look.
Oh, it's like 30.
30?
Christina, are you still in the sun?
She's traveling somewhere nice, so don't ask her.
I kinda am.
Yeah, and you know what, Christina, that was a really good open house yesterday, honestly. I thought it was. I was impressed. And there was some,
that many groups for Taylor. I was impressed too. I thought that's fabulous.
Yeah, somebody knew one of the owners, so she seemed real interested in the house.
That's awesome. I think there's another person circling that showed it on Friday. She actually just texted me a few minutes ago and asked how the open house went and if we had any other offers yet. So I'm really encouraged because I took this over. Somebody else had it listed and they weren't real happy with their service. And so.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, huh. And I mean, I was surprised.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say it's 33 degrees, feels like 26. I wish I was wherever you are. One of these days.
Where are you,
Hey.
Christina?
I'm on the island of Bonaire in the Southern Caribbean.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to her. Keep her muted
I
for the
figured you
rest
don't.
of
Yeah,
the day.
I'll mute.
How long have you been there? How long have you been there?
How long?
Uh-huh.
Since the 6th, and we'll come back at the end of the month. We bought a house here in 2020, so we try to come as often as we can.
Oh my God.
Do you rent it out Airbnb otherwise?
Absolutely not.
No, so it's just yours. Wow, good for you.
Yeah. You know, when we bought it,
really like.
well, there's that. No, when we bought it, we had thought maybe we would do that, but when I spent 3 months trying to furnish it and down to everything, utensils, bedding, the whole 9 yards, then it became something where I was like, yeah, no, thank you.
It's your second home.
Yes, it is our second home.
Because I have a friend that has 2 places in Belize, and so she's let me use it, and that's what she says is that she'd much rather just rent it to people she knows and do a deal and know they're going to take care of it. And like when I go, I'll haul stuff for her. I'll take an extra suitcase and I literally haul things for her. So it doesn't cost. So
Christina has a hobby that fits where she's at.
I do. We're scuba divers, so
Oh, nice.
That's I took an underwater photography class yesterday, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm ready to get back in the
Now
water.
that makes sense
That
why your
sounds
people were a
awesome.
little nervous about you being gone. That makes a little more sense now.
Yeah, but I tell you, it happens every single time. I tell people, don't worry that I'll be gone because the second I leave the country, your house sells or the right house pops up. And I've had such great help with everybody at Realty Texas. So, I've had the last 2 weekends. I had 5 open houses last weekend, 5 the previous, 6 open houses this weekend past. I mean, I don't think my clients can complain.
Well, hopefully they'll find something to buy so they're not homeless here in a few weeks.
Well, no, that one's going to work out because we can extend the closing. And actually, Sean, I don't know if she's back on yet, but she and I have a deal too. She's going to show them for me here the next day or so, I think.
So good for you.
I'm giving her all my Sun City extra special tips and tricks.
There you go.
Did you sell that one yet, Mary Beth?
No. So we'll see. Yeah.
Congrats on that. Hopefully it all works out. The feasibility period. I mean, you're muted.
Oops. They'll close much faster if they get through all the permitting stuff they need to get through.
That's the
Their
hardest
goal is to
part.
get it.
But I think that's the hardest part with commercial. People don't understand how long it takes to do the due diligence and get the permitting and the engineering and because you don't want to buy it unless you
can do what you want to do on it. Yeah. Good news is
because
they've done
otherwise
this many
it's a useless
times.
piece of land that you just bought that you can't do what you want to do with.
Exactly. Good thing is they've done this many times, so they've got the process down to a science.
Right.
Bad news is Marble Falls, so it might be a little bit.
It's if they've never done it in Marble Falls, that's the unknown.
Correct.
Right. Is
Correct.
getting that through, especially there's a planning and zoning for Cedar Park that I was going to go to tomorrow because our HOA posted that somebody wants to rezone near us. Do a restaurant and like an outdoor pickleball court and like a outdoor venue for like music. But I was like, I don't know, how close is it going to be?
Well,
and the
what's it
weird
gonna
thing is
look
there's
like?
already an indoor pickleball place. So I feel like pickleball is starting to like get this weird, like too many, like it's turning into like Airbnbs. There's just too many of them.
Well, and what's it going to look like?
Saturated.
Yeah, what's it going to look like too? There's one of those on Nameless Road. It's a pickleball outdoor bar, blah 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 blah, little bit of everything, but it looks like a glorified juke joint. So
a what joint?
A juke joint.
Juke. Like
juke joint.
I thought you said jick joint. I was about to jick joint. No, so I'm gonna go. Well, I guess if I can drive there tomorrow, because I don't know. I guess soon the weather's gonna be fine to listen to what they're doing. And luckily, my HOA posted that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about the P&D.
But then, if it's something nice looking like that place on New Hope Road, I mean, like I said,
yeah, I mean, they didn't provide. I have to like in the email, they just
Can I
said
come back?
it's going to be right about here, and that's about all they said.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that it's out here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. I was thoroughly enjoying all the banter and the conversation, so thank you for that. Are we ready to do the next one? All right. We did a single story in Terra Vista. We are now going to do a was 4215. Now we're going to do 4623, Chestnut Meadow. All right, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to put you back in your groups, and you're going to answer these questions for that property address. You'll all see 4623 Chestnut Meadows. Are we good with our same groups? Okay. If you left and came back, I might need your help. Let's see. Unassigned. Yes. Some of you came, and that means you lost your room assignment. Cindy, you were in group 3, is that right? Cindy, who were you with?
I was with Candace and Mary Beth. I think it's 2.
It was 2.
Yeah, I left and came back.
Okay, 2. Alfonso, what group were you in?
I believe I was in group 3. I think I was with Phyllis.
Okay, yep, okay. Debbie, what group were you in?
Numero uno.
All right. Gracias. Mario, what group were you in?
Nada. I was with Alfonso and
Okay, got it. Farzan, were you in a group before?
I wasn't in any groups, Jack.
Okay, Amonte, you were not in a group either, is that right?
I thought I was in group 3.
Got it. All right, put you back there. So you were with Alfonso?
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right, enjoy. And Haru, what group were you in? 0. Okay, got it. All right, there you go. Thank you. I'll see you back.
Yeah, that is not enough time.
No.
I had plenty enough time. I don't know what you're worried about. All right. Do you need more time, or did you come up with a range and a price?
We
have the
came up
same-
with a range and a price.
Okay. So did all 4 group captains come up with a range and a group price? All right. Good. Good, good, good. All right. So this one was fun, wasn't it? Anyway, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I hope you did too. All right. So let's geek out together, because this one is gonna be fun. I'm curious if y'all are gonna be brave, or how you're gonna react on this one. All right. I would like groups 1, 2, 3, and 4, those group captains, to go to the chat and blindly put your numbers in there.
How do you blindly do that, Jack?
You all do it
Yeah,
at the
what do you
same time.
Oh, okay.
I don't want group 4 here and group 1, 2, and 3, and then like, okay, well, we're just gonna modify our number to be kind of close to what they did, because we're gonna all conform with each other. And
But I'm group 2, so group 2 doesn't do it?
I want all groups 1, 2, 3, and 4, the group captains, to
Oh, I
put.
thought you said
No, sorry if I misspoke, but I wanted all group captains to blindly put in their range and their number in the chat for me. All right. Christina, thank you. Okay, we're missing from 2 groups.
Yeah, Jack,
Mike?
group 3, we had a hard time finding the property. We used asterisks and we used the address, and we just couldn't come up with the address. That's group 3. I don't know why we couldn't find it.
Were you looking in Round Rock?
No, we actually entered Georgetown as well, and it just didn't come up.
Okay, well, it not only does it come up, but it comes up 5 times. All right, so let's look
Okay.
at 4623 Chestnut Meadows. Does everybody see there? Okay, so we have 4623. Uh-huh. All right, so we're dealing with a 3,074 square foot home. Does anybody notice something interesting about the square footage range?
It varies from the
It
builder
changed.
to what is listed on the other sites, like your Zillows.
And
Closing on the on 2012 is 2,998, and the other ones are 3,074.
thank you, Cindy. All right, so we have a withdrawn listing and 4 closed listings, and one of the 4 closed listings has a square footage of 2,998, which is about 80 square foot difference. So that equates to big numbers when we're dealing with a 3,000 square foot home that's in the price range we're talking about here. What did it sell for in March of 2023?
I know that. I just wrote it down.
500,000.
500,000.
500, yeah.
Okay, on the market for a while, they listed it for 515. They got 500,000. So we're gonna take a look at that. All right, so let's have some fun here. We're gonna do a search together, but I'm still missing. We only have 2 groups. Not gonna cut it. We need both Christina, Ken, and Cindy and Phyllis. No, okay, we're good. Cindy had a 402 to 418. Phyllis 500 to 549. Ken 545, and Christina had a 535. Okay. Muy interesante. Someone has an open mic, and I need you to find out who it is because you are breathing heavily. First thing we're going to do is we're going to select a 2-story. And we're going to be a little bit generous here. So what was our square footage?
3,074.
74.
Depends on who you ask.
All right, and we're going to go a little bit wider, give ourselves a little extra room because we want to be able to breathe. We don't want to be so constrained. We're going to get rid of the pools because I don't want to deal with that. I don't even want to have that in my comp grid. I'm going to go back 200 days. What city should we be looking in?
Georgetown.
Down.
Right?
All right. So how many listings do I have in my comp grid right now? You zoom into the bottom number, way the bottom. All
5.
right, Imonte says 5. So let's see what we've got here. We have a 182 a square foot active, a 198 a square foot active. So on the market, we have a 510 and a 575. And on our sold bit, we have a 425, we have a 530, and we have a 592. Okay. So let's look at the close side of things. We have a 174 and a 175. Yes, price per square foot. So those are right as close to less than 80 cents difference. 174, less than 92 cents a difference in square footage between those two properties. And one was 3,000 square foot and one was 3,300 square foot. So right in the sweet spot of the square footage range. And then we have 2 active, one at 182 a square foot and one at 198 a square foot, both of those being a little bit smaller. Do we see that? Let's go through here. Did you guys have an opportunity to look at the photos of our listing that we're going to list? All right, let's
No, but I
go.
wanted to ask, did you
Let's
mark that there's no primary on the first floor?
we're gonna take a look at that. Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. Good. All right, so now let's zoom in to this property. And first thing we're gonna take a quick look at days on market was relisted, and then the last time it was relisted, it sold in 13 days. They listed for 515 and they closed for 500. So we're going to kind of look at that. We're going to see 2012 acres point 16. And now let's take a look at the photos. Curb appeal is good. They've got defined flower beds, been mulched. Grass is cut. Garage door doesn't have any dents. They took the screens off and they washed the windows, so you can see that glistening looking in the windows, which we're going to be talking about tomorrow. So we've got good curb appeal. Could the trees have been trimmed a bit? Yes, and that's why they're going at lengths to try to get these side angles, because they can't get it from the street, because the canopy should have been lifted and the trees should have been trimmed, but they didn't do it, and it is what it is. Crepe myrtles are also could be trimmed, but it is what it is. But what I'm seeing here is a house that's well painted, well situated, looks good from the curb. Okay, we've got a tile that is got clean grout, and it's got a nice color handrail and good paint. Fireplace. Kitchen is modern. No one's going to be objecting to that. Nice layout. We're looking at a property that's super clean. Looks like maybe they replaced the carpet for the listing. And we have a covered patio that is a 10 by 10 and grass in the backyard that's not been destroyed. All right. So decent listing. Yes, definitely prepared for market. Okay. Now let's look at our comparables. Which is this. Here are the 5 properties. Let's first look at our competition. The other one had more of an open floor plan and it was a little bit bigger. More stately from the front. And subject property arguably has finer finishes. Keep going here. Boom. Certainly nothing wrong with this house. Nice home, clean, but the flooring is not quite at the same level in terms of the carpet, and the color in terms of, you know, the modern finishes that people are looking for.
It was off. Oh, it couldn't get knocked off again. So I had to rearrange everything, drain it, and then I'm doing a rinse.
Cindy, I just put you on mute.
What about that one doesn't have a house next to it? It only has a house on one side of it. Does that matter? Just out of curiosity.
Am I going to factor that into my valuation? No. I'm not going to price it more because it's on a corner lot. Thing is that there's been a lot of controversy over the years regarding a corner lot. There's just fewer of them because there's more houses on the interior lot. So a corner lot could sell for a little bit more, but you've also got this backed up to this side entry street, which is yes, it's private, but you know, kids can play over here and whatnot, but they're going to have more yard to maintain, and the street is actually down here. So this is kind of a weird thing. You don't have that all over the place. Is it going to equate to more value? I would still say no. There are people who feel less secure having a home where people can walk down the side here and be able to see inside the house. Some people feel more secure being an interior lot. Some people like being able to decorate and put their Christmas stuff out and having a bigger yard. Some people don't want that much yard. Some people do. So there are fewer homes, so it's a finite number. Whenever you have fixity in situs, when there's a fewer number of them, it's going to increase the rate a little bit, but nominal. And I saw a couple hands with that.
I saw a wrought iron fence.
Okay, certainly not on a golf course or any type of green belt here on this particular one. Okay, so that's the first one. When we look at this property, do you think the subject is superior or inferior to this property?
Superior.
Okay.
I think superior.
I think superior.
Okay. So we're looking at 2,700 square foot, almost 2,800 at 510. So ours is larger. So do you think that ours is going to have a price higher than 510?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we know we're looking north of 510. That's a very important piece of information to take away from this. Now let's look at the next one. Remember, these are failed attempts. I want you to look and think of active not as comparables, but as failed attempts to sell a home because they have not yet been successful. No one took them up on their offer. So we're not going to look at this in value, but we're looking at this in competition. So I'm thinking to myself, how do I beat these guys? Is the size of the property, is the condition of the property, is the upgrades in their property going to beat the competition and be more attractive to the buyers in the market, meaning that mine's going to go first versus these. So that's what I'm thinking here, not necessarily price, but I am trying to figure out how can I make my price beat these properties. Now here we have a property that's 2898. It is roughly 120 square feet smaller than the subject, but it's priced at 198 and it's only been on the market for 4 days. So it's still very early on market. Do you think I would be talking to these two listing agents? You bet. Why would I really be? What is today? Christine's like, I'm on vacation. I'm on island time. I'm not sure. For everybody else, it's Monday. And that means that this property just made it through the weekend. So what do we really want to know from her?
In the
You got
activity.
any contracts?
What happened over
Activity,
the weekend?
Yeah,
Did you do an open house? Did you have traction? Did you have
showing.
lots of people, showings, all of that information, right? Because I'm going to really want to know that information because 4 days on market means we went through the entire market and they did exactly what most agents do bad, which is list on Thursday or Friday right before the open house. Never, never, never going to do that. Okay, so let's zoom in again and let's look at Cherokee Rose and let's see if we think that our subject is like or superior or inferior. So we've got some really interesting dynamics going up on the front. You've got a lot of stuff going on here with the elevation. So we've got a lot of architectural design niches. We've got the nice 4-inch baseboards, shaker doors, hand scraped flooring, nice solid wood door. So upgraded
Interior.
fixtures. So we're seeing a modern look and feel, a kitchen that's some people like this kitchen, some don't. This is very popular in Terra Vista. We see a lot of these, especially on Caldwell Palm Circle, where it's got the kitchen nook. No, it's a little bit dark in there, and you don't get any natural light from the windows, and when you don't really get to see out the window. So some people like it, some people don't. But when you're walking through your house, your kitchen is not hidden anywhere. It's not in the back in the corner. It's right there for everything to see. So when your dishes aren't done, everyone's going to know that. Flooring in excellent condition. I'm really not loving that fan, but that's nor here nor there. Nice walk-in, thin set in the foundation in the slab for the walk-in shower, dual shower heads. Definitely got some upgrades going on in the primary bath. We got a mud area with, I'm guessing we have a walk-in laundry room here. Definitely the garage here. Probably, this also goes to the outside. These are exterior doors. I want to know, maybe this goes to the outside in the backyard. I don't know, but that's an exterior door. That's not an interior door. So there's nothing about this home that's going to scare away a buyer. Plus, it's got those things sitting on top. That's an X factor, right? We got to deal with that. When we see these, what's the very first thing we need to have a conversation with the seller about? Christina.
Are they paid for or not? And are you going to pay them off at closing? If
That's
not,
right. And if not, what paragraph of the contract are we going to have to deal with these on?
leases. I
Four.
haven't been in class. I haven't been in class.
Exactly right. Paragraph 4 leases. So look, this is the
Paragraph
thing.
4.
If these solar panels are currently being leased and not owned, there will be a UCC filing against the property for this, until there'll be a lien against them. You can't close a property until the lien is paid off. So you can't use proceeds to pay off a lien because proceeds happen after funding. So somebody, if these aren't paid for, has to come up with the cash to pay these off and then close under normal circumstances. Now, you might have a lien holder, aka these shingle companies, that's willing to sign some documents that will convey them to the buyer and hold back money through the invoice. But that's a whole conversation that you need. So, the first thing a listing agent's going to do when they get their listing agreement signed is open title, ask the closer what's going on with them, and call the solar panel company with the seller on the phone and find out what are my options to sell this home and figure that out, because there are more and more programs available now. But remember, if they release the lien and the property closes, the lien is their only element. That is their instrument protecting their interests. They release the lien, they release their ability to be paid. So if there's a $20,000 balance and they release the lien so that the property can transfer between seller to buyer, and they don't get paid for, they no longer have a recourse. So some of them are willing to do it, some of them are not willing to do it. It's not the end of the world. It's just a conversation that needs to be had, and we need to know that up front. Okay, but other than that, do you see anything that scares you regarding this listing? No? All right. Do you think this one's superior? Do you think it's inferior, or do you think it's equal?
Superior.
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 I'd say superior. It's close.
Little superior. Close, but superior.
Okay. So square footage is 2,900, and what's ours?
3,074.
1,074.
Okay, outside of the personal property, which is the solar panels that have been turned into real property because they screwed them through the shingles, which makes me crazy. What about this property makes it superior to you?
I think the features within the home, the trim that utilized in the home, use of material.
Modern aesthetics.
Upgrade.
I think the second one you showed is superior to the subject property. I think that's my opinion.
Let's go through it one more time. It is a home that this is not going to scare off any buyers. I think if all of these three properties were listed at the same time, they're going to be all competing against each other. And I think the one with the solar panels that we just saw might beat this one out. You're certainly possible that it beats this one out, because it does seem to have nothing that this one doesn't, just a level of upgrades that might be, just like you said, a little bit superior. Okay, let's keep going. So those were the two active. So this means if that property is currently active on the market, what is it listed for? 575. Okay. But it's listed at 198 a square foot, and ours is 3,000 square foot plus. This one is just under 2,900 at 2,800 square feet. So that's interesting. We're gonna pause that conversation and we're gonna move on to the next three. This one sold for 425. So it's what I call an outlier. It's way down on the lower end. We're gonna take a look at the photos and we're gonna zoom through them really quickly. Is there anything about this property that screams $100,000 less?
It backs to 1460.
Smaller kitchen.
Isn't that the one that backs to 1460 though?
That's correct. It backs up. So I don't think there's any sound barrier there. It's probably just the developer's wall. That probably maybe, oh, yeah. Nothing really. Wow.
And power lines.
Yeah.
And that's obviously the the HOA area. So do we have the same level of backyard here?
No,
No.
smaller.
We certainly don't. Now, this wall is designed, this is an HOA wall, so it's designed as a sound barrier, but it's not masonry. You've got some issues here with this property. You've got some things that might scare away a buyer. So the question is will this property scare away some buyers? And the answer is yes.
Yep.
There are
Yes.
some things about this property that can scare away some buyers. So that means that we have an X factor that we can't articulate. So we would just remove this from our comp grid and not want to have a lot of conversation about it because it's got stimulus about it that's going to affect a buyer in a different way. So now we're going to look at the other two solds and see about them. This one pretty similar from the front. Other than
Yes.
Texas stone versus brick, it's very similar from the front. Obviously taken at a different time of year where we were not dormant. So large open kitchen, we got hand scraped hardwood floors in here. Upstairs looks like there is carpet, but that would be expected upstairs. Tile downstairs, grout clean. Thank you people for having clean grout. Fireplace, nice big open kitchen. This kitchen would be a good size selling feature for this property because that would appeal to a lot of buyers. I could even see myself doing an open house in there. Hi guys, thanks for coming in. I would have fun with that one. And primary up on this one. Clearly this is a primary up. You can see by the windows, you can see this is the primary bedroom. So this is gabled up on the second floor. Gigantic walk-in primary closet with the built-ins. Now, when we look at this against our subject property, side yard, covered patio, interior lot, sandwiched between two streets. So when we look at that property, do we think that our subject is superior or inferior?
I think it's kind of equal.
Okay.
Superior.
My vote that I would look at it is very similar square footage, but I think in terms of the actual property itself, it's pretty equal, but I think it's superior. I would think
It's a little older also.
Yeah.
A little bit. But it also has nicer hardwood scraped flooring.
Yes.
The other one tile, so you kind of got a mixed bag going on here. But this
Yes.
kitchen is superior.
And that's where most people spend most of their time is kitchen.
Well, you can say that, but you can also say the kitchen sells the house.
Having sold a house sort of similar to this, which was mine, which had floors that were similar to our subject property that were not popular, I say this one's superior because the floors in the kitchen are a big one.
1000%.
And it's well taken care of as well for being an older home too. You can see that they took pride in taking care of it.
Now let's look at this one. Egyptian gold, countertops, granite. This was very popular about 5 years ago. Was these cabinets as well? Very popular. Match the flooring. The flooring is a hard tile flooring. It's not wood as it looks like, but you can see the grout lines in it.
Jack, quick question. From you selling as many homes as you have, can you take a look at a floor plan or a house that you see on MLS and pick out who the builder was?
For the most part. I mean, when I look at Wilshire and Highland, sometimes it's hard to tell the two apart. But yes, I mean, Drees, I can pick out a Drees, and a lot of the builders that I would pick out are no longer in business. But yes, for the most part.
Okay.
David always has a star at the top of the roof line.
All right,
I mean,
so
a diamond.
So we have a subject property that we know when it sold last, and it sold recently. It sold in 2023, and it sold for 500, right? It was listed for 515, closed for 500. You have two properties here. The last two properties were 174 and 175 in that square footage range. Then you have a property that is currently listed on market for 182, and then we have a property that's listed at 198. So what do we do here? Do we think that our property blows this clearing circle away? Do you remember that one? The one that
Yes,
had
it does, for sure.
Yes, it was way better than that one. Yes.
That one
way
shouldn't even be on there.
right. So I agree that this one is our what we're going to call the outlier that's not going
Outlier.
to be part of our comp. But thing is we've got 174, 175, 182, and 198. So which one did we say that ours is kind of similar to?
Cherokee, wasn't it?
Colony Glen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
We agreed that it was somewhat similar to this one that was pretty close in terms of what you get for house. I would look at these two as fairly similar, but I do think that ours has things that this one doesn't and vice versa. So now we're going to have to price our property. Group one. Because by the way, I think that you all came in too low. So group one, what did you come up with?
535, which
Okay.
was 174 a square foot.
535 is not 174 square foot.
Hold on. Oh, what was I doing with that? Hold on.
575 is 187 a square foot.
Sorry, we were in a rush.
Mm-hmm. So redo the square footage.
Wasn't it 3074 square feet?
yes, that's correct.
Yep.
That's 174. Yeah, 535 divided by 3074 is 174 a square foot. Am I right? What am I doing wrong?
Yeah, 174 square foot. So 535K at 174 square foot. But should we be looking? So do we think 174 square foot's the number?
No.
Now that we've had time to look at
No.
the other properties, yes.
Now that we've done a
It's-
good
we
analysis,
came in
I
low.
think we can reevaluate that price per square foot.
Okay. So what do you think the price was? I've got mine written down. What do you think the price per square foot should be?
180.
So if you look at 175, a square foot is going to take you somewhere between 180 and 190 a square foot. This property here is priced at 198, 182. My opinion of value is that I would try to beat this number, this 575. Because my property is larger than this property. It's been on the market for 4 days, but it's 3,000 square foot. But let's go back here. Do we want to be priced more than this property?
No, you do not.
I agree. No, we do not. So how do we get buyers enticed in our property before this one? Now there's a difference in square footage. So we're going to go back and we're going to really look at this number seriously. 198 a square foot. We believe it should be higher than 174, but where should it be in order to make ours look more attractive and compete with these guys? Less than 575, right? Would you agree with that? Even with the
Yes,
differential?
I was looking at 185 a
Me.
square foot, and that looks pretty good.
Yeah, I was looking at
185.
186 a square foot.
185.
So if you do 187 a square foot, that becomes 575 and you've matched their price. Do we think we should match that price?
No, we
If we
want to
s-
come in
No.
lower.
if we have two buyers and they look
What
at
about
our listing,
569?
I
Yeah, 569.
569, 569. Yeah.
I wrote down 569.9. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Higher than 180, lower than 190. Now, it is already on break time. It takes 1 hour to do one and 1 hour to do the other. Let's get back over to our comp grid because we've got some other toys to play with. We're going to do a couple of what's called graphs, and we're going to do a CMA graph trend so that we can see how both of these properties have changed. Both the first property we did a CMA and both the second property we did a CMA. All right, questions regarding the second CMA. Does everyone agree with that? Does anyone not agree with that? Everyone seems to be pretty, all right. So what was your big takeaway from these two CMAs?
That was tough.
I have a question, not a takeaway. When
Okay.
our group was trying to do it, we struggled, I think, like that other group at finding it at first, and it was coming up what looked like to be on the south side of Westinghouse, but yet it came up as a Georgetown address. And I was under the assumption that anything north of Westinghouse is Georgetown, so there
Nope.
must be a little wiggle there.
Nope. So I pretty much closed out Lennar Bluebonnet floor plan. I sold 5 single stories on Chestnut Meadows, and all of them were Georgetown. So that one street. So if
One
you're
little
on
section.
if you're on Westinghouse Road and you turn south into the main drive
Scenic, on Scenic.
on
Yeah.
Scenic, the very first street, Chestnut, is Georgetown side.
Okay.
Only that one street. Exactly right.
Yeah, no, we had the same issue, and I found out that we were doing the search with the cache, and I didn't realize that on the bottom had the clear button where you get rid of all the data, and then it refreshes the screen, and then we can continue looking for it.
I just start over and go search and do the whole search again because going like this will always reset your search, and you'll start fresh again. And if you want one of the old searches, you can click up here in the recent searches. You can click this. It'll give you a drop down of all of the searches that you did before in every property that you built that you on. Let me change my screen because you don't see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and we kept
When
putting in
when you do
the
this search,
primary bed on.
that will take you over. And then this button will show you all the prior searches you've done in the past, which is very helpful. And yes, the primary bedroom is something we need to take into consideration. But 2 of our comps had primary up, so it fell into our comp grid really nicely there. So I used this example because you had a property that was in good condition with some comps that were all superior, and some of them had a little bit nicer of a kitchen, some of them had a little bit better of a yard, some of them had a little better of a location. So it was a mixed bag, and we really had to do a lot of analysis here in comparing the properties to each other. But at the end of the day, we can see that 569 is a very fair price for that property, and we have full expectation that we'll be successful at that number. Okay, it's 3:01. We're going to do a break. We're going to come back at 3:10. And when we come back at 3:10, we're going to keep going with the slides, but we're going to do what's called a stats search. I mean, yeah, stat search. And we'll see. You guys will like that. That's a fun one.
I have a question for you, Jack.
Sure.
What is your opinion when an appraiser calls and books going to go do the appraisal on your listing and ask if you have any comps or homework that you want to share? Do you share to help with the price, or do you do that when you have a buyer, or not at all?
So can you ask that in class with everyone so that they can all benefit from that?
Absolutely.
I also have a question, Mr. Stapleton. It's going to be stupid. I'm very new, but how big of a factor would you consider 2 different types of fences in a backyard to be whenever performing these CMAs?
I think that Everyone has, when it comes to CMAs, you have something called over improved. And the expectation is that you're going to have a regular old cedar fence. If someone upgrades that fence, you're probably not going to get a dollar for dollar value out of the fence. Masonry fences that are done from the subdivision means that you're going to have less privacy. You're going to have more cars and swooshing going by at 2 in the morning. So the fence that you no longer have to maintain because the HOA maintains it also means that the HOA is going to be hunting around your backyard as they're evaluating that fence every couple of years. So my opinion is a fence is not going to change the value of a house. Not unless you're dealing with 10 acres somewhere and someone fenced an entire property. That's a whole different thing. But if you're in an interior, normal subdivision lot, that the fence is not going to bring actual value. The most important thing that you can do is outprice your competition. And if we're trying to add a couple dollars here and there for a fence, you could actually end up staying on market longer. So I'm not going to take it into consideration the fence.
Thank you, sir.
The expectation is there is one already.
Gotcha.
I might take, if we've got a fence that's laying down, then I'm still not going to remove value for it. I'm going to ask them to fix it. And if they can't, then the expectation is that the buyer's going to ask us to fix it in the option period. Would be my comments.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and my pleasure, and no such thing as a stupid question. This is, when you have a question, we appreciate you asking. And hi, Cindy. Hi, Debbie. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Doing good. I love this class. I took it last year, and you're teaching it different, probably the same but different, and it's just every single time it's just so valuable. I wish
I think you
everyone
just
would
pick
do
up
this.
different things because it's a lot of
Yeah,
stuff
okay.
to go over.
True.
Like you're in a different frame of
True.
mind. You go take the same class,
Yeah.
read the same book, and you're like, I didn't remember reading that last time.
Yes. Or watching a movie.
But I'm sure there are
scenes.
some tweaks that Jack does. I know at least this one is pretty, I feel like it's been pretty consistent the times I've been signing on it, but he could correct me if I'm wrong.
It's just a really good class.
Thanks, Debbie. I appreciate it.
And it worked out perfect that I showed my house while we were on lunch. So I had to go show 2 houses real quick, and it was while we were on the lunch break, so that worked out great.
What a great use of your lunch.
Yes.
I hope they liked it.
Yes, it's a lease, and we're gonna put an application in.
That is
And
awesome.
the other one is a short sale that I got from a lead, which I'm gonna have to do some work on.
I love short sales. If you need help with that, let me know. I'm very passionate about short sales.
Well, that would be amazing, but I know you're so busy. I
Who's the
don't wanna
servicer?
bother you too much. Who's what?
Who's the servicer?
I don't know that yet. I just viewed the property. So I'm just getting into it. I just got this lead this morning, so
Got it.
we're working on it. So
Well,
I'm doing this class instead right now.
So just before you turn it into a short sale, which you've probably already looked at this, but see if it's VA or FHA and figure out what their interest rate is. Because loan assumptions are a big deal with 2 and 3% interest rates. And there have been 2 situations in the last year where agents were starting with a short sale, but they had VA loans, and we were able to do a loan assumption and it not be a short sale. And actually there was money that exchanged hands because the sales price was able to be higher with the loan assumption.
So I'd be representing the buyer.
Got it. I
And
thought you
so
were getting
still
listed.
follow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it's the other way.
How long has the property been on the market?
I have it right here on my screen. Let me look. Oops, that was the other house. Oh, I must have clicked out. It's this year. It's like 14 days or something like that.
Nice.
I'll pull it up real quick. I'll find it.
we're going to be seeing some short sales popping up this year because
Yes.
the crazy people who went way over. I feel like that, I just the people first to the craziness in the 2020 and 2021 were bringing cash to the table, but then 6 months later they were able to stuff all of that into the loan. And I was thinking to myself, lenders need to protect themselves because this isn't appreciation. When a property doubles in value in a year, that's not appreciation. That's not
No.
normal market stimulus. And VA and FHA's, their guidelines say in an appraisal that it has to be normal market conditions where there's no undue duress of the buyer. And a market that's doubled in price and has 60 offers on it is duress to the buyer, which means they shouldn't have used that as a comp and it shouldn't have increased the market value. And the market value should have just stayed there, meaning that the buyer should have brought money to the table. They couldn't bring money to the table and then bring that money right back down. So I feel like the appraisers failed the market because they shouldn't have allowed those to appraise.
Yeah, that was crazy times during there. Anyway, it's been on the market for 12 days.
Nice.
Jack, I have a question.
To whom am I speaking?
Latanya.
Hello. I like your background.
Thanks. Would you do a CMA for new construction in a new development the same way as you would, I guess, just a regular CMA?
Depends. Do you like that answer?
Not really, but
So the first one, if you're under contract in a new construction, one of the things that you can ask the on-site for is, hey, you have all the appraisals on this thing. Can you share some appraisals with me on the other properties? And sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. Also, you can do a CMA, but I'm guessing that a lot of them will not have hit the MLS anyway, and so there's going to be a lot of missing data, a considerable amount of missing data in the MLS. So yes, you have to do a CMA. That is true, but you can also get comps from the on-site and ask them to share them with you, and oftentimes they will. They're usually wanting to help. And
when you say on-site, like if it's
the
a
builder's
new,
rep.
okay. So like even if it's a new development and there's no other homes, would you just do it like in surrounding areas?
No.
Like, no?
No. If it's the very first one to sell, that's the very best time to buy in a neighborhood, because the on-site themselves are trying to figure out how that they're going to sell that property. So the new one usually is the pick of the litter, and it's going to be probably the lowest price. So the first one in and the last one out usually gets the best price. So from that point forward, some are going to be closed. When you say new, a new community can be as old as 5 years, 6 years old as they're still building out. But if it's brand new and they haven't sold anything at all, then there are no comps. So they're going to do an appraisal, and an appraiser is going to do all his craziness to try to figure out what that is. And the on-site doesn't even know what's going to happen. On-site has no clue what's going to happen. Neither does their lender. It could appraise, it could not appraise, and then they're going to try to figure out how they can set the tone for the neighborhood. And whenever a client is trying to negotiate, they're going to try everything they can to withdraw that property from the MLS because they're going to do everything they can to get good, solid comps for the appraisers, so that they can increase the value in their neighborhood. So you're going to do things a little bit differently. First, you're going to ask the on-site everything you got, and then you're going to tell the buyer, I want to see in the contract from the builder what our out is in the event that this doesn't appraise. I want to know. And make sure that you negotiate that hard and tell them, no, I want my earnest money back if this thing doesn't appraise, because you've got no appraisals in here. We don't even know if this thing's going to appraise and what ballpark it's going to appraise. Can you look at different communities? You can. Typically, some of the builders have communities nearby that they've sold out that has like product. So be looking in there as well. If it's less than a mile away, and it has like product, but now you're dealing with adjustments from schools and uh, all kinds of other stuff, age built and the rest of it. So that is a difficult one, but your on-site is going to be able to share with you whatever they do have. I want to see the appraisals of these properties.
Awesome. Thanks.
You know, and the first property to
I
sell,
was going to add to that, Latonya.
resale,
Yeah, it's
is
3:10. It's 2 minutes over.
okay.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that it's out here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from your break, everyone. All right, so we went ahead and pulled all the data for these properties. We went through the MLS. I'm going to give you a couple of rules of thumb that you can dog ear. I always like to start with the subdivision. We did a master plan community. We started with Terra Vista. That's easy. We're going to find a lot of comps inside Terra Vista. But if it's a pocket subdivision, if it's a smaller subdivision, if there's not been a lot of turnover in that subdivision, then you may not be able to use the subdivision. So the rule of thumb is I start with the subdivision, and if I have too much inventory, if I have too many active and too many sold, I've got 40, 50, which can happen sometimes, I might look for the elementary school. And that elementary school will create a pocket that's a smaller group, and the appraiser will do that as well. So if I'm starting with the subdivision and I have too much, I'm going to grab the elementary school. If I start with the subdivision and I don't have enough and there's just not enough comps, the rule of thumb is you can pull out a mile. You can go out a mile on the map and you can look within that mile. But now you're going to have to be looking for major barriers that's going to cause a complex um, adjustment to be made from the subject, like a municipality, like a school district or a city or a major freeway or something like that. So then if you're going to go out a mile, you're probably not going to be using a radius, meaning a circle. You're probably going to be doing a polygon tool. And I'm going to show you what that looks like here in the MLS. I'm going to go back to the map view. So let's grab the Terra Vista again. We're going to grab the map. And I'm going to zoom way out. So having geographic competency in your area is important. If you don't, you probably need to have a mentor, someone who can at least have another side of eyes on this. In Terra Vista, I know that north of University, south of Westinghouse Road, and east of 35 and west, well, I mean, there can be multiple. You can be dealing with obviously 130 is not it. AW Grimes could be 1460. So what are you going to grab in here? Obviously, we're not going to go over 35. We're not going to go south of University. If we're in Round Rock, we're not going to grab more than Westinghouse Road. You're probably going to be doing something similar. Something like that. We're not going to cross over 35. We're not going to go over AW Grimes. We're not going to go west of Westinghouse Road, which is right here. And I went over, I'm zoomed out too far. But you're probably going to do a polygon tool and draw it on the map and try to find comps inside there that's not going to cross over a natural divide. And you can see Settlers Overlook, Jester Farm, Chandler Creek, Legends Village, Edgar Acres. We've got all of these pocket neighborhoods all over here. Some of them built in the 80s, some of them built in the 90s. Round Rock Ranch was built out from the 90s all the way up to the 2000 and 5 and 6 eighths. Ryan's Crossing's newer than that. Oak Bluff Estates is considerably older. So we have to know our subdivisions and know the age in order to make an adjustment. So if you leave the subdivision, it means you're going to need the competency to be able to do that because you need to know the subdivisions. Because creating a adjustment on year built or municipality is probably outside the scope of what real estate agents are prepared to do. So at that point, you probably need to get a little bit of assistance, and don't be afraid to ask for help. But 90% of what you're going to sell, 90% of what I've sold has been traditional subdivisions that I've got plenty of comps for. And I can tell you this. If you're trying to do a CMA to find the number that you're looking for, you're going to fail. You're not doing a CMA to second guess what you believe. That's not what it is. You're doing a CMA to find the comps to determine what you should list for is based on the data, not the other way around.
Jack, can you say that again? I do believe when we're working with newer agents that are come to us for comps and they ask us about whatever they did it or right or wrong, I do believe a lot of the new ones they want to find what's going to justify the sales price versus the other way around.
Yeah. If you're doing a CMA to justify a number that you brought to the table yourself or that you believe, you are failing before you begin, and you're going to come up with the wrong number because you have a bias. And if you have a bias in mind when you're doing your CMA, it's going to show itself in an overpriced listing. And Mary Beth also had a question, and I asked her to ask that question to the group.
Okay, so if you have a listing and you have an appraiser that calls you, wants to schedule the appraisal because he's going to come do it for the buyer's lender and wants to know if you have any comps or any homework that you can share with him about the property. So I wanted to know, do you do it, or how do you do it, or what is your input about that?
Thank you, Mary Beth, and I appreciate the question because I'm sure you remember this from last time, and it is important that all of you know this. Our fiduciary duty is to represent what our client is asking us and to fulfill the goals that they have. If an appraiser calls us and we're the buyer agent, we may think in the recesses of our mind somewhere that if we do everything we can to make sure that the property appraises so that the client brings less cash to the table, because face it, if the property doesn't appraise, one of three things are going to happen. Either the seller is going to come down, the buyer is going to bring money to the table, or the two of them are going to have to split it some way. If the transaction closes, one of those things are going to occur. We can't make the assumption that if the property doesn't appraise, that the buyer is going to bring more to the table. And that's the assumption the agents are often thinking. Well, we negotiated a good price. It didn't appraise. The appraiser is having problems. So let me show them and prove that the property is worth what we think we're under contract for, which is a bias, and try to share those comps. So before you act, call your client. Have a conversation. I say, are you having problems finding comps? Yes, I am. So you're having a problem establishing value? Yes, I am. Great. Let me have a conversation with my client. What's your number? Can I call you back at this number? Because you want to make sure you can reach this person again, because they're throwing you a bone here. They don't have to call you. They could drop their nuclear bomb in the middle of the transaction and never talk to you again, and it's done. So be grateful and thankful that they've reached out to you. Now call your client. Look, this thing's not going to appraise. If it doesn't appraise, the seller doesn't have to come down, just like you don't have to come up. So the whole thing can be tanked. Or the seller can come down, or you can bring more money to the table. Or I can argue with this guy and give him comps because maybe the comps that he has isn't good comps. Now, let's explain the world of appraisers. In the financial crisis back in the day, and let's talk about the Dodd-Frank Act, and prior to that, prior to the Obama administration creating the Dodd-Frank Act, lenders worked directly with an appraiser. They would call their buddy the appraiser and call them out to do an appraisal. And if it didn't appraise, they would call that appraiser and say, look, dude, these people don't have money to bring to the table. And if you can't make this work, we're not going to use you anymore. So the appraiser was then having their future success as an appraiser on the line for not giving the lender and the buyer who they felt like was their client. But who was the client really? The underwriter and the ultimate lender is the client, not the salesperson. Now, the salesperson owes their fiduciary duties to their institution, whoever they're lending the money, but they're also trying to get it done. They're a salesperson for the buyer. So the relationship with some of these lenders and the appraiser, that's what was deemed the bubble, the reason for the bubble is that lenders put undue pressure on the appraisers, and the appraisers added extra value there in order to make sure that they appraised. And that kept happening to the point where we have an overinflated market. So the Dodd-Frank Act, they decided, let's create an intermediary so that the lender can't pick up the phone and talk to the appraiser anymore. They have to call a clearinghouse, what we call AMCs, appraisal management companies. So the buyer, the lender, I'd like to order the appraisal, please, and they call an order desk. The order desk then calls an appraiser at random, and that appraisal at random is going to return that appraisal to the appraisal management company, who then gives it to the lender. That appraiser, while the order is in process, can talk to the buyer, can talk to the seller, can talk to the lender, they can talk to everyone. But once that appraiser turns in that appraisal to the AMC, no one can talk to the appraiser anymore. That's done. By law, you cannot. It's arm's length. You cannot by law talk to that appraiser. You can only talk to the AMC. So the time to fix an appraisal before it goes bad is when that appraiser is calling. If it's VA, they call it a tidewater, meaning that's it's underwater. That's the word that a VA appraiser is going to call it not appraising. If it's a conventional, they're just going to say we're not able to meet value. And now, as the buyer agent, to answer what Mary Beth said, we're going to call our client and we're going to ask our client, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to share comps with this appraiser? What comps do you want me to share with this appraiser? How do you want me to act in this moment? Because
Yeah, but Jack, I was referring to as the listing agent.
well,
Call me as a
we're gonna
listing.
start with the buyer agent, and then we're gonna get to the listing agent side, because it's a very different answer. So then the buyer says whatever they say, you know, I want this, I want to renegotiate this thing. You told me that if it doesn't appraise, that I could back out. I didn't think it was going to appraise anyway. Don't you go try to force this thing to appraise. Let the appraiser do their job and stay out of it. Could very well be that instruction. So now we're going to call back the appraiser and say, look, I spoke to the buyer. The buyer said that they want you to do your job without any due influence from me. I appreciate you reaching out to me. I'm going to let you do your job without any influence from me, as instructed by the buyer. And then let bygones be bygones, or let whatever going to happen. Fate may take me somewhere. And then it comes out, and then now everyone's going to have to negotiate this. So don't just assume when the appraiser calls you for a real estate agent as a buyer agent to immediately take action without talking with your client. That's on the buyer side. On the seller side, there's no difference. We represent the seller. So our guess is that the seller is going to want this thing to appraise, but maybe not. Maybe the appraiser has a situation going on where they've got $100,000 worth of non-refundable earnest money on the line on a property that they want to buy, and they don't want any issues. They don't want any delays. They want this thing to close. So the seller says, call the appraiser back and tell them, what number are they looking at? Well, what number are you looking at with the comps that you have now? Well, right now, if you were to tell me right now, it looks like it's 575. The appraiser is saying if you were to issue the report right now, it would be 575. Tell them to issue the report. I don't want anything that's going to back up this transaction. Or seller says, no, give them the comps. Prove to them that this property is worth it, because you know this property is worth it. Now share all the data with the appraiser. Now, going back to what I was talking about before, during the Dodd-Frank Act, with this whole new creation of what we call the clearinghouse or the appraisal management company, where the lender has to call the appraisal management company and the appraisal management calls the appraiser, there was a reason I was telling you that story. When there was a relationship between the appraiser and the appraiser made $700, $575 to $600 on an appraisal. The moment that the AMCs came in, all of a sudden appraisers were making $200 on an appraisal. They started making 1/3 the amount of money that they made before, because the appraisal management started vacuuming all of that money. They're saying, look, we've got the leads. You have to call us, so we've got the money. So if we're going to manage you, we're going to take 3/4 of it. So they started taking 400, giving the appraisers 200. We were in a downturn in the 2008 to 2010. A lot of people have been doing this for 30, 40 years, and they said, peace out, I'm retiring. And they were gone, and we lost more than half of our appraisers. And then out of nowhere, a ricochet, a rebound, complete flip the script. All of a sudden, 2014 and 15 and 16 happened, and we started getting more and more appraisal orders, more and more appraisal orders. And those people stayed out of the business. And your millennials and younger have no interest in being an appraiser. That is not something that they find interest in, or a career that is bustling like real estate or being a lender or being a real estate agent. They're still struggling to get the appraisers in the business. So we started seeing appraisers come from Dallas, from North Texas, from down in Corpus Christi, from Houston, coming into our market because now they were doing an appraisal for 575 plus a $100 rush. So then the appraisal management company is calling everyone. No one's replying. They're like, I'll give you a $300 bonus if you drive up to Austin and do this appraisal by Saturday. Today's Tuesday. They got 4 days to do it. They're like, okay. So you're going to pay me my $300 plus a $300 bonus. So I'm going to get $600. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that for a day's work. And then they started coming into our area, but they didn't have MLS access because they have to pay for MLS access just like we have to pay for MLS access. So are they going to pay for CTX MLS and Actress and HAR and Coastal and Highland Lakes and Bryan College Station and Waco and all of these MLSs just so they could be driving around? The answer is no, they didn't. They had HAR, San Antonio, Austin, and Netris, and that's it. And they didn't have any of the smaller ones. And the smaller ones where a lot of the good comps were, like in Waco or in CTX MLS or in Highland Lakes, for example. So when they call you and they say, can you share your comps with me? It could be because they don't have all the MLSs and they're banking on the fact that we do. And because of that, now they're looking to us to give them comps. You see? So they're not asking because they think that we can do a search better than them. They're mostly asking because we have access to data that they're not willing to pay for. So we go to our client, we ask our client, do you authorize me to send the appraiser comps? Yes or no? Yes, you're going to put a packet together, and then it's a whole packet you put together. Upgrades that the seller has, if you represent the seller, upgrades that they've done to the property, a complete copy of the contract, receipted and done, all of the comps active, pending, and sold, all of your field notes, take it out there with your business card and hand the paper to them directly. Here are the comps. And I take the entire comp packet, I scan them in, and I email it to my client. So my client has a copy of it and saying, this is what I'm giving to the appraiser. But I will also call my lender and give it to my lender and say, here's what I'm giving to the appraiser. And they will look at it as well because they will want to see it most of the time.
Oh, I've never done it to a lender, but okay, that's good to know.
Michelle Iconin, give it to me first. Give it to me first, Jack. And so I'll give it to her, and then she'll look it over, and then she'll work it out. Because the thing is that she can give it to her. Every lender has an appraiser that works in their office that will review appraisals. Her guy's name is Doug. And she'll give the stuff to Doug, and Doug will look it over, and he will tell what you need to nix out of your packet and what you need to add.
Oh, okay.
So that's the answer, guys. Depends on who you represent, what your client asks you to do, and then from there, go to every MLS you have access to, whether it's MLS Plus or whatever.
And I also attached the amendments because the appraiser called me back and said, I didn't know there was an amendment with concessions. And I was like, yeah, there is. So it's very interesting, some of the details, what they are given or are not giving by, I guess, the lender of the buyer. And of course, again, in that situation, I represented this. So.
And when I say contract, I mean all of it, not part of it.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yep. Now, there's one part of the contract you're not going to give the appraiser. What is that? You're not going to give the appraiser or the inspector the seller disclosure if you represent the seller. We're not going to let that to go to the lender because you're going to end up with a whole slew of lender required repairs that you don't want. So when I say contract, I mean purchase agreement, addenda, and all of the amendments, but not.
You said that because on paragraph 22, the seller's disclosure is listed in that, which is what ties it to the contract. So how and why are we able to remove that from the contract when we send the contract to the lender?
The seller's disclosure, not paragraph, but on paragraph 22.
No.
Okay.
It's not there.
Okay. It's a notice, not an addenda.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So All right, good dialogue. All right, so again, when we're doing, so thank you, Mary Beth, for asking that question, and everyone else, if you have questions, please put them into chat. I will let Andrew be the Vanna White of the questions. Now, the CMA rules. When we're talking about area, again, we looked at the map. I showed you some little pocket areas all over the area that it could be very dangerous if we have to leave our subdivision. If you have to leave the subdivision because you don't have comps, it's better for you to go back further than it is to go out further. So you keep going back further, keep getting larger square footage. Maybe if you've got a 2-story home, maybe you go look at 1.5 stories. We're going to do everything we can to try to get as many comps as we can and then make adjustments within the subdivision before we leave the subdivision, unless you have a subdivision right next door that's exactly the same, and sometimes that happens. Okay, size between 10 and 20% of the square footage, and I usually start with 10%. So if it's 2,000 to 3,000, I'm going to go minus 200 and plus 200. I'm just going to grab that 10, 15%. By the time you start getting to 20%, that's a little bit too much. So I like 15%, but 10% is usually the range. So again, plus or minus 10% of your subject property. So 10% of 3,000 is 300, 2,700 to 3,300. That's an acceptable range. Now, style. Single story to single story, 2-story to 2-story, always. And pay attention on a 2-story of where the primary bedroom is. Pool. If your subject doesn't have a pool, filter out pool right in the middle, right in the very beginning. Don't allow that to happen to you. Keep those out because those are outliers. Get them out. Now, if your subject has a pool, now you're looking for a property that does have a pool. You can use a property that doesn't have a pool, but you shouldn't use a property that has a pool when yours doesn't. You can grab properties in your CMA grid that's inferior. Do not grab properties that are superior. That is another rule of thumb. Third car garage. A third car garage is going to be 7,500 to 15,000 range, depending on the property. If you've got a $3 million property, obviously it's going to be more. If you've got your standard 300, 400, $500,000 property, your third car garage is going to be $7,500 to $15,000 value more. But thing is, you know that you're going to have a larger buyer pool of people who are looking for a third car garage. If you're doing a CMA in a neighborhood and your property has a third car garage, it's okay for you to add 2-car garages. But if you have a 2-car garage comp, you should not add a 3-car garage comp. Someone repeat what I just said.
Compare equally, basically. The garages, if it's 2, compare with 2. Don't compare one with 3 garages.
But if you have a 3-car garage,
You can use a 2-car
Yes, you
garage
can
as a
use it
comp.
to compare. Yeah.
that's right. Exactly right. If you have a 3-car garage, go ahead and use 2 and 3. But if you have a 2-car garage, do not add a 3-car garage to your comp. You're gonna get the wrong answer. There are more buyers looking for that property. That property is going to have more buyers bidding for it. It's going to probably go into a multiple offer situation. It's going to sell faster. There's a whole undue influence that's going on with that property that you can't duplicate, and adding that extra equity into your CMA is going to cause you problems. So it's better not to have it there at all. Fee simple to fee simple. Now, inside subdivisions, we have condos and we have fee simple, lot, block, section, tract. I want you guys to remember, inside of a normal subdivision, sometimes you can have pockets of condos. So if that's the case, you need to get them out. Don't use the lock and leave. Round Rock Ranch has them. Forest Creek has them. Terra Vista has them. I can go on for days. There's lots of subdivisions that have these cute little lock and leaves inside the heart of them. Don't include them. You're going to get the wrong answer. They typically have yard and maintenance. They typically have their own security. They typically are loaded with upgrades. Their target is a completely different buyer, a luxury buyer who wants to leave town and go travel all the time and have everything taken care of for them. So the inside is going to have a level of upgrades that you're not going to see on another property. And often they're going to have 2 HOA fees. One for the larger community and one for their smaller community. So that'll be stacked. So that's also there. And age of the property. Try to keep it within 15 years. If you start getting more than 10 years and you get to that 20-year difference, we're dealing with a completely style of property. Properties built between 1990 and 2008, from between 1990 and 1998, and then properties from about 2001 to 2008. Those are 2 different groups of properties. And the older properties, you're going to see brass, you're going to see formica, you're going to see linoleum, you're going to see carpet. You get into that 2001 to 2008, you're going to see tile, hardwood floors, granite countertops. So it's a different level of upgrade. Around that time, they started putting a lot more upgrades into homes than they did previously. So try not to mix your product like that.
Also to the energy efficiency between both.
And as we get into the NHC class I'm teaching next week, you will learn that homes built after 2008 are 45 times more energy efficient than homes built before that. It's a really big deal. The HVAC systems are completely different. They use a different type of cooling system than they did before. Water heaters, often they won't have a water heater at all, and they'll have inline full water filtration systems, on-demand hot water, full house filtration systems, and maybe even water softeners. So you're going to see different components put in the house as well. So try to keep the homes in that kind of 10-year age gap, which is going to help you. All right. We did the searching of the comps. We did all of that. We're going to play with this now. Do you see, are you able to see this grid? This is on a different property. Okay. Let me see if I can find this property. Is it this one? I'm gonna have to find it. The most recent property that we, no, I don't. Did I do that property address? I deleted it. This property here was listed 4 times. It was listed here. Here's a grid on how a property change value over time. Between 2,600 square foot and 3,400 square foot, a 2-story home, but that sold between 2010 and 2025 in Georgetown. This now is how that type of property has changed value over time. I'm going to show you how to do this exact grid because you can print it right out of Matrix. It's super cool. Then you can take, this is basically a CMA for a specific property that fell into this range. Then I look at the 4 times that property sold in 2012, in 2013, in 2016, and 2023. And I looked at the list price versus the sold price. Listed for 283, sold for 240. Listed for 259, sold for 259. Listed for 349, sold for 320. Listed for 635 and sold for 500. Okay, so here's how the market changed over time. And the red dot is what it was listed for, and the blue dot is what it actually sold for. So you can see that the list price, sold price, the higher you go, the lower you get. And so these properties were these 3 listings were listed correctly. From this point forward, agents are having a really hard time listing their properties here because they're going back too far for comps. And in this situation, if you look at, this is $600,000 mark. And in 2021, we were at 550, we got to 600, maybe 650 here at the height of 2022. And here this property sold in 2023. They listed for 600, but what happened? We went from 650 down to 550, didn't we? And they priced here. And so they ended up closing here at 500. They undersold it. I'm going to show you how to build this right now together. We're going to use the two examples of the two properties that we did, and then I'm going to put you in groups. I'm going to have you build this exactly the way it is. So somebody, do you have the criteria for the first property we did? Anybody have that written down?
Was it 4215 Benwood Court, Round Rock, Texas?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to go to the stats. Now that property was in Georgetown. That property was a single story. Now you see the single stories down here called levels? When you click stats and you come to this, you see where it says add remove?
Hey, Jack, I'm not sure if we can see your screen.
Well, that's helpful. Now you can? Okay, good. When you click stats in the MLS here, it will take you to this screen. So the stats, got the underline meaning we're here. Do you see this add remove? This add remove, now can you see it? Ken almost gave himself a stroke looking there. So the add remove, when you're trying to add these fields here, levels, I'm going to show you how to add levels, but you have to click add remove and you have to add this field, a number of stories. So you're going to click add, you're going to type in levels here, and then you're going to click levels and you're going to add it to your grid. And then when you go back, it'll be in your comp grid. So just know that you have to add that field to it. So when you get there, that's important that you do this. Okay. Again, we're going to make one setting on presets and one setting on customize, and then we're going to do our CMA, and that's it. Literally will take us just a couple of seconds. I want the historic sales price trend. That's all you got to know on the first tab. The second tab, I want to go back to when they purchased it. When did they buy that property? Lewis? Or what year built was that property?
2002.
2012, I thought.
2002.
2012, I think.
We're talking about 4215 Bentwood Cove Court.
Correct. 2002 is what I have.
2002.
Okay. So we're going to go back. The MLS, in some cases, will go back to 2003, some 2006. So we're going to go back to 2006. That's as early as we're going to get. I think if we look at the first time it sold, though, the second time it was sold, I think it was 2000 and this year here. Okay. The second thing, we're going to group by primary year because I want the group bys on the year markers, not the month. So primary year. That's all we're going to do here. We're going to leave all of this the same. So the only thing I did was I picked January 2006. Are we in December 2025 yet?
No.
It's going to look like the market crashed if you pick December because nothing sold in December. And I don't want it to look like a market crash. So I'm going to pick January 2025 so it doesn't look like the world's coming to an end because it'll go all the way down to 0 for 2025 on your graph. And that looks bad. So we're not going to do that. Residential, single family home, single story, city of Round Rock. And I think I was at 1700 to 1950. I think that's what I had done.
Square
Okay.
footage was 1770.
I think you had 1600 to 1950. There you go.
Okay. That's all I got to do, guys. That's it. All I'm going to do is click generate, and I'm going to wait 5 seconds. 1,000. I'm not even wait 5 seconds. And there's my comp grid. Now I see how the market has changed over the course of history. So let's go to my Bentwood property. I'm going to click results because I'm still on the map. I want to see all of them. And we have 6, 7, 8, 14, and 16. So let's write these down. 2006 was 198. 2007 was 195. 2008 sold for what? What did it sell for?
191.
Okay. And what did it sell in 2014?
219.9.
So we'll say 220. And what did it sell for in 2016?
255.
255.
Okay. And what did we come up with for 2024?
359. Hold on, 3.
We got 365.
$369. 190 a square foot. I threw that one away. Did anyone write it down, that one?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, I did. Hold on. Where's it at?
369. I have it right here.
Okay.
1973.
369 is what we agreed as a group. Okay. So now let's go back to our map. Which I don't know if I can recreate it that way. So we're going to click. I might be able to click back. There. Okay. So let's play with this and let's look what we have here. 2006, 198. So this is about 150. So we're low on this one. 2007, 195. 2008, 191. 2014 here was 220. 2016 here was 255. And 2024 at 359. 2024 is 359. So it's pretty accurate here. So let's go back to our search. 1600. Let's pull this up. What was the square footage exactly?
1773.
1773.
Okay. We needed to tighten up our and I also want to get rid of pool. Private pool, no. Okay. So I'm going to put you in groups and I want you to recreate this and then as close as you can to the same criteria. Now, notice I used all of Georgetown and that's not fair. If you really want to get apples to apples, we need to go into Terra Vista. But sometimes it will tell you that there's not enough information to create a meaningful grid. And that's the case here. So I'm going to have to go back to my 1950 to 1550 because there's just not enough cells in there to generate it. This should fix it. So now we're exactly where it was. 198 in 2006, 195 in 2007, 191 in 2008, 220 in 2014, exactly right here. 255 in 2016, exactly on the money, and 359 in 2024, 359 in 2024, which is right here. So I want you guys now to go and do this exact same grid in your groups.
Can you remind it what was in the preset? I got the customized, but I missed the preset.
Okay. So the preset was simply the clicking
Historic.
historic sales price trend, customize as far back as you can go or until the home was built, and then primary year. And then the search criteria, pool, no, levels here, and then subdivision, city, and square footage and then click the generate button. There's also something else that's super helpful. You see this print button?
Mm-hmm.
If you click the print button, you can say show tabular data, and then you actually get the actual median price for that year. So then you can take this and copy it into Excel, and then you can put bubbles on it. And this should be, when did this last sell? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, it last sold here. Here we are. And it gives you kind of this nice, how the property has changed value. So that first listing, this is how that property has changed value over the years from the time they purchased it. And they like this. So my comp grid, I bring my number. I also bring this, which is the trend, and then the Zestimate, and the appraisal numbers from the appraisal district, and the RPR number. And I have all four of those numbers, and I look at them all against each other. We're going to go and after we get back from break and do this, we're going to look to see what the Zestimate says. We're going to go see what the appraisal says right now for the assessment. Then we're going to go to RPR and run an RPR report and see what it says. And then we're going to look at all of these things, and it's going to be different numbers that's going to help us take all of this to our client so that they can see all this information. It's very, very helpful. Okay, so I'm putting you into groups now. You should have your invitations. There's a couple of you. Ken, what group were you in? Okay, 4.
I was in group 4.
Chris, what group were you in?
I was in the same room as Lewis, if that helps. Sorry.
No, that's okay. You were in room 1. And Xiaoxin, you were not here, so I'm going to put you in group. I'm going to put you in with... Where is... Mary Beth? Oh, there, Mary Beth and Pooh. I'm going to put you in group 2.
Jack.
Chris.
I'm falling behind. I'm listening to everything you're saying, but neither one of those two examples, I can't bring up that address in my MLS. Cannot find it.
Chris, have you gone to your Realtor Association and taken an MLS class?
No.
Okay. So the assumption is that you've done that. So you're gonna feel like you're falling behind if you haven't taken an MLS class because you don't know the MLS and how, because we're going through it pretty quickly.
We are, but I've pulled multiple MLSs and I've even attempted to do a CMA before with one of my mentors, but just today for some reason me trying to plug in these addresses is just not coming in right. But if you prefer me to do another MLS class first, then that's fine.
Yeah, these were just these are two random properties that I picked out of the MLS that shouldn't be hard to find. So remember, one of the things that the MLS is going to teach you, Chris, is how to use wildcards and how to use the asterisks. Because if you type too much information, you're going to get less information. So, and going into the right property type. Um, so, you can see my screen, yes?
Yes.
Search, we're going to go into residential. And then we're going to take active off because if you don't unplug active, you're not going to find anything. Then you're going to type in the street number, which in this case is 4215. So in the street number 4215, and then I'm going to type in Bent, B-E-N-T, and I'm going to hit the asterisk after it. And at the bottom, you see 6 matches.
Got it. All right, sir. Appreciate you.
Click search, and then you'll see them all right here.
Yep. I know what I did wrong. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. And I have an invitation for you in group 1, so you should have an invitation popped up there. Get down. You're on mute.
Todo bien. Hi, Ann. How are you?
I'm good. I have under contract, you say?
Another one.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And total 6, yeah?
Well,
Six, 18.
you're gonna exceed Miguel's numbers for you because he already has goals for you this year. Did you hear about that?
Close 8, what? Sorry.
Miguel has a production goal for you this year. He's rooting for you. He wants to see you close 18 properties this year.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
She already has 5 in the contract.
I mean, it's not even January, so I mean, maybe you do that all year long and you close 50. How's that?
I don't know. Today, I skip some class. I go help my other client discuss price, go telemedicine. I don't know last if okay.
Well,
Good job, Ann.
more of that.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That's very awesome.
Thank you.
All right, how'd you guys do?
Did it.
Did anybody struggle with this one? Okay. For how many of you this was the first time you've ever done this?
It's my first one.
This is a very, very powerful thing to bring on your listing appointment. It paints a picture. Well, how come my home isn't worth $500,000 anymore? Not only does it paint a picture, but it shows them what happened. And if you can see my mouse here, you can see cruising along 2008, 2011, and about 2012, we had steady appreciation. We flatlined in 16, and then in 2018, we had this appreciation into 2020, and then we went from 275 to 450 over the course of 20 and 21, and 22 was at the height. Now we're back down here. We hit the bottom, we're back out. And if you draw a line from here to here, you will see that the market has been increasing since then. And we're right back at the same trend line as if this big bubble never happened at all. And it's a very positive thing. This works in every single market. I don't care if we're talking about Texas. I can draw this exact same map for every single city, whether it's Houston, San Antonio, whether it's Dallas, whether it's a subdivision, whether it's the entire state. The exact same graphic appears. So I recommend that you guys use this graphic. Now I want you guys to do it one more time, but let's do this one together. For the second property we're gonna get rid of Round Rock. We're gonna change it to Georgetown because we're talking about the other property now. And Terra Vista, that one's a two-story, yes. And it was 2,700 to 3,300. We're gonna do that one. Nothing else changes except the generate button. URL is old. Well, that's fun. Fine.
What square footage did you use?
2,700 to 3,300. 300 plus and minus 10%. All right, so we're going to go back to stats. Sales price trend. I want to go back. When was that property built?
2012.
All right, so we're going to go back as far as 2012. I'm going to click custom. And I want January of this year. I want a 2-story, no pool, Terra Vista. This time we're looking in Georgetown. I still want residential, single family, square footage, 2,700 to 3,300. That is all we should need, except group by primary year. And there you go. That's what that looks like for the 2-story home and how that property has changed. If you want to see the actual dollar amounts, you click the print button and say show tabular data, and you will see what the average price is currently right now, ending in 2024. Go back. If you don't like the smooth line and you want to have columns, you can do columns instead. It's whatever one that you think is going to be what is painting the best picture for you and your clients, or whatever you like. So, all right. So that is how you use the stats to paint a picture for your clients to take them out there. And what I love is that it prints this right here on your comp grid so that it's very transparent in how this was created. So there's no confusion on what the criteria was to paint that picture. Okay, back to our CMA data, back to our slides. Let's play a little game. You can guesstimate. I always like doing this. I always bring this out to my clients with me. My closer will have done something really cool for me. They will have created a preliminary closing disclosure. And I bring that out there with me, which is going to show them their net. But I can calculate the net in moments. It's very easy. I'm going to show you my rule of thumb of how either you're sitting in a listing appointment to within a couple of seconds tell them exactly what their net's going to be. It's 0.0825% of the list price should be what their closing costs are minus what they owe. You're like, wait, how does that work? If you're charging 6% commissions, then that's 6%. They're most likely going to pay 1% for a title policy. So that's 7%. And all of the other fees, their prorations, all of that, if you take 0.0825 and multiply that by their what you recommend they list for, that's going to be what their closing costs are going to be. And it's always within, for me, within less than 0.5% when I get to the closing table. It's eerily close. It works so well. So I grab my phone. When we figure out we're going to list this property for 269, I multiply 269 by 0.0825, and that's what I think their closing costs are going to be. Someone do the math. What did we say that we were going to list Bent Tree for?
269.
Okay. So what's 269 times 0.0825?
2145.
22,001.
Oh.
Well,
22,192.
Yeah, that's what it was.
0.5.
Now, so we're going to say 269,000 minus 22,192 minus what they owe. How do we know what they owe? Where can we go to find out where they owe?
Well, we ask them.
Well,
we go to the county records.
We can ask them, but we can also come out there and say, hey, looks like you owe about 125. Is that right? And they'll be like, how did you know that? Because I'm Jack. I'm going to show you guys how. We'll know it in a couple of seconds if we're able to get the number. So we're going to bring up the property. One of the very first things I do before I start doing my CMA is I open up the property and I print every single one of the MLS listings, and I have them stacked up next to me, and I bring those out there with me so that they can see all the times it's sold before. And I go through them and say, okay, let's go to the history. Looks like this thing sold in 2006 for this amount, and I take them all the way through it, and then I take them into the comp. So first I print all the MLS sheets. Then I print the tax records, the realist tax. And the realist tax has a mortgage section at the bottom, doesn't it? I like to be sneaky and come out there with the number. So I get to the bottom and it's called mortgage history. So in 2014, on August 26th, you have a $21,000 International Commerce Conventional and AmeriPro Conventional. Both of these days, they have two mortgages. What does this look like to you?
First and the second lane.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Cash
So
out
they took out a first and a second. Now, when did they buy this property? That's very
2014.
So they purchased this property on 7/18/2016.
Oh.
Because that's when the deed was recorded.
So in 2014, it also sold. And so it looks like that in 2014, we have this property selling as a warranty deed to Paul Spacey. So what does this tell you?
They paid cash.
They paid cash. So this property is paid off. There is no this mortgage history. If it had, this is the entire mortgage history on this property. So we can see 08, 09, and 14 what happened here. So when these guys purchased this property in 14, they got a first and a second. And when these guys sold it in 16, this buyer, they paid cash. And so that's helpful to know. Now let's go look at the other property. So okay, so in finishing this math, so then they're going to net about 247, yes? 246, somewhere around that. It's easy math.
$246,808.
Okay, so boom. So you're walking out there with a number, you're going to net about this much. You're going to net somewhere in the 246-ish. And then within 30 days after closing, if you, no, not even then, because they're not going to have an escrow account. And I always talk to them about what's in their escrow account, but they don't have one. And so that's it, done. Okay, that was an easy one. Let's go look at the other property that we were doing, the two-story. That one was Chestnut Meadow, 4623 Chestnut Meadow. So let's open this one. The last time it sold was 2023. We're going to click the realist tax. We're going to scroll to the very bottom, which is the realist tax mortgage history. And in 2023, they borrowed 400,000. So in looking at this property, they closed it for 500,000. So they put $100,000 down. And they now have a mortgage amount of $400,000. I'm going to show you something fun because do they still owe $400,000 today? No. But the mortgage history began on 3/7/23. Someone venture a guess. What was the mortgage rates on in 2023 ish?
3%, 3.5%.
2.5 to
No,
3.
5.5.
Y'all lost your mind. Y'all lost your
5.5.
mind.
7%.
There we go. How about 7%? I would
Oh, in
say,
23. Okay.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
They changed in 22. May of 22, they started jacking up.
Yeah. So from May to August, it went from 3 to 7. And then we've been cruising but 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5. So it was, whether it was 7 or 6.5, it's not going to change much. So I like to go to bankrate.com and I like to go to mortgages and I go to amortization schedule. Then how much do they mortgage? 400,000, right?
Really?
So let's just say that they got a 6.75 rate. Okay. Now I'm going to click the schedule and I'm going to say that the start date was
It was 3 something, 3/16, 2023.
3/7/23. So boom. Now $391,598 is what they owe. So what are we going to list this property for? Do you remember?
565,
569, wasn't it?
569, yes.
569.
Okay. So we're going to say 569,000 times what?
Oh, 0.0825.
569,000 times 0.0825 is how much?
$46,942.
Okay. So we're going to take 569,000. We're going to subtract $46,942.50. And then we're going to subtract $400,000. That's going to help be what their net's going to be when they sell this property.
And that would be from the 391,958.
That's right.
Based on the amortization from the date that they took the loan out until now.
That's exactly right. And I'm going to bring that number out there with me because I'm going to guess all of this. I'm going to tell them, okay, looks like you had original loan amount of 400,000. If we sell the home for 569, your closing costs are going to be 46,942, and you currently have a loan balance of 391,958. And so your net's going to be
131.05. 58.
about $135,000 ish. So it's a way for us to very quickly and easily, without going crazy with math, because we don't need to be exact here, give them an idea about what they're going to be netting. Very, very helpful numbers, yes? CMA.
Yeah, is it times 0.0825 or 0.825?
Well, we're not going to charge them 80% of
Okay.
it's 8%. 6% is our commission plus 1% loan originate the title policy, and then they're going to have prorations and some other things which usually eats up that other. So 0.0825, I've been using this for years and years and years, and it's stood the test of time and it works perfectly. So it's a way that you can easily and quickly come up with what your amortization schedule, what their net's going to be at closing if they sell for that property at that price. Okay, now let's. Where's my calculator? Because I want to do one more thing. We said $569,000 is what our CMA said. Now, what does Zillow say for this property? Anyone interested? I am. Because I'm going to take this out there with me. And I copy the address right into my Zillow search bar.
Theirs estimate was 498,300.
Okay, 498,300. What do you think about that?
I think when you show up with your numbers, the seller's going to be happy.
Whose number?
Your numbers are way better this time.
Isn't it our number?
Yes, our
CMA.
All right. The class's number. Yes. All right. Now, what is the other number we're going to take out there with us?
The assessment?
Yes. All right. So what does the assessment look like? Where do we find that?
On the county website.
WCAD.
So here we are, right? We're already there. So what are we looking at for 2024?
482,000.
Okay. So but yet it sold for 515 in 2023. So we know that their numbers are crazy. Okay. So Zillow, probably more accurate a year ago. WCAD, probably more accurate a year ago because it sold for 515. So we're 2 years past. So we just know those numbers. What is the other number that we come up with? Do you remember the last one?
The
What?
view, no, no.
Oh, is it the RPR?
Exactly right. Where can we find RPR?
In your MLS, your home on the right-hand side or the website.
Yep. So where you can usually find it when you go to the My Matrix home, you'll see it here under RPR. Realtors. Where is it? Transaction
It was
dashboard.
down there at the bottom. You were, there you go.
And our assessment on this property was 569. Is that what we said it was?
The assessment.
Of course, selling price or what?
Oh, yes, 569.
Okay.
That would be our list price. Yep, our recommended list price. Okay, so RPR. One of the most important tools that we have as a real estate agent. It's almost like your realtytexas.me because all the data is in one place. One of the cool things about RPR, it was written by appraisers and real estate agents, and only real estate agents have access to this. It is the number one biggest benefit you get from being a member of NAR because they don't charge you anything for this. We have reports, and what we're going to do is we're going to click a seller's report. Then we're going to type in the address, which is not that. It is this.
So
And we're going to do a seller report. You can pick what information is going to come along for the seller's report. You can also say Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And that will show up on the front of the report. We click run report and we are number one in line. Basically what happens is this goes into a queue engine. And then if it still does what it did before, it would ring like a doorbell. Ding, ding, and let you know that the seller report was done. So you'll see this, it's finalizing. It usually takes about 30 seconds to run. Doesn't take a whole long time. And then that is the last piece of the puzzle that I bring out with me. Now, sometimes this estimate's more, sometimes the assessment's more. It's a mixed bag. Sometimes they're really super close and it's going to be really easy. Okay, so now it says it's done. I'm going to download the report. Now in this report, you can add these different pages as you want. We've inserted Realty Texas, our pledge about the code of ethics, why choose us, difference between real estate agents and realtors, our timeline, which we list, which is our coming soon timeline, and what is their 5-star estimated RPR value.
I had 542.
Mm-hmm. That is what they are recommending. I'm going to show you how. Yes.
When you said, so if we go into our MLS and we pull this, we go into our RPR, those Realty Texas items are already preloaded?
That's correct.
Oh, wonderful.
Miguel has already added all of those for you
Aren't
here.
some of those pages also a duplicate of what's in our seller's guide
Yes,
that
ma'am.
we also give them? Okay.
It is. And when you're here, you can say all cover page elements and remove those. So you can have just name, agent photo, but we have all of our other pages. And so you can take those out and you can manage custom pages and you can pick which ones that you want to see and which ones you don't, because there's 4 of them here. And you can pull them out of the report if you don't want them there. Now, How many of you know how to customize this report? Customize. No, customize the report. Once we get the actual report options here, we're going to, I need to bring this up again, like we were doing it to begin with here. Okay. So you're able to look at the map, see the market trends, and do a refined value. The refined value is going to be very helpful. And for a lot of you, it's going to be an aha moment. We're going to verify to make sure that all the square footage and all the information is correct. What did our square footage say in the MLS? Was it 3074?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on the comps, you can say that the privacy of this one was a little bit more superior because the other ones were backing up to those streets. The view was a little bit more superior than the comps. The lot size was the same. Interior condition was equal to the comps. Exterior condition was equal to the comps. And the local market condition for Austin is a little bit more. So I would affect these two, and that gets me to 563.
Question?
Yep.
Real quick, when you say to the comps, it's pulling the same comps, or we're just assuming it's automatically pulling the correct comps?
Here are the comps that it's pulling. And so then you can go through and you can affect the CMA and what comps that it's going to pull based on confirming the facts, making sure that all of this information is correct. So confirm, assuming it is. It's a 4-bedroom house. 3, 2.5. Now find comps. And you can do the exact same thing. Single family, I only want closed comps. I want square footage between 2,700 and 3,300. And I want a 2-story. Woodhaven, Caldwell Palm Circle. How far you want to go back? Mess with the comp grid like this. And if you want to add them to the comp grid, you add them to the comp grid like this. So RPR is going to let you mess with the comp grid exactly as you can in a CMA. You got to be very careful. I would go back and I would find the addresses of the comps that are in my comp grid, and I would use those comps here to make sure I don't grab Caldwell Palm Circle, which is a loop inside of Terra Vista that you're not going to want to mess this. That's just not. Plus, it's not Georgetown; it's Round Rock. So, in any event, this is how you work with RPR. Spend some time with it. Make sure that you've got the right comps in your grid. Create your report, and then you'll have your RPR. But off the cuff, without making any changes, on rules of number, the RPR came in at 542, 540. And RPR is going to have a higher weight than WCAD or Zillow. So our CMA came in at 569 based on the comps. We know that it sold for more than 515 in 2023. And the story continues on. Questions regarding any of that? Because we went through a lot. We just got their break-even list price or what they're going to net, which is important information. We checked out what Zillow said. We checked out what the appraisal district said. We checked out what RPR said. Anybody want to review any of that again? Okay. I would like you guys to play with RPR. I'm going to send you in there for 10 minutes, and I want you guys to open RPR, and I want you to find the property, add it, make an adjustment for maybe the privacy a little bit. And if you want to play with the comps, it's okay. You should have enough time to do so. I'm going to put you in for 15 minutes for this one. You should be using RPR on every single property. If you're not taking advantage of RPR, you are really missing out. 15 minutes. And let's see what you guys come up with in your 4 groups. Welcome back, everyone. So who feels a little bit more confident using RPR? Anybody? LaTanya said nope.
It's one of my goals.
It's one of your goals.
One of my favorite tools.
One of your favorite tools. Mine too. Yes. It's amazing. So if you're not feeling confident with RPR, the association, who is the creator of that tool, has classes. They're continually teaching classes on how to use RPR. And every week, your association will have training on it. I recommend that if you're struggling with Matrix, which is your MLS, or if you're using Dyna Connections in San Antonio, you have Matrix in Waco, Austin, CTX MLS, Netris, and Houston. So all of those markets where you have access to Matrix. San Antonio, they've got their own system called Dyna Connections. Go to your local association and take an MLS training class and learn how to use the MLS. I recommend, and I'm teaching now in our own classes, how to use MLS Plus. You can do CMAs of MLS Plus. You also can create gateways in MLS Plus. I'm only teaching agents how to create gateways in MLS Plus. When you take the Matrix training at your association, setting up a client in the gateway is much better. You're better served to do that in our MLS Plus. It's better for you because it's going to send them to your website and it's going to give them all the data in one place. So my recommendation is take the MLS training to learn how to do and use the CMA and search properties and bring up the tax records and use Matrix as a tool, not the client gateway, but the MLS product itself. And then also take a RPR class so that you get good on using RPR. Those are 2 very important tools. We need how to use those really well. We don't teach that in Mega on the user perspective. We are doing something a little bit different in Mega. We are looking at the compulsories of the rules to create a CMA, the rules and the rules of thumb, the 5 things that you need: location, number of stories. You need to know the square footage range, subdivision, and then you're going to be getting rid of the pool or adding a pool or whatever the extras are going to be. So this video is recorded just like the Mega 14s and 13s and all the way back to Mega 7. So this class has been done 9 times now. But we also have a monthly CMA class that we do that I recommend that you guys jump into and take that monthly CMA class if you want to get with Realty Texas and with a bunch of peers and do CMAs on a monthly basis. We'll take some of our listings, we'll do CMAs on them in groups to help you guys get better at that. So I look forward to seeing you guys in those classes. So here's what we've seen. The list price, we would recommend $569. Our closing cost, 0.0825, is $46,942. The loan balance that we learned from Bankrate, bankrate.com. I use their amortization schedule because it's super cool and easy to use. Showed a amortization schedule of 391 would be their loan balance based on what we can figure from the best information that we have at the moment. So their net would be $130,000. So I can very quickly and easily get an idea of what their net's going to be. List for 569, you're going to walk away with roughly $130,000. And because they want to know that number and let them know, at the point we list the property, I can get you more accurate numbers, and the title company will pull a closing disclosure after pulling title on the property and getting an actual payoff from your bank. But this is rough, but it's going to be close. My numbers are usually really close. And when we get to the closing table, I always like to look at the number I originally gave you against what I thought and to see. Okay, questions about any of this so far? Because it's a lot, right?
Does your 0.825% or 0.8, that number, does it take into account, is there a variable in there for any concessions at all? Like, is there any wiggle room that you baked into that?
So if they pay buyer's closing costs, you have to add the buyer's closing cost to it. And so, because this is commissions and title policy and prorations and typically 500, 575, something like that for home warranty. all of that together is usually going to be that 0.0825. But you're right. If in the contract they negotiate closing costs, that's going to have to be added to this, and I'll remind them that. Look,
I was thinking more like repairs, like an average, $500 to $1,000 in repairs or something like that. I wondered if that was baked in at all.
It's not, but the thing is that my numbers are over by about a half a point. And so my numbers are baked in by $5,000 ish. Yeah. Maybe even $7,500 on a $569,000 home. I'm probably in this number is probably going to be $7,500 high. Which is baked in for all of those little things that happen. Exactly right. Because you're right. Seller does usually walk away with, I recommend, I tell them, look, most of the time, you're looking at a home that's, in good condition, barring that you're not going to pay a deductible for, shingles or a major repair. Somewhere between 500 and 1,500 bucks is what I can usually get you out of on repairs, typically. But again, that's just typical. Giroux and Kamei.
Yeah, so when I did the class in Champaign, and one of the teachers say you don't give the customer, the client like such high estimate, because if you give them high and then it may end up like it didn't reach the expectation, they will be mad. Especially like in this case, I see all the numbers are lower than our CMA number, so that made me concerned. Like, is there something we missed, or like am I really comfortable to give them such high number?
I'm very comfortable in knowing that the property sold for over $500,000 2 years ago, and that the market is doing better now than. So I'm very comfortable with the comps. So I'm looking at the comps. The CMA is the job of the real estate agent to do a CMA. And yes, you do not want to list, but I'm not going to put any weight into Zillow, and I'm not going to make Zillow second guess my number, nor am I going to make the assessment from the appraisal district second guess my number. I go into it knowing that they don't know the sold prices. They have no idea. So their numbers are going to be wrong. So I'm not bringing those out there to help them derive price. Those numbers are wrong, Giroux. You have to know the assessment is wrong, Zestimate is wrong. You're going to pull the comps and you let the comp tell you the story. The RPR number came in good. Your CMA came in good. We're very confident with that. So we're going to take those numbers out there and be confident with that. But it's not always the case. Sometimes Zillow is high, but the market is in turbulent times because we've finally come out the other side of the 21 nightmare of 15% reduction in value a month for 5 months in a row. And that was really tough for us to outpace the price reductions that were being felt from the $150,000 of appreciation that happened overnight. So here we are in 2025 in a much better place. Come here.
Hey, so when you ran the report on the RPR and then you got to that second page where it had the CMA, the market, what button did you press to get there?
I pushed the button called refined value. There's a refined value button and there's a CMA button. So again, if I want you guys to know that there's also these really cool learning tools here under Learn.
Okay.
And you can go and watch these top 5. And when you watch this video, it'll come up with another one. Pricing a property is the first 8 minutes, and it's a great video. I recommend you guys watch these Learn videos. But I typed in the property here, it came up here, and now I have market trends and refined value in CMA.
Got it. Thank you.
But to generate the report in the first place, it's reports, seller report. Then type in the address of the property up here, click search, it'll bring up the property here. Then once the property is here, I've got my seller's report here, because there's a lot of different reports, and you should print out these different reports to see what they look like to determine the one that you want to use. You got a property flyer, a mini property book, valuation workbook, which is kind of like a CMA report, neighborhood report, a school report. School report is part of the seller's report. So I like to click this one. I like to include their name on it and then click the run report. It will show up here in about 30 seconds under the seller's report. And then you can, with the report here, you can click it and open up the report. But while the report is loaded here, that's when you can market trends, refine the value, adding an improvement. Let's say the home, they did a mini kitchen remodel. You can say mini kitchen remodel, bath remodel, mid-range. They added a deck, kitchen remodel, minor kitchen remodel, replace the shingles. All of these things, you can add this and you can put in the cost that they did it, and then it will subtract from what you might have a $50,000 improvement that has a $10,000 increase in value. So let's do an example. Let's say they did a minor kitchen remodel. What would we consider a minor kitchen remodel? Maybe they replaced the countertops, they painted the cabinets, and put in new hardware and pull knobs. And let's just say they spent $5,000 on granite, $2,000 to paint the cabinets, and let's just say they spent $12,000 out the gate. Click and add improvement, and it's only going to give you $9,000 of that $12,000. And so it's not going to give you the full amount. And what's one of the cool things that it does is it actually connects to Home Depot and Lowe's and the zip code of the property that's at, and uses labor rates from where you are and materials that Home Depot has for those upgrades. And it takes that into consideration across the entire country, which is really cool. So if you replace shingles and all of these things, you can leverage this to try to help you figure out how that's going to affect your value of the property. It's all built into RPR. So RPR is a very expansive tool. It's kind of like a little mini .me in one in terms of all that it can do. So I recommend you guys getting a lot of training on it so that you can understand how to use this tool effectively, because it's an important tool. Okay, so good questions.
Hey, Jack, can I ask another quick question?
So, yep, just one second. When you schedule your appointment for your seller, I recommend having a paper file. Write your seller's name on the file folder so that when you get to the front door and knock on it, you don't go blank for a minute and trying to remember their name as you're knocking on the door. Have your MLS listings. This is a dog ear page. Have all the MLS listings from all the times this property was ever listed or withdrawn. Then the tax records, and then the RPR report, the comps, the MLS one page for all of the comps, the grid view, and the quick MLS sheets. Then the comp graph. Remember the graph that we did that showed the trend over time? And then I have the numbers associated with it. I bring that with me. And then all my listing docs, and then my seller guide. And that is the packet that I walk out to my sellers with. On Wednesday, we're going to be talking about listing marketing and grand open. On Wednesday's class, I'm going to break down every single one of these documents and what it is that I bring with me to my listing presentation to get signed. But for this class, it's more about CMA and less about getting your listing agreement signed. So before we can go get our listing agreement signed, we have to do a CMA. Because remember, Trek says that we must provide a CMA before we begin negotiating, and we negotiate a listing. So we should have all of our comps and everything ready to go, so we arrive at the front door with everything that we need in order to walk the property, see the condition of the property, take that into consideration with the comps that I have. Because I'm going to take that into consideration. Maybe they did upgrades in the property while we're there. You're going to have to bring the comps with you with them all printed out so that you can go through the photos with your client exactly the way I did. And I make it a work group. I'm going to show you how I sit at the kitchen table and talk with the seller and take them through my MLS sheets. The first time you do this, you're going to be nervous. This is not you need to follow this A through Z thing. You're going to have dialogue with the seller at the kitchen table and take them through the comps and which one closely resembles their house. And you're going to do some math and you're going to be calculating the net sheets and all of that right there at the property, right there at the kitchen table. I did my first one that way. My second one, I found out what worked better. The very first listing I went to, I got signed. You're going to be nervous going into it, and it's going to feel a little bit you're going to feel a little bit unprepared. But when you have all of your CMA stuff and you've gone through the comps, you have walked all of the you've called the pending properties of all the properties that are pending, you walked all of the active properties, then you're going to walk into your subject property and you're going to have a really good idea because you will have studied the comps, you will have talked to all the listing agents, and you will have been inside all of the pendings. We didn't do that in this class. But had you printed out all of this stuff and done all of this self-study, printed everything out, had it all printed out on paper, and then gone and walked all of the comps, and then when you arrive at the subject property, you're going to feel a lot more prepared because you will have done all of that. What was your question?
Oh, yeah, maybe you will cover later, but just to make sure, how about the buyer side?
This has nothing to do with the buyer side. Now, on a
Okay.
buyer side, there's no difference. The CMA that we just did is the same CMA you're going to do for a buyer.
Yeah, but that's it. We are not providing other information like RPR report, the assessment,
100%.
or.
I always give the RPR report to my buyer. 100%.
Oh,
Absolutely give the RPR report to a buyer. 1,000,000%.
okay. So you give the same information to the buyer as well.
Yep, 100%.
Okay.
Before, we're going
Thank
to go
you.
through the property. I'm going to show my client 10 properties. They love the third one. Now we're going to start drilling into the third one and we're going to do a CMA on it. We're going to learn as much as we can about the property. We're going to call the listing agent, ask them for their comps if we can't find comps, and we're going to do our own CMA, pull our own RPR, and we're going to do our own investigation because we're going to act as if we were a listing agent about to list that property to see all of these things to figure out if we believe they listed it right. And if our number is way off from theirs, my number's way off from yours. What's up? I'm gonna call them and I'm gonna ask them. But the friendly way to do that is, hey, can you share your comps with me? Because I've got a client that's super interested, and we did a CMA in the property, and there's a gap, and I just needed to figure out what's going on. It may be something you don't know. Sometimes you find out it's not. They're wrong. So don't assume they're wrong. Just tell them there's a gap and you want to figure it out. Lewis.
Had a quick question. I noticed whenever we were in the RPR or the report here, when we modified under the property search, we did refined value and we added 4 bedrooms, our price changed. It dropped by $64,879. Is there a reason why that changed for just adding a 4-bedroom?
We did a bunch of things. Actually, we didn't just add a 4th bedroom. I clicked a bunch of buttons.
Well, that's all I did on my end, and it gave me the same number you have there on your screen, which I don't know why it would drop in price.
It was more than just the 4 because I messed with the refined values down here, and then I also changed the comps. When I clicked the comps, the CMA, I added a whole bunch of comps, and those comps changed my value when I added my sales comparison. I changed the comps.
Yeah, because I remember we also changed the refined value to pass equal on view and pass equal on privacy. So that gave us 29,593 when we made those changes.
This is not because of the 4 bedrooms. This is because of the comps, refined value when I changed my comps.
Okay.
And so the only thing I changed here was this, but it's telling me that because the comps changed, this is now changed. Because the original estimate was 542. I changed the comps. Oh.
Sorry.
When we clicked the CMA and we changed the comps, that's where the $64,000 came from because we changed the comps and we added a different set of comps. That changed the refined value. And it's taking the only thing that we changed here was 4 bedrooms. The $94,000 came from, it was originally 542. We changed the comps, and now the comps changed with the 94,000, which, and again, I was just playing with it, showing you guys, you can change the comps, you can change the CMA, you can change it. I didn't do that to bring the price down. I was just showing you guys.
All right, was just trying to figure out where that price difference came enough from modifying your CMA refined value and number of bedrooms.
CMA, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 5:04. You are officially class dismissed. I'm going to stick around for as long as you would like. We did a CMA on 2 properties together. Now, your homework assignment is to grab a Realty Texas listing and do a CMA on it. And see where you get. I recommend doing one in either Star Ranch or one that is in somewhere in Georgetown, whether it be Del Webb, wherever you want it to be. Just you've got a couple of options. Okay, and now I'm going to open it for questions.
To get CE credit, do we need to take the test?
Yes.
Okay, well, Lisa told me I didn't have to take the test since I'd done this before, so that's why I was wanting to make sure.
Well, you can't take the test if you've done it before, is the answer.
Oh, so I can't get CE credit at all on this if I'm taking it again?
I think what the underlying message is, if you've already passed the test, then you've already passed the test. So we have to go and see, because the system is going to tell Miguel no if you didn't pass the test. So if you already passed the test, then the test has already been done. But you need to take the test, yes. So if you've already passed it, you're good. If not, you need to take it.
I'm following you now. Thanks.
Yep.
Is the test and the learning like where all the tests normally are?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly right. 100% yes. And if you've already passed it, you've already passed it.
Jack, I forgot to take my test for the last test. Can I still take it? I know it's due like within 24 hours.
So who do we talk to about tests?
Okay, Lisa.
You got to get with Lisa about that.
Yeah, okay.
She's the point corrector. I'm not going to step on her toes. I'm sure she'll say it's fine, but you got to talk to her.
Okay.
Yep.
I had a question.
Because if she told someone else no, then I told you yes, now I have a problem. So you need to get with her. Mario.
Yes, so for practicing using these different systems, can I use my own property to practice? And like, how do you call it? Practice the dialogue with like my mom.
Yeah, you can. I think that if you do it on a property that's not currently listed, then you don't have any way or any reference point to know that you're right or wrong. So if you do a property that we have listed, then you can take that price and look at it against yours, look at it against the Zestimate, look at it against the RPR report, look at it against the assessment, and then your CMA, and then the grid trend, and look at it about their list price. And after all of that, call the listing agent. And if our listing agent is wrong, well, you just did them a huge favor.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you love to have an entire mega class doing a CMA on your listing? I would.
Jack, I can still do it as well from the MLS Plus, right?
Yes.
Because I don't have the okay.
Jack, is that correct? What I just posted in the chat? Since I haven't been in Mega, I'm not sure if I'm in the right spot on that.
Yep, exactly right. 1,000,000% yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good job.
Jack, question. So for the homework, when we do the CMA, are we doing all 4 steps, like the CMA, checking Zillow, the RPR, and going through the CAD?
Yep. So my emails are usually pretty step by step. So on the
Okay.
email that I'm going to send out is going to give you very detailed instructions on do a CMA and then print the CAD, print the assessment, print the RPR, do the grid view. And then there's going to be a separate homework assignment that's going to be doing a grid view on a specific property. I'm going to send you the grid view because I want yours to look exactly like mine. But yes, the homework assignment will be very well laid out, and it should take you guys like 30 minutes or less to do. And it's time well spent.
Thanks, Jack. I'm gonna go take my test. Thank you so much for letting me join.
Thank you, Christina, for being here.
Thank you,
Enjoy the
Jack.
weather.
Thank you.
Thanks for a
Andrew.
great class.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Lisa's
guys.
not on, right?
Nope, she'll be on Teams though.
Yeah, Jack.
She's a yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I will see you guys tomorrow for our business meeting, and then I'll see you Mega on Wednesday.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys.